as a player. Nag-schedule ka ng practice mo, hindi ko kaya pagsabihin yung pro scene pati yung streaming. Hirap talaga ako kasi in term yun, wala akong disiplina sa sarili rin. Namimili ako kung tutuloy ko yung pag-ML o pag-aaral ko. Pinagpalit ko yung pag-aaral ko sa paglalaro ng Mobile Legends eh. Tinatago din yung saksakan ng wifi namin. 12 AM, tatanggalin na yung saksakan ng wifi para di ako makapaglaro. Kung siguro madaling araw yun, tumatakas ako sa bahay para lang makapag-ML. Wala ko namang parents na gusto pagpalit yung pag-aaral sa ibang bagay. Yung idol ko syempre yung family ko. Kasi sila yung dahilan kung bakit ko nagagawa itong mga bagay na to. Kasi yung family ko kasi talaga dati nagkaroon ng problem eh. Nung nangyari lahat ito, parang unti-unti na nagbabago yung sa side ng family ko. Nasuportahan ko sila. Hindi ko magagawa yun kung hindi ako na-inspire sa kanila. Ang iniisip sa akin ng ibang tao siguro tahimik lang ako ganun. Iba ako sa realidad eh. Ako yung pinaka-makulit, ako yung pinaka-maingay sa aming magpabarkada. Ako din yung lagi nagpapatawa, ganun. Yung kasi minsan kasi sa streaming eh, shoutout ako ng shoutout, napapagod din ako. Pero syempre, kailangan yun eh. Yun yung gusto ng fans natin eh. Kaya kahit malit na bagay, kailangan natin gawin. Wala mag-aangat sa sarili mo kundi sarili mo lang din. Kasi sa umpisa, wala talagang susuporta sa'yo kundi ikaw lang. Yung iba manlalait sa'yo, nasabihin nagpapasikat ka lang kaya ka nag-i-stream. Wala kang mapapala dyan. Huwag kang makikinig sa sinasabi ng iba. Kung anong gusto ng puso mo, sarili mo, tuloy mo lang. Huwag kang magpapapait ka sa iba.
May mga masayang times, may mga bad times, and yung mga experiences na yung humubog sa akin, so yung mga dadalhin ko this MPL Season 6 para mas maging better pa ako and yung team namin. As long as may Venus sa Onic, hindi basta-basta matatalo ang Onic. Si Venus, bago pa siya makapasok ng MPL, ay isang estudyante na kumukuha ng course ng computer science na nangangarap maging isang magaling na computer programmer. Bata pa lang talaga ako, mahilig na ako sa mga computer games. Pangarap niya din talaga maging pro player. And luckily, nakamit ko yun sa Mobile Legends. Hindi ko naman talaga na-imagine na makakapasok ako ng MPL. Talagang sinubukan ko lang, talagang sinubukan lang ng team namin. Pinakamahirap na challenge na binato sa akin ng buhay is yung pagiging gay ko. Kasi sobrang hirap, di ko alam kung paano ko yung sarili ko sa society. Especially sa ML community. May natatakot ako kung anong kakalabasan or kung anong masasabi sa akin ng mga tao. Mas madami pa din talagang supporter compared sa mga basher or sa mga nag-judge sa akin. I mean, mapakita ko yung sarili ko, tapos mahalin ako ng mga tao. Sobrang saya lang talaga. Laging first impression nila sa akin. Lagi nila sinasabi sa akin na mukha akong masungin, mukha akong intimidating, ganyan. Hindi naman talaga. Kasi si MLBB talaga, masiyahin talaga, lalo na pag nakabanding mo. Ang nag-inspire talaga sa akin para mas galingan ko pa is yung family ko talaga. Kasi gustong-gusto ko talaga silang tulungan, especially yung mother ko. Masasabi ko na natutupad ko na yung pangarap ko pa konti-konti. Siguro ang pinaka-natutunan ko as a pro player is hindi ka laging tama. Matuto kang tumanggap ng pagkakamali mo and matuto ka rin makinig sa ibang tao. Pag naging totoo ka sa ibang tao, mas nakukuha mo yung trust nila, mas pinagkakatiwalaan ka nila, mas pinaniniwalaan ka nila. Especially as the captain of Onic PH, para mas makinig sila sa mga decisions ko and sa judgment ko in-game. Kung magpapakatotoo ka, mas madaling mabuhay, mas madaling maging masaya. And mahirap kasi magtago sa isang shell. Pakita mo lang sa takong ano at mamahalin ka na nila doon.
Nagsimula yung career ko nasa Obs Gaming. Kakampi ko sila, Sire, Chuck, Nu, tapos si Cap 1. Unang qualifier ko nun, hindi kami nakapasok. Nalaglag kami sa qualifier ng season 4 nung BSP pa ako. Piniyam ako ni Zico na wag daw ako mag-alala, makapasok daw ako ng MPL. Tinupad niya naman yung pangako niya na kukunin na ako. Tapos yun, siyempre, grinab ko yung opportunity na makapasok sa MPL. Onic PH ako, madami ako natutunan nun, lalo na sa mga pagkatalo namin. Last championship, sobrang heartbreaking kasi lamang namin ng 2-0. Tapos naudlot yung pagkapanalo namin. Hindi nga ako masyado nakapagsalita nung after na yun, hindi din agad ako nakalis ng stage. Historical sana yung pagkapanalo namin dun kasi straight from quali kami tsaka rookie sa MPL lahat. Tapos yun, sayang. Kailangan na naming maghiwalay kasi hindi na ganun nag-work yung communication namin. May mga players na hindi na din katulad ng sama namin dati. Siguro kasi party din yun ng paghihiwalay. Siyempre, nung nagkaroon ako ng opportunity nung kinuha ako ng Sunsparks, grinab ko yun kasi kailangan ko magkaroon ng new journey. Sobrang laki ng pinagbago nung nag-champion na ako sa MPL kasi finally na-prove ko yung sarili ko na kaya ako mag-champion sa PH kasi yun talaga yung pangarap ko. Haters ko na-prove ko sa kanila na hindi ganun kababa yung laro ko. Sobrang motivated ko din kasi i-prove yung sarili ko sa sobrang daming hate na na-receive ko ng Season 4 and sa M1. Masarap sa pakiramdam kasi nalaman ko kung bakit sila yung champion. Ibang-iba yung feeling pag sila yung kalaro. Sobrang goods lang maglaro. Yung good mood lang ba? Kalmado lang sa laro. Naghihilaan lang pataas. Ganun. Ngayon naglo-look forward ako na mag-champion sa ibang bansa. Yun naman yung tinatahak ko ngayon na goal. Dito ko natutunan maging kalmado. Especially kasi yun yung naturo sa akin ng mga ka-teammates ko sa Onic PH. Hindi lang pala siya basta game. Nabibuild din dito yung kumpiyansa mo, yung attitude mo. Lahat ng positive pwede mong matutunan din para sa Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Yung team na nag-champion, yun yung pinaka nag-enjoy sa game eh. Hindi ibig sabihin nun ikaw na yung strongest. Kasama yung team mo, nag-enjoy, lumalakas kayo, nag-grow kayo sa team. Bonus part siya ng paglalaro na nag-enjoy ka talaga. Nung napasok kami nung MPL Season 3, actually student pa ako noon, na college student ng marketing management. Nakapasok kami noon, nasa kalagitnaan ako ng TC, so maraming ginagawa, maraming inaasikaso. Nung next sem, kinailangan kong magpaisa-isa na subject dahil nakapasok na talaga kami sa pro scene. Umabot nung Season 5 na pumapasok sa school pag tapos ng school training. So ganun yung naging cycle ko nun. Na-lead ko yung team ko sa hindi sa talent, sa skills, sa kung anong ginagawa nila. Pero na-lead ko sila sa attitude. Attitude matters the most eh. Yung kasi yung number 1 kong hinahanap sa player eh. Kasi may mga kilala akong toxic sa team na alam kong sobrang lakas nila pero dahil nga sa attitude, nawawala yung laro ng team, nawawala yung cooperation ng members. Nahatak ko yung attitude nila na maging kalmado, maging joyful lang sa laro, nandun yung excitement, sobrang relax nila sa game, walang tilt factor, walang problema. Yung wala ibang team nun yung adjustment and sacrifice. Yung transition sa Season 5, nagre-roster kami. Kinailangan namin bitawan yung dalawang player namin para mapalit ng dalawa na mas i-improve. So, andun yung adjustment and sacrifice. Maaga akong namumulat sa buhay kasi talaga yung experiences ko sa family dahil nga broken family kami. Mami ko araw-araw siyang nag-hard work para sa amin. Inasikaso niya kami, hindi kami napabayaan. And natuturuan kami ng tama. Kumbaga, nag-stay ako sa kung anong meron ako. May nakukuha, may pang-araw-araw. Ganun. Kasi nakikita ko dun sa ibang tao yung may mga taong walang makain sa pang-araw-araw na nahihirapan. So kung paano ako nagsimula, palaging naka-mindset sa akin yan na, di ba, ikaw yung nangarap na pumasok dito, tapos nagawa mo, doon ka pa ba magbabago? Hindi nawawala sa isip ko yung keep your feet on the ground. Kasi totoo siya actually, pag nagkaroon ka ng, sabihin natin, angas sa sarili, naliligaw ka talaga eh. 6 kami magkakateam eh. Pag nag-away yung dalawa, nabawasan tayo ng dalawa. Nadagdagan pa yung kalaban natin. So, nandun yung pagiging kalmado, yung pagiging disiplinado. Walang captain, walang ano. Kasi nakikita ko sila as an equal individual person eh. So, kumbaga nandun yung respeto. Natuto talaga ako sa kanila na hindi porket captain ako, hindi ko ginamit, hindi ko in-abuse. Nakikita ko sa kanila yung perseverance nila, yung pagiging disiplinado, yung, nandun yung passion talaga nila sa paglalaro.
Hindi porket ikaw yung team captain, ikaw yung masusunod, ikaw yung magle-lead. Siyempre, kailangan mo rin maging good example sa kanila. Paano kanila susundin kung ikaw mismo sa gusto mo mangyari is di mo ginagawa? Actually, yung Mobile Legends, hindi talaga interesado sa kanya nung una. Kasi ako nasanay ako sa PC game. Sa work ko nga dati, every time na break time namin, siguro sa lahat ng team namin, lahat sila nagmo-Mobile Legends. Palagay pa ako ng wifi, bumili ako ng mga bagong cellphone. Na-career ko siya din. Pang-11 ako sa family namin. 12 ko yung magkakapatid. Pangalawa ako sa bunso. Graduate din ako sa PUP Taguig as Applied Mathematics, major in Actuarial Math. And nag-work din ako as reporting analyst for 3 years sa insurance company sa Taguig. Pang long term na yung work ko na yun eh. Ayun talaga, sinacrifice ko siya. Ginave up ko yung work ko. And nakita ko talaga na kaya namin may pagsabayan. Actually, engaged na ako. 7 years na kami. Then yun, nag-break kami ng fiancé ko. Ayun, na-sacrifice din para dito sa career na to. Taas yung expectation sa'yo ng mga tao, nanonood sa'yo, ng mga supporter mo. Tapos kapag napipilan mo sila, ako yung batuhan ng mga masakit na salita. Medyo handa na ako dun. Kaso kapag yung family mo na yung naapektuhan, tumatawag pa sila sa akin, sila na mismo yung nagre-response dun sa mga haters na yun. Pero hindi ka naman kilala ng mga tao, pati personal na buhay mo dinadamay. Kala kasi ng iba, pag pro player ka na, masarap na buhay mo. Pero hindi nila alam yung struggle din namin na yung tuloy-tuloy na practice, mga scrimmage, nakaka-drain siya sobra. Mas mahirap actually practice kaysa doon sa mismong tournament. Yung tournament mo madalas best of 3 lang, di ba? Pero the whole week, sobrang dami mong pagdadaanan na practices. Kahit sabihin mong practice lang, matalo ka lang, nakaka-tilt siya. Kailangan matuto ka doon sa mga losses mo, kahit sa practice lang. Nag-motivate sa akin. Siyempre yung mga fans, yung mga families, friends, and yung mga taong naniniwala sa amin. Kahit natatalo kami, nandyan sila. Gusto namin suklian yung trust nila sa amin. Ayun yung nag-motivate sa akin, nagpapalakas talaga. Sa family ko, sobrang thankful ako sa nila kasi before talaga against sila, alam naman nila dati na stable na yung work ko. Parang dati kino-question pa nila yung career path na tinatahak ko. Nakita nila yung improvement ng Mobile Legends and yung nangyayari nga sa akin. Salamat sa inyo dyan, mga ate, mga kuya, kay Papa sa support. Tropa ko dyan sa mga classmate ko dati. Yung mga hindi nagsawa talaga, lagi nandyan. Fans din ng Blacklist dyan, thank you talaga sa inyo lahat. Yung na-build up sa akin kung paano maging isang leader talaga. Kasi before, nung student ako, yung pagiging leader mo, kailangan ka lang ikaw yung mag-utos na mag-utos, di ba? Yung totoong leader pala, yung dapat ikaw mismo yung gumagawa ng mga gusto mong mangyari. Ikaw yung mangunguna. Hindi ikaw yung papaunahin mo sila. Sila isasabak mo dun sa gusto mong mangyari. Kailangan ikaw yung mag-lead sa kanila.
Gusto ko lang po makapagtapos ng pag-aaral kasi yun yung number 1 na pinangako kay mami. Kasi ayaw mawala yung tiwala niya sa akin. Dati, di namin nabibili yung mga gusto gawa. Siyempre, single parent lang si mami. Nag-aaral ako si ate. Sobrang supportive ni mami kasi sa mga tournament, lagi siya pumupunta. Tapos yung ngayong online lang yung season 5. Pag natatalo, chat, okay lang yan, bawi. Todo bigay sila ng effort sa akin. Siguro normal naman yung naiinggit ako pag may nakikita akong iba na may kasamang daddy, nag-e-enjoy sila sa paglalaro. Siguro napatawad ko na siya kasi taga na din yun eh. Ayoko nang wala napapatawad na tao. Sabi nga ng mga kasquad ko, daddy ko pa din siya, dapat irespeto ko pa din siya. Ayoko lang yung nakita ko lagi si mami na umiiyak kung paano kami tataguyod kasi sobrang hirap talaga na nangyari nun. Pero yung mami ko naman, pinapakita niya sa akin na kaya niya maging daddy, kaya niya maging mami. Pero hindi nga niya lang ako makasabay sa mga paglalaro kasi hindi naman siya mahilig maglaro. Ginagawa ko nito na mas naging mabait ako sa mga kapwa ko. Napatawad ko yung daddy ko, tapos mahilig na ako tumulong kasi meron na ako maitutulong sa kanila. Siguro kung wala sila, umpisa pa lang sumuko na ako kasi nawawalan din ako ng motivation sa paglalaro. Sabi ko, ba't ko ba ito ginagawa? Ano, para sa sarili ko lang. Parang ayoko naman isipin na pang ganun lang. Gusto ko rin isipin yung family ko, yung mga ginagawa nila sa akin. Araw-araw nila akong minamotivate, araw-araw nila sa akin pinapakita na ang ganda ng ginagawa mo. Pag may mali ka, may nagko-correct ng mga mali ko. Ang sarap mabuhay na may kasama kang lumaki. Yung dating di namin magawa kasi nga wala kaming daddy, mas nabibigay ko ng mas okay. Katulad niyan, yung pangarap ni ate makapag-aral sa UST, ako magbibigay kay ate ng financially ng tuition niya. Hindi naman sila nangihingi pero ako na yung kusa nagbibigay para sa anong pangarap nila, parang gusto ko na din sila tulungan. Naging matured ako sa pag-iisip ng kung gaano kahalaga yung pera. Pinaramdam din sa akin ng MPL na hindi siya basta-basta na nakukuha. Kailangan mo magtipid, yung pera sobrang valuable, sobrang hirap kumita ng pera. Gusto ko lang po makapagtapos ng pag-aaral kasi yun yung number 1 na sinabi sa akin ni mami. Tsaka gusto ko din po makapagtapos kasi naniniwala talaga ako na yung career pwedeng bumaba. Ang dami nga pong sikat na biglang bumababa. Yung pag-aaral, pag natapos mo yun, may diploma ka, mapapakita mo, pagyabang mo sa kanila. Ayoko talaga nung nade-delay yung pag-aaral ko. Pinokus ko lang to kasi gusto ko lang talaga patunayan na kaya ko mag-champion or 2-pit. Habang nag-aaral naman po ako, pakiramdam ko kaya ko naman gawin yung 3-pit champion. Gusto ko sabihin sa pamilya ko na hindi ako magbabago. Ito pa din yung kilala niya dati na low-kaya humble lang kahit nung wala pang na-achieve na pangarap. Ayoko nung tinatawag akong idol kasi gusto ko, parang normal lang, ayoko nung parang mas angat ako. Promise ko, matutuparin ko mga pangarap ko, mag-aaral ako. Hindi ko ipaparamdam sa inyo na mag-isa lang ako, gusto ko sama-sama natin tuparin yung mga pangarap.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the last day of our regular season here at Week 8 for the MPL-PH Season 6 regular season. We will be your shoutcasters. I am going to be your anchor, Butters. Alongside me is my analyst, Rockhart. How are you feeling today?
Man, 4 matches of intense Mobile Legends action. This is going to be a long one, but you guys better get ready as well.
Yes, this is going to be a long day. The teams are ready, and I looked at every single series that you have tonight, and to be honest, every single one of them has the potential to head into a game number 3. But before we head into a game number 3 or any of that, let's thank our sponsors first. Our official tournament telco partner, Smart Squad Up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
Also, our official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme and on social media to know more.
Our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack, and select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
Our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get free 50 peso credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
Our partner in esports, TikTok Live. Search hashtag MLBB, MLBB, or Mobile Legends on TikTok to watch legendary videos. Again, it's hashtag MLBB Mobile Legends or MLBB on TikTok to watch legendary videos.
And our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro.
Of course, this wouldn't be possible if we are not powered by Moonton. Thank you, sponsors and Moonton, for making this all possible. But right now, it's time to dive in, because it's going to be NXP versus Cignal Ultra.
Look at that. NXP and Cignal Ultra, the new bloods of the tournament, definitely showing different sides of what you kind of expect from the newer teams. On one hand, you get a team that's kind of just holding on and definitely still in the game, who has beaten some older teams as well. And on the other hand, it's a team that's absolutely dominant as well, just having a hard time with a few matches, but overall just exceeded everybody's expectations.
Yes, that is true. And last time we had someone exceed their expectations out of the qualifiers is Season 4 with Geek Fam and Onic PH. But not really Geek Fam. Was that Geek Fam?
Yeah, that was SGD. Sorry,
that's Geek Fam. Geek Fam.
Geek Fam.
They became Geek.
They were the newer. Yeah, they
became Geek Fam. Okay, so looking at this right now, this is going to be very interesting because this is the first time that these teams will meet. Remember, if it's Friday, Saturday MPL, that means it's going to be 2 people or 2 teams in the same group meeting each other twice in the regular season. But for Sundays, they only meet once because this is the intergroup matchups.
Yep.
And they meet only once. So for NXP Solid and for Cignal Ultra, the storyline here is, I do agree, Rockhart, it's going to be who made the most impact and who has the stronger lineup from qualifiers.
There's going to be a statement from there as well. It's basically a statement of who's the better team, who's the better qualifier team. This is the first and the last time they'll be facing each other in the regular season. And a lot of people are very curious about this one for sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot of speculation about how these guys got into through the qualifiers. Some people are saying, you know what, NXP got the easy one. Some people are saying Cignal had to beat Archangel, who are just a difficult team. But nonetheless, they showed differently when they came into the regular season.
But looking at it right now, we do have Group A and Group B. These are the standings. Aura PH standing on top of the ladder. Execration here, they just got beat in terms of the head-to-head. While Blacklist International, they will be having their matches. And as the day ends, we are going to see who is going to be on top for Group A. And we're going to lock everything onto the side of Group A. Well, for Group B, Bren Esports, Omega, Onic PH, and Cignal Ultra, they are all locked in their spots.
Yep, that is it. Only one match for Onic PH means their maximum is 24, and that is absolutely fine. I mean, they are definitely going to be just looking forward to who they're going to match up on against Group A. And by the way, all the teams that will be playing today are all the current playoff teams. So no more Blue Fire, no more BSB playing today, unfortunately. But of course, all of them will have a chance to show off today, which is very, very exciting.
And this is going to be very interesting. And XP Solid versus Cignal Ultra, both of them at the fourth spot of their respective groups. And from the looks of it, NXP Solid really found their momentum during the second half of the tournament. They could have gotten it earlier to secure more points, but right now they should be happy that they weren't really eliminated from the MPL.
That's
because
right.
the thing is, if you run out for MPL contention, they need to go through the open qualifiers once again. And NXP Solid and Cignal Ultra knows this.
Yep.
That is one hard path to go to.
Yeah, basically a lot of these teams have already secured future secured.
Yeah.
And that's where they want to be. That's like this is the building blocks, especially for NXP and Cignal Ultra. This is the building blocks of the next season. They're gonna have to train really hard for that. Obviously, they're gonna have to do a lot better. And right now, they did exceed expectations, despite being on 16 points and 12 points. You know, that's not even that far away.
Yeah.
That's not even that far apart.
And the thing is, NXP Solid here, they might have 16 points on their side. But the thing is, some of the best teams here in the MPL, they actually took down in a series. So that really says a lot for NXP Solid. I think that it was a very rocky start for them. But
Absolutely.
then again, as long as you find your identity once the regular season closes and you are not eliminated from the MPL and you are headed to the playoffs, I think that's what really matters. Because the thing is, you might get better points or you might get a better position if you have a lot of points. But looking at the standings right now for Group A, Group B, there is no easy match. You can never have an easy match. Even Cignal Ultra on the other side will give the top one spot a run for their money if ever they do or they plan it well. Because the thing is, that's how the MPL goes. There are no teams here for the playoffs. There are no teams that will really give them a good time.
Yeah.
An easy time.
The top spot actually is still undetermined for Group A. It's like anyone can be top one after the matches today. So that's so exciting, especially for a lot of our viewers. And this is going to be a really rough day for sure for some fans who are expecting their top one's pick to be there, but then kind of fails. I know that Execration is going to be something to look at later on as well. But for now, this is an XP Solid.
And XP Solid, this is the roster lineup: H2O, Renegade, MB, Chester, Yawi, Gymnast. Scan that QR code if you are not following NXP Solid,
which is very unlikely.
Very unlikely. If you are not following NXP Solid,
what are you doing?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And crowd favorites. And looking at it, they are getting some steam. They're just putting a lot of teams on notice. And I like the confidence coming back to H2O, even utilizing everything on his kit to beat Aura PH in a 2-0. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I feel like H2O is just the hidden gem, right? The gem of NXP Solid. I mean, behind this guy, even in games that they're supposed to be sometimes losing, they just keep winning because of him. Especially the Roger first pick. They were the first team to actually consistently do that. And they just get ahead no matter what happens in the early game, no matter how badly they get beaten in the early parts of the game. They always have a comeback with H2O. Of course, with everyone else doing their jobs. I mean, they just enable H2O to shine. H2O is being enabled. Yeah, so the rest of the team are enablers.
Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, I'm not gonna comment about that, but still, they give a lot of emphasis into just making the other people shine here. Like for some of the teams, they've been saying that H2O is the only one who's actually shining for them, the one glowing and the one just carrying them. But as time went on, actually, Renegade, Chester, Yawi, MB, they showed up. They made their own plays. And this is not about H2O anymore. This is the team effort. And even Chester, a guy who's being called Mr. Consistent by some people on social media, he's been stepping up.
They're taking the top spot. Usually, Mr. Consistency is reserved for the likes of Yuji, by the way, who is, I think, with them right now. So that's interesting to watch. Interesting to know. And on the other side, there's the red, Cignal Ultra.
We have Hades, Rhea, Tujin, Imba DJ, Bensanity, and Yeb Meister. Scan that QR code, support your teams. Now, for Cignal Ultra, both of these teams very well deserve their spots on the MPL. And as we all know, this team, they've been trying to experiment. They've been trying to find their own flavor, their own spice, and they will try to just, go and surprise you with their creativity, with their picks. Now, the thing is, sometimes that creativity just doesn't work.
Yeah, sometimes, especially yesterday, they were really trying hard with the games yesterday. I feel like we have lost all the. They've lost some of the momentum that they brought along from from week 7. They gave Bren a running in that week, and yesterday, it was just a difficult feat for them to achieve another win.
Imba DJ here is probably one of the players to look out for. Like, consistently just being a good player all in all. Hades, he's a good player, but it's on off. It's like they really have to meet certain conditions for Cignal Ultra for them to actually just win the game and have Hades shine and be the X factor for the single game. Rhea, Tujin, Bensanity, they have all the potential in the world to, just, how do I say this, introduce themselves to us. Like, I know they've been doing stuff as well. I know that they've been doing good plays, but there's this thing about them that I really want to see more from these guys.
Yeah, and yesterday it was an opportunity with Onic. I mean, it's a difficult fight, right? It was very difficult for them to really show off in that game, but they really did try, and that's something I have to commend for Cignal Ultra. I mean, they really do try. They were the first to try out the Barats. Did not work out well, but I think it was just a little unpolished. I mean, they had the right idea. But it's executing against Onyx, so I would not blame them for that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a difficult feat to do in the first place.
But clearly, that an X-Borg jungler.
Yeah, that was odd. I mean, what the heck, right? It was difficult for the start. From the get-go, your jungler is low tempo. Xborg's clear only gets better like when his skills get to level 3, level 4. This is first and second. After that, it's just in the early game it was too slow. That was the only problem. If there was someone else there, that would have been a different case. I think if that was maybe a Hellkurt, jungler or something, or a Roger, if they were the ones who got that,
Hades as carry on the side lane or mid lane. You're not really focusing on the jungle. I mean, carry has this thing about not clearing the waves as fast as other heroes at level 1. But you really have to just bear with that. Sometimes you have to look at the 15% damage reduction by having 2 people in there as a little tax for picking or for being greedy at such point.
That's true. I mean, looking at them, it's like it wasn't the most efficient path for them actually yesterday, but otherwise it could have gone better. I think today is another chance to do that. But then again, you are up against NXP. That sounds also fairly difficult for Cignal Ultra at this point.
And clearly, we are going to see a good match. But let's see the head-to-head, ladies and gentlemen. 28 to 29 games played. And as you can see, a lot of these stats are favoring the side of NXP Solid.
That's right. Just take a look at the first blood count. I think that's going to be something that on the side of Cignal at least. But everything else, Turtles, Turrets, and Lords. Objectives are going to be the name of the game here for NXP Solid, which is saying something, but usually they're the ones who are supposed to like really dominate in the early game stats. They're the ones who are a bit more macro-oriented compared to Cignal Ultra when you put them side by side.
They really like to go for the objectives. They like to put everything that give everything that they can to H2O.
Yeah.
And probably just having this certain team that really wants to fight early on, even if they do have the show, that show will fight. That's the thing about NXP Solid.
That's right.
But for Cignal Ultra, they're more on the passive game. As long as they take it to the late game, they win in those kinds of circumstances. So you can see the discrepancy between the two stat lines between these two teams. Player head-to-head, it's going to be H2O and Hades. And looking at the stats right now, H2O is at a solid 6, while Hades is at a 4.50. And when you are at a 4.50, that means there are other people, there are other side laners who have higher KDA than you.
8 MVP counts for Hades. Wow.
To be honest, when they play and they win, Hades is the superstar.
Absolutely.
Hades is the middle. Hades is in the middle. They rotate everything on Hades. So that is why Hades has been the MVP for 8 times on the side of Cignal Ultra.
Despite having like a free 9 record, I feel like this team is they're able to catch up in points just because of they rarely lose 2-0s.
Yeah.
Even if they lose, it's always a 2-1. So they always get points there. And I think Hades is so instrumental there. They're able to get games, just not the whole series.
Yeah, that's true. Just the game, not the whole series. And if ever Hades just pops out, that means you are going to get a good standing into the game. You might just lose the game. You might lose the game, but still, it won't be an easy game for the enemy team.
That's right.
But if you do have this certain weird setups for Hades, that's a time where they really struggle.
That's right. And Hades is sometimes gimped when you ban out a lot of his heroes. Like for this guy, Claude gets banned out from him. So when that happens, sometimes the 1-1, if that gets banned out as well, it becomes a bit of a problem. Although sometimes Sujin is the one who uses it. Again, their carry lineup is a little vulnerable to bans, and that's something that I hope Cignal Ultra already fixed by now. Because against NXP, this is a team that can basically use a lot of those same heroes as well.
Yeah, and for the side of NXP Solid, I think in a way H2O and Hades' pool of heroes is actually the same.
Yeah,
It's actually kind of
almost
the same.
exactly the
There are
same.
only a bit difference in terms of just those pocket picks, but in terms of using the carry, Ling, Lance, Roger, even the Claude.
Yeah,
I think they're both capable of doing that. And I think this is going to be a battle on the carries. Like, I think NXP Solid realizes that they need to put a bit of pressure on Hades to just get him out of his comfort zone.
Yeah.
And Cignal Ultra knows this as well. H2O needs to be contained.
I'm really betting on that to happen, by the way, in this one. I'm betting a lot of carry bans are going to be happening here. And we might be forced into something a little bit more spicy. So
I mean, it depends. It depends. It could be support. I mean, Imba DJ is still one threat onto the side of NXP Solid. But if you think about it, there is also Renige, there is also MB. So you really have to look out for the drafting patterns that they're gonna do right now. Because I think if one team wins, then they have a good idea on what to do for game number 2. Are you gonna ban out the supports? Are you gonna ban out the cores? Are you gonna ban out the side laners? Are you gonna ban out the tank? So you have to give emphasis into one. But for Cignal Ultra, I think do not let NXP get that Kufra pick that they want. Because if they get that, most certainly Yaoi will just knock them out of their pedestal and just make them wonder what's really happening.
I think that's elementary, right? Like
Yeah.
NXP just has to not get the Kufra. The Roger is gonna be the first ban here.
Oh,
And,
that's good. That's good.
Very good, actually, because NXP Solid will insta-pick that the moment you let it go. So, at least by now, they're already thinking within the match history. So, they're looking at what worked before. And it's definitely going to go better here. Barat's going to be banned out by NXP at the same time.
Esmeralda is going to be the ban here for the side of Cignal. NXP Solid takes out the Uranus, and they're not really caring about the carries that Hades has. They're just securing their side lane so that Renegade and MB won't have a hard time. Now, for Cignal Ultra, what's weird for me here, Rockheart, is Roger is first pick material. Cignal Ultra does not have any priority on that Roger. It's because if you have any kind of priority onto the Roger, then that only means that you're not going to ban that, and you're going to bait NXP on picking that.
Yeah, go ahead and bait him out.
Yeah.
And that's a legit strat. Like the switch in what do you call that in basketball?
Pick and roll.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Do the pick and roll. There you go.
They got picked and rolled.
Basketball fever
All
still, right? Anyway, NXT Solid, they're up for another ban. That's the Hilda. So the big side lane threats, the big tanky threats are already removed from the field, and we're
Hilda.
back on square one.
Hilda, well, Cignal Ultra probably really wanted that Hilda. Though the Khaled is still there. So I think Cignal Ultra is going to be their pick. If NXP Solid, if Cignal Ultra doesn't go for that, I feel that NXP Solid will just pick up the Khaled plus another side laner.
Yeah,
And
makes a
Cignal
lot of
Ultra,
sense.
it's going to be the Khaled. It's probably one of the strongest side laners right now in the game.
Yeah, sticking to the side lane meta where we're basically just looking for good people to hold on to the XP lane and the gold lane. And that's going to be the first priority here. Chester finally able to... I think this is one of the few games where the Selena isn't banned out for NXP, and they're happy to take it. They're happy to take the Selena.
And this is a strong base for the side of NXP Solid. Because if you think about it, it's the Jawhead and the Selena. That is a lot of pressure
Look at
onto
that.
the jungle. Now, for Cignal Ultra, how do you contest that? Because a lot of times you will see NXP Solid to support duo here, the Jawhead and that Selena will be there on the side of their jungle.
Yep. So these are disablers now. So they're gonna be able to disable the jungle, and a lot of stuns are expecting. Gotta expect a lot of stuns, which will be it's gonna make the life difficult for the Khalid for sure. There's a lot of cancels already on the quicksand card, and they took. This is a good deny pick actually. They got the Baksha. It's actually a secondary tank for Yaoi. I'm a little surprised that this third pick is still there. So, are we gonna see the Kufra? Big question here.
I think Kufra is probably right now out of the question. Since you got the Jawhead, unless you are aiming to just get that Jawhead or put that Jawhead onto the side lane. But I think that's not the case. Like if you go for the Jawhead, you are going to make that Jawhead your core,
Yeah.
your tank.
For sure. There you go there right now. And Cho for Renegade, very happy.
There's actually
been
a
a
baby
while.
at the back.
Yeah, I was...
There's actually a baby at the back, and that is the Aether house, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen.
Your team is
And wholesome,
very, very wholesome.
very very wholesome entertainment here, only in the MPL-PH. And XP Solid, they ban out the Yuzhong.
They ban out the Yuzhong already. There you go. Side laners are still going to be one pick that Cignal Ultra kind of needs. Ruby's great to get banned out. Only makes life a little bit more easier for the Khalid. Khalid just does not like the Ruby matchup for sure.
Look at this. I mean, for Cignal Ultra, they do have an answer to the Ruby if they wanted to.
That's right.
But that could displace them, and that could really give the Khalid a hard time whenever they meet up in one lane.
Yeah, because if that happens, they're gonna be just forced to keep going to the Khalid lane, which is not really what you want to happen. You want Khalid to stay solo and rack up the XP and gold as much as possible on his own. If you have to baby the Khalid for a long time, it's not gonna work out for them. So they decide to go ahead and ban it out. And the ban on the Lancelot is actually pretty nifty. Kind of slows down Cignal Ultra by a big amount.
So I think this is going to be a link for the side of Cignal and XP Solid. What are they going for? I mean, they could go for the link here as well.
Yep,
Yeah,
there you go.
There's gonna be link.
Link's going to be a great pickup here for NXP Solid for sure. Are almost complete. This feels like an almost complete lineup already. Only like one more side laner to get the experience. Either that or they want to be a little bit more aggressive. They have a few options here. NXP and Cignal Ultra. Gonna have to think about that carry this time.
So is it going to be a Claude at this
There's
point?
a very good chance it's going to be a Claude because again we are looking at comfort picks here for Hades. If you want to do some damage against NXP, look for the comfort pick because usual stuff. NXP Solid knows how to work with the usual stuff.
Well, NXP Solid. Let us see what are the answer for that link is onto the side of Cignal Ultra. They go for the Hellcurt.
Hellcurt.
And I like this. I actually like this.
I
actually
Alright.
like this. I actually like this in a way. Because the thing is, for the side of NXP Solid, it's very important for them to get the vision. Now, look at this. You have the arrow on your side. You have Jawhead on your side. Ejector. You have Cho with the Way of the Dragon. And you have Ling who can actually destroy anyone to the backlines given that he has Swarm. So that only means for me, in a way, when you press that Dark Knight Falls, there is this certain gap between NXP Solid's potential to just bursting down someone. You're stopping, you're making a hole in that gap.
And it's been a while since we've seen Balmond. And welcome back to Balmond here for the last week of MPL Season 6 regular season.
It's the only answer for that Khalid right now. The Cignal Ultra got the Valor, the Baksha, the Ruby. And
Lots of
they don't really have an option here. This is a forced pick for the side of NXP Solid. I mean, right now Balmond isn't that good as the previous meta because there are some changes that really just affected him in terms of clearing the minion waves.
for sure.
But still, lethal counter is still lethal counter. That is going to hit Ray hard.
Really should. It really should. Now we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be as effective. Now the Hellcurt carry, not that high of a win rate yet for the MPL, but who knows? Maybe Hades is going to be the one to pull it off, right? I think that only worked for the best time it worked was with Onic way back then, and we'll have to wait and see if Cignal Ultra can emulate that.
And look at this, we are marching on to game number 1. Land of Dawn, Cignal Ultra versus NXP Solid. Blue side is on Cignal Ultra. Red side is going to be NXP's. And as you can see right now, Hades here is being babysit by 2 of his supports.
Yep. So the curious thing is, where do they go from here? It looks like both supports are starting to branch out on the left and the right, just trying to find out where they started. Now, where NXP started, they will find that the orange buff is going to be the first one for H2O. And they're just going for Lethal Wanderer. They're not really going for the buffs right away. So Cignal Ultra, I'm very curious about what they're trying to do here.
It's more on just letting the Hellcurt do his thing. At this point, Ben Sanity and Imba DJ really just wants to stop the Ling from getting his buff. If ever they can actually steal it earlier, that could have been big. But for H2O, that won't really be the matter because H2O has the retribution.
That's right.
You cannot. Well, there are times that there are lapses in judgment for retribution, but
In
most
general, you
importantly,
always get it. Right?
if you have a good carry, if you have a good jungler, that means that retribution won't go to waste.
Yeah, I very rarely watch H2O get out retribution. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
I
that's
do
a thing.
agree.
It's very rare, right? No one can really beat H2O in the retribution fight. Now it's on the bottom side though. They cash on MB, and that's first blood for Cignal Ultra.
And the timing, the precision, and the push that's going to happen here. It's going to be big. Hades got to grab coin, a bit of that energy turret.
Grab coin.
Yeah.
that what you guys call it these days? Grab coin?
We did get the crab coin.
Ah, okay, crab coin.
Crab coin.
I heard grab. Sorry about
No,
that.
no, it's not grab. It's
That was-
crab coin. And Chujin
That would have been cool.
getting pushed back. MB here spinning to win. Spin it to win. Spin to win.
And you were talking about the sustain of this hero, right? I mean, it's a little bit limited these days. It's a lot easier to handle for most teams, unlike before, right? So I think it's really showing here in this game as well.
And you can clearly see how MB is just having a hard time just clearing the waves. He can't even go in. Because he knows that there is a huge nerf in terms of the Balmond clearing those waves. So even if you are getting regen just by clobbering and taking down the minions, that only means that you are not going to be safe in these kinds of situations.
Like
and
that.
look at that.
Over
He
again.
only tried to clear out that wave.
He only wants the
He
XP,
only
man.
wants the XP.
He wants the gold. What
but
happened?
the thing is, he's not put in a position that he can do that.
Yep, especially against free people from the side of Cignal Ultra.
That was a good play.
It's actually good that Chester was able to catch something else there, or else that would have been like a 0 advantage for NXP.
And a step in the right direction here for the side of NXP Solid. They're trying to find a way to stop this aggression coming on from Cignal Ultra. And this might be it. They go for a 4-man rotate on Bensanity.
Oh, cancel.
Bensanity. He gets hit by the arrow. Yawi here really trying to go for this. And Bensanity still alive. Lethal counter will miss. Hades here going for Chester. Chester, that is going to be the Dark Knight Falls, and he will get away. Yawi here is a bit low. Baksha Bensanity will go down. H2O with a Finch Voice will get away, and he
Flicker
gets
in.
thrown back in. Oh my goodness. NXP Solid.
this.
Cignal Ultra fighting it out. This is a brawl, ladies and
Yep.
gentlemen. This is a brawl.
What a hot exchange happening here for both teams. I mean, they're fighting even though their HP is like 20%. They don't want to back. They just want to get everything. Well, on the top lane, it's a different story. Renegade going to be able to get a tower advantage over Rhea. And let's have a look at that again, and let's try to break that down. First of all, MB really did a number there, trying to go hard. But again, it's just a little difficult for him to close out stuff, so he was forced to flicker out.
And Hades got thrown back to the side of NXP Solid as if he wanted to be a part of the team. No, he gets thrown back.
Yep.
And that's the thing about Jawhead. You really have to look at your position. If you're not mindful of your position, you're going to get thrown out like that.
There you go. Look at that. Hades is forced out, and he's still going to be able to get it. Wow,
Whoa.
and a double.
That was a really good move coming out from Cignal Ultra. Hades here using that blink to get out. He knew that the Retribution is on the bottom lane, so they can't really contest him at that point on. If he threw it a second earlier, that could have been going to the side of NXP Solid. But Cignal Ultra here, they stay there even if, let's say, MB just went in, Yawi went in. They weren't flustered. They weren't scared to fight that, to take that. And that's what I like about Cignal Ultra. They're not backing down from these objective fights.
Yep, no backing down, just like Bensanity right now, who is in a bit of trouble. Wave the Dragon. Big problem here, NXP. They're having a hard time, bro.
Yeah, but if you would look at it, Cignal Ultra and NXP Solid, they're having a bit of lapses on judgment.
Both of them, actually.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Both of them are making errors. But the thing is, if this is a game about errors, then who will make the most errors?
That's true. So we'll need the error counter or something, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see if we can.
You really have to create that. We really have to get that
someday, right? We're gonna get that.
And looking at NXP Solid
Oh.
here, Renegade, what a play!
Slick
And he
moves.
tries to get out. The Raging Sandstorm is there. And Hades here, will he go down? Chester really trying to go for that with a sliver of HP. Hades will get out. Chester here will pay the price. Rhea, he's on the middle lane. He's just trying to control that. But onto the side of NXP Solid at top, 100% sure that this turret is going to go down.
Yeah, that's going to be a dead turret for the meantime. I'm actually a little surprised by the mistakes being committed here. It's like assassination attempts that just keep going wrong for the side of NXP Solid. They have a good idea of what to do. Renegade is using Way of the Dragon to kick back targets, but the close is just not there.
And these are not mistakes just because they're having a hard time. These are mistakes that happen because the other team is really making it hard for them to make it right.
Right. It's just like very good roams on different parts of the map, and Cignal Ultra here just being very unpredictable. And I would say there's a little bit of a disconnect sometimes between these players. Maybe they just need to warm up a little bit. I don't know. A 2K goal lead is not really that much at 7.5 minutes, so this is still anybody's game.
Bensanity here stepping on a trap. Valir getting bursted down. Yawi here is the target of Hades and the others. Yawi doesn't have the flicker. He will go down. And look at Hades here. He really wanted H2O,
Nice
but
dodge.
nice Tempest of Blades to negate all the damage from those deadly poison stingers.
Yep, and Renegade is still here looking for scraps, looking for people who are going to be left behind, but that's not going to be happening here. Cignal Ultra keeping a tight-knit, making sure that no one gets picked off.
Bensanity, he is a prime target, and MB gets hit by the Raging Sandstorm, but he dashes in time, and he gets away from that certain hurtful, painful area. Now, Rhea in the middle, and he is put in that painful area at this point, but he will get away as well.
Yeah.
And this is all about sustain right now, Rockhard.
Circle of Pain fought by Sustain. That's basically it for NXP Solid. They're being a little bit more careful with who they go for. They're slowing down on execution, if you notice. Like, they're really slowing it down as much as possible. And I'm not sure if that's going on the side of NXP Solid, because if they slow down here, H2O's actually doing still pretty good, but he might be left alone later to carry the team again. So we'll have to see if the rest of the team can pick up here.
Cignal Ultra, they're actually controlling the map right now. If you could see, everyone is advancing on their side. NXP Solid here, they're not scared though. They're just utilizing those brushes so that they can move in and out of the map. They'll probably just get some stragglers or just someone that's going solo, alone, into their jungle. They could punish that heavily. Cignal Ultra knows of that as well, and they actually stick together as much as possible.
Yep, only Tsujin is on the off lanes right now, trying to see if he can match up against Renegade. And the rest of Cignal Ultra, they're trying to bait up on that Lord. That's actually a pretty smart move. Just try to force it and make sure that NXP is kept on their toes. This could be a big one if they get found out. Hades, I think they're trying to bait someone to go in for the Lord take.
Now, this is the thing. Selena is there. It's not a good. It's not always a good idea to go for the Lord while the Selena is up, because that means someone will be tanking the Lord, and someone can get hit by the narrow.
There's a trap somewhere lying
There's a
there
trap.
that they don't know about, right? So
Imba DJ.
Look at that. Another hit on Imba DJ. He's actually half HP right now, so that means it might be a little difficult for Cignal Ultra to go for the engage. Rhea trying to split push as much as possible here. I think that is a smart move, and that means that someone's always going to have to check that lane. But for now, it is deep. They will try to go for the Lord again.
And Lord is getting juggled around by the side of Cignal Ultra. Let's see, Bensanity here, being the guard, being the one in control of that jungle. He will not let anyone pass here. Lord is at 10k, 11k HP rather, and it will be
it's a
reset. They do not want it. Yawi gets caught out. Nice flicker just in time before he got a lot of damage. Because the thing is, if you didn't flicker at that point on Rockhart, that only means you are forced to go home. But there's a bit of a duel happening here. Onto the top lane. Bensanity rolling around. Renegade really trying to go for him.
Oh boy.
And H2O
Look at this.
gets the turret.
No more Dark Knight Falls means that NXP, they're going to be so confident to go for the fights. Imba DJ, goodbye.
And that is going to be the death of Imba DJ. Yawi here still alive. Chujin trying to fight as much as possible. There is no Dark Knight Falls for Hades. Hades here cannot afford to go in, and that is going to be a stall, another stall onto that Lord.
Yep, all of a sudden we are back on even, I would say, and I think that's mainly because of just decision making. If you notice, H2O, he's not really joining the fights right away. He's prioritizing pushing onto the turrets, trying to get the minions. It is giving NXP a hard time to control the fights early on, but they can clean up very, very well because of that.
And looking at the gold right now for both of the teams, H2O and Hades, they're just staying near each other. For the side laners, there's a bit of a difference between MB and Renegade and the others, the Rhea Tujin combination.
Yep, for sure.
But there's this thing about their
DJ.
NXP Solid lineup that there is one carry, side lane carry on their side, and that's going to be Renegade on the show.
That's
So,
right.
for the side of Cignal Ultra, as long as they can be as tanky as possible and tank everything up for Hades, Hades is going to have a good time.
Yep, and looks like who's having a good time. That's going to be NXP going for hard engages here. Rhea with the Raging Sandstorm as well. And MB's going to be the one to suffer again.
And the Fire Stakes will secure that kill. Imba DJ, though, what can he do? He uses the ultimate onto the middle lane. There is a fight happening. Bensanity here is just way too tanky. He cannot get bursted down by those two members onto the side of NXP. So that is thing. And show Hellcurt here will go down. He gets hit by the arrow, and that's going to be the knock up. The kick is there. Valor will die. Imba DJ here will go down. Rhea in the middle of three people. He will go down as well. Cignal Ultra, what can they do? Tsujin, does he have the last insanity intact? Yes, he does. He can go for the steal right now. Bensanity and Tsujin, they're trying to stall this game. They're trying to stall this Lord take as much as possible. Renegade with the Way of the Dragon and non-stop action, ladies and gentlemen. And they go down like... how do I say this? They go down like... Dominoes, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
perfect. Thank you, analyst.
that was beautiful. And this was dipping and diving being done by NXP Solid. Just beautifully done. And they don't overcommit. They just keep using the Lord to their advantage. And all of a sudden, that lead from Cignal Ultra, that 4K gold lead, it vanished.
Yep. And clearly, the Lord was actually the best objective at that point on. NXP Solid really wanted that. They fought for that. Cignal Ultra had the same thing in mind.
Yep.
What happened? Almost a 3-minute clash.
The moment Hades died, that was it. I think that was just the switch. NXP could do anything they wanted after that. And it really showed. It really showed as well on the side lanes. Renegade doing his thing. And the Lord is going to be wailing on the top lane soon. H2O waiting for the perfect time to engage.
And there's the charge coming out from the Lord. What will happen here? How will NXP deal with this? Mid lane turret has been destroyed. Hellcurt will go down. Renegade here with the play.
That was the perfect
And there's a
solo
throwback. No immortality. Bensanity gets hit by the arrow. Well placed by Chester. H2O, 1v1 with Chujin. Firaga armor goes down. The push, slowly but surely, they will try to make it in.
Yeah, that was worst case scenario for Cignal, losing Hades again. But luckily, the rest of the members are able to defend the inhibitor turrets, but next wave is coming, and NXP, they're not done.
H2O going in. Look at that toss back. Rhea here in the middle. He does have this quick sand guard. Renegade going for the bottom lane. Imba DJ almost getting hit, almost getting kicked. But there is a connection there. Tempest of Blades, the ultimate catches both people! Oh my goodness! That is a disaster for the side of NXP Solid. Cignal Ultra!
No way! No way that happened.
Rhea!
Look at that. Raging
Rhea,
Sandstorm.
you madman. A 5-man Raging Sandstorm. And I think NXP Solid there, they lined up in a perfect timing for Rhea to just come in.
Yep, that deserves like a replay with a slow-mo. Because Rhea, he capitalized when NXP Solid was feeling confident. Two members alone here. Can they defend? It's going to be difficult. Here we go.
And there are minions onto the top lane. If they can install this, they can win NXP Solid.
Way!
And that is going to be the turnaround. Just one ultimate. Rhea.
How?
Rhea Tsujin combination! That was the biggest Raging Sandstorm I have ever seen, ladies and gentlemen.
Biggest, absolutely the most impactful Raging Sandstorm of Season 6. There's no doubt about it. And how they were able to do that over, I don't know, maybe that was just an overestimation of the power of their push. NXP Solid, they were super vulnerable to the Last Insanity after that. So we finally see a good connect, right? A good connect from the Last Insanity plus the Raging Sandstorm, which very rarely happens. And it happened here. When NXP Solid was winning already.
Yeah. And this happened to NXP Solid when they faced Execration for the first time.
And on that bottom lane.
And on that bottom lane again.
That bottom lane is a curse.
That bottom lane is something.
Oh, there's
really
something there.
There's something there.
They need
for
to
the side of
fix
NXP
the
Solid. And this
the aura,
is this
the
really
functionality of that
happens
place.
when this really happens when the other team or NXP Solid really just looks at finishing the game fast.
Yeah.
This happens when they go impatient.
That's a good point.
They should just chill out, try to win the game as slow as possible. Because the thing is, there is still another Lord coming in just a few seconds. So you might just wanna wait for that and be patient. But be patient, guys, as we will go back here for game number 2. But for the meantime, let's throw it to Rob Luna.
Mga caster, rinig ko yung sigaw nila. Grabe, that was a very, very clutch play coming from the X-board nga ni Chujin. Somehow, medyo nakakabawi na NXP Solid from the clutch arrow na binigay doon ni Chester doon kay Hades and another one na sipa ni Rene J. But it parang it's actually a deja vu na naalala ko na isang rekta na naman for NXP Solid. That was the first match nila against Execration. But let's go ahead and check first the item build ng mga players natin during that match. Alright, so makikita natin dito, this is basically for the side of Cignal Ultra. They just, or basically sa NXP pala, they only need physical damage, physical defense dito because the only hyper carry dito ng side ng Cignal Ultra definitely is gonna be Hades. So, good itemization for everyone dito. Yawi getting the Antikyras first item niya dito is really, really phenomenal. Pero what actually we could see here is somehow medyo naglalak dito actually si MB on the side. Kumbaga, nahirapan sila fighting dito, Cignal Ultra, specifically on the early game. Why? Because they're just fighting for a 5v4 most of the time. Kasi si Rene J, talagang nakahiwalay lang siya and he actually prioritized getting his item first, which is the BOD. But I guess tama naman yung ginawa nila yun kasi alam nila this composition for NXP Solid is yet to win on the late game. Yun nga lang, medyo naiba dahil doon sa nangyari doon kay Chujin. But let's go ahead and check the post-game stats dito mga kaibigan. So what basically happens here, it's all throughout. Alam na, makikita natin dito guys, Hades getting most of the farm. Of course, in the tower damage, lahat nasa kanya. Meanwhile, Rhea dito on the early to mid game, medyo kinakapos. Given na naka-execute dito ang isang kalid, is wala pa siyang napapatay. The only kill that he actually had was during the final team fight kung saan nila napag-layer yung kanilang skills. But now, of course, dito for, I guess, you would definitely go for what Chujin is giving here. The sustainability na meron yung X-board niya dito, look at the damage. It's actually much better or actually giving a lot more damage compared to Hades on this specific match together with Imba DJ. Now, for NXP Solid naman, they almost had that game. Rene J having 11,000 on the tower damage and basically H2O been the main damage dealer nila together with Chester's arrows. Makikita naman natin doon mga kaibigan. Pero pakita natin sa inyo the smart highlights natin on that match. So basically ito, nung nagsisimula tayo, I was actually counting kung hanggang saan yung magiging aggression dito ng Cignal Ultra. Basically from minute up until going into the mid game, Cignal Ultra, sila yung nagsiset ng tempo. It's all because Rene J, check in the map, nagsistay lang talaga siya doon kasi alam nila sa sarili nila guys that they could definitely win the late game on this specific lineup. At kita naman natin yun unless kung di nga lang nagkaroon ng mga layering of skills doon sa bandang dulo. So here, ito yung isa sa mga pinaka-clutch na nangyari dito. This was the time na napana ni Chester si Hades. Then, medyo nag-fail si Imba DJ na itulak on the right time. But look at here, this is the final team fight na naganap before actually na-push. Dikit-dikit, layering of skill, the ulti from the Khalid, yung sabog, nagdikit-dikit dito, yung buong NXP solid. Basically, itong part din na to, dito rin nangyari yun before yung for Execration, if you actually remember that one. At ito, isang diretso na naman ang naganap para sa NXP Solid. Hopefully, we see of course, very deserving dito. Chujin even out damaging their hyper carry Hellcurt here on this specific match. What a very good play. Actually, iba, no? Kahapon, kung maaalala nyo guys, the X-board, yung mga emblem na ginagamit. Actually, I asked this for Kenji on Omega. Bakit average yung ginagamit? Because of the move speed. But meanwhile, dito sa X-board ni Chujin, actually using the usual, which is the Festival of Blood, sustaining everyone. And that's where it actually shine dito sa match na to. Dahil, hindi basta-basta namamatay si Chujin during the team fight. Tapos, given meron pa siyang immortality, another way na mas lalo nilang masustain. And that is actually gonna be the story of that match. But before we actually head on to the second match, make sure to scan the QR code dito mga kaibigan. To support, of course, Cignal Ultra. They're showing that they are really capable of doing something dito. And this is just the first match. And another one, of course, sa mga sumusuporta sa NXP Solid, guys, nagpapainit pa lang yan. Diyan ko nararamdaman NXP Solid. One of the teams na talagang may suntok talaga. Kung masasabi nyo, kitang-kita nyo naman, that game was theirs to take. It just so happened, medyo nagkaroon ng misplay during the late game. But before that, bigyan muna natin kayo ng mga giveaway codes sa ating mga viewers. There you go. Yan, screenshot nyo na yan, type nyo na yan para makuha nyo agad yung mga in-game items na hatid sa inyo ng Mobile Legends. And another bonus giveaway code. Yan. Alright. So, but hindi pa dyan nagtatapos mga kaibigan because we also have the raffle link, of course, to join the mythical raffle draw, another QR code. So guys, make sure na lagi na kayo, meron kayong QR scanner sa mga phones nyo or pagka may iba kayong phone, pwede nyo rin yata picturean na lang kaagad yan para mas mabilis. But, of course, to join it or to type it as well, type bit.ly/MRD-PO. Pero, ayun na, guys, this is just the first match. Kumbaga sa sa buong full course mo ng pagkakain ka, this is just the appetizer. This is something na nagpapainit pa lang sa araw na to because this is gonna be a long day. We still have a lot of matches to come. And of course, kaya ba ng NXP Solid na mag-force ng game number 3 against Cignal Ultra? What do you think, casters?
Oh man, we think that is one insane play coming out from Cignal Ultra. Raging Sandstorm setting up that last insanity. It went hand in hand. It was perfect synergy, and that doesn't really happen that much in the MPL.
So rare.
That is so rare. Like, okay, whenever you're gonna Theorycraft, you're gonna catch like a 5-man Tyrant's Rage with a 5-man Tyrant's Revenge, then we're gonna throw all our skills and that's our combo.
Yeah, it sounds nice.
It sounds nice, but it's really hard to pull off.
And almost impossible. And
That's-
that was one of the few moments where the stars aligned.
The stars align, and it's really hard to just say that. And it's easy to say that, but it's hard to execute.
Yep.
So clearly, I think it's NXP just being very impatient because this happened to them way back in the same lane even. And
yeah, exactly.
they really have to, they really have to not force everything and just end the game. Because the thing about it is, at that point on, they can just control the waves.
Yeah, they really need to get that bottom lane really needs to get fixed. They need to fix the aura of that place because that's actually a big bad juju for them. That's according to YOLO, by the way. He just posted on social media. That place is cursed for them, and maybe they'll be avoiding that. But in all seriousness, I think the biggest mistake there was, of course, clumping together against a lineup that wants you to clump together.
Yeah.
Right? And even if you're like 10,000 gold ahead, that would still be a bad idea. Right? And they were not even that far ahead. They were only like 4,000 or 5,000 gold in that time. They took out a lot of the towers, but they still were in kill distance of the skills.
They were.
So
They were. I don't know what to say. Like, a lot of people are saying that was the last insanity, but that last insanity wouldn't have been possible if not for that raging sandstorm.
exactly. That's a 50-50 for me, to be honest. It's not all about.
I mean,
No matter how good your
Okay.
last insanity is, if it wasn't held down together by the raging sandstorm, that would not have
okay,
worked.
so let's just put it this way: it's harder to hit the raging sandstorm, 100%. Everyone can see the circle. Everyone
Easy
can
to
get away
dodge.
to it.
Yeah.
And at that point on, it really seemed like Signal Ultra was gonna lose. But with the snap of the finger, Rhea had something in mind. It was a Eureka moment, and when he went in, he clearly just stunned every single person inside of NXP Solid,
Yep.
which led to the last insanity actually hitting people.
And that's something that for sure NXT Solid are going to be able to, are going to try to dodge or avoid later on. So let's have a look and see if the draft is going to say that same story. Now Cignal Ultra will be banning out that Roger. That is just common sense at this point.
Yeah.
Against NXT.
Roger has been winning a lot of his games once he made it in back to the Project Next, and the NXP Solid started this trend. For Esmeralda and Thams here, they won't be picked this game, so there is a huge emphasis on just banning out the Thams here for this series. It's only game number 2. We can still head to game number 3. NXP Solid takes or wins this game 2. But if Cignal Ultra wins this, that's going to be a 2-0 for them, and they're going to get 3 points.
Yep. And either way, again, standings for that group is going to be locked in. So they're just going to be happy to get a lot of the bonus. And this is for like a warm-up, right? This is a warm-up for the playoffs. Because obviously, they're going to be, both teams are going to be like really... They want to get into the playoffs well warmed up, you know, well with a good spirit. And that's going to happen for sure if you get a victory here in this one. Khaled, good one. They respect their own Khaled.
that position at the bottom lane, it's 100% not going to be good for Cignal.
For sure.
For NXP Solid. But you know what? For Cignal Ultra right now, they ban out the Khaled. They don't want MB to get it. It's a respect ban to MV. But Hilda will be open, and how will Cignal Ultra deal with this?
Yep, that's going to be a great pick actually for Yaoi. He's been having a lot of fun with that hero. Aside from the usual Kufra, aside from the usual Jawhead, he's been having a lot of fun on this Hilda, and this is actually, I'm actually surprised it got through on the pickings.
Well, for Cignal Ultra, rather, it's going to be a side lane duo that they can go for. It's going to be Natalia and the Jawhead. So this might be their support duo, or their tank support duo.
Yeah, we've seen this work before. We've seen this very scary against junglers. This Jawhead and Natalia combination.
And clearly, right now, it's Hilda who's gonna have to think about, facing the Jawhead here into the mid lane. It could be the ejector, it could be the homing missiles that's gonna duel you. So if you get thrown back to the if they just could throw people back to the turret, then that means Hilda will have to think twice about doing that. But for NXP Solid here, they really just get that saber, they lock it in, and they're gonna show Cignal Ultra how it's done. MB with a Yuzhong lock. Cignal Ultra, what will they go for? Oh, that's a Yi Sun Shin.
Okay, the PC itself, I think, kind of swapped out the images, so this is going to be Yi Sun Shin. All right, which is a very good pick for NXP. Historically, that has had a lot of advantages for NXP Solid. H2O's no slack in using that hero.
Yeah, and, clearly you just need to secure the certain positions here for
right.
Cignal Ultra, and I like this poll coming out here from the last not the last insanity. I just saw Bensanity, and I immediately thought of that insanity. That we are angry coming out here for Ruby, and I like their poke potential here. if ever Signal Ultra got that YSS, that could have been really great for their
Could
side.
have been.
Could have been. Should have. But right now, NXP Solid got it. And that is not a saber, ladies and gentlemen. That is not a saber.
Yeah.
That is going to be a, what do you call this? A Yisunshin.
Yeah.
So, Cho for Signal Ultra, that will be the ban. NXP Solid doesn't want the Valor on the side of Signal Ultra. Imbadi is just way too good at
Way
that.
understandable because the Valor last game was just so on point. And if that happened this game with a Hilda, the Hilda is going to be stopped. You know, the Hilda is going to be stopped so easily with that Valor pick. As well as the Yuzhong. Yuzhong just hates that Valor.
A good respect ban here from the side of Signal Ultra. They ban out the Selena.
Finally realized it, right?
Yeah, Chester was doing great with the Selena. And even if they didn't pick it right now just because there is a Selena, Hilda on their side. I think in a way for the side of Signal Ultra that is a good move, just because you don't want Natalia to be stepping on those traps and get the other team's gonna get the idea where you are.
Yeah, for sure. Now removing the Chang'e means the Signal Ultra's range capabilities are kind of limited, but Farsa is still available. So why do I think that's going to be happening here?
Oh.
But no, they don't care about that. They want to go for the Angela, which means...
I think it's a Claude.
Yes, there's a good chance.
A Claude is coming out of this.
A very, very good chance is going to be Claude, because not only do they need range, they also need a carry. So... That's a Claude. NXP, they kind of already know this for sure. And they don't have a carry of their own, so there's options for going Ling or Lancelot here.
They have the YSS.
Oh, they already have the YSS, right? I keep forgetting that's not a it's not a saber.
Not a saber.
Okay. YSS is already there, so they just need that big mage. Farsa is going to be the option here for sure. But Rafaela instead. They said we don't need that damage. We already have. Oh, there. Okay, we already have the X-Borg. That's why we don't need the Forza damage. So that's absolutely fine. Now here it is, the carry roll for Cignal Ultra. Already expect that Claude.
We're expecting a Claude, but it could go in another form. Could be a carry, could be a Ling. Who knows? Signal Ultra here.
Either way, it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun, and it's gonna
fun.
have a lot of ways to deal with the enemy team.
So here we go. Really thinking about it. By the way, I think they're gonna run the clock here on the pick.
Yeah, they have all the time in the world.
All the
they
time.
have, and they just go for the Ling. It's the
Angeling.
the
Okay.
Angeling combination.
Okay, there you go. So this is going to be a bit of a classic for Signal Ultra. They're not really trying anything new. This has been done before. Except for maybe the weird Natalia Jawhead combo, which one of them is going to be an off lane for sure, unless it's going to be just Imba DJ spamming on the off lane alongside Ruby. So this trio of Ling plus Jawhead plus Natalia is going to be able to do a lot of damage on the middle game.
And
Middle of the game.
as you can see right now, Rockhart, there is a Ling, Angela on this side of the screen. This side, that is going to be Signal
There
Ultra.
you go, fixed up right
And
away.
this side is going to be NXP with their own standard setup. The only thing that changed here is the Rafaela. And I think it's going to be an in-your-face lineup for the
For
side
sure.
of NXP. And this is what Signal Ultra wants. They have a lot of ways to pull you back, to throw you away, and to go to the back lines.
Yep, they're gonna throw you left, right, and center.
They're just gonna
they're gonna tie you down, man.
They're just gonna they have so much displacement on their kits. It's not even funny. But for the side of NXP Solid, the only the one thing that Signal Ultra should look out for is the force engage that NXP has.
Yeah, they're gonna have a lot of ways to engage in Holy Baptism, Last Insanity. They're gonna be the Hilda, by the way, is always gonna be in your face for sure. Like you said, it's gonna take a lot to peel them off, and I'm not even sure that Signal Ultra has the capabilities aside from the Jawhead to do that.
NXP Solid, can they take us to game number 3? We will know in just a bit.
So I think they kind of bugged out on. We might have to do a bit of a re-lobby to fix the emblems. Not sure if that's going to be what kind of bug that was, but we'll talk about that later.
Let's check. Let's check.
Yeah, let's see.
Mm-hmm. And clearly, you're gonna have a bit of a look in how YSS will deal with this. I mean, yes, YSS is still one of the heroes that has very high damage, but remember, you only have one dash. If you don't reset it, it's not going to be a fast cooldown on that.
And we haven't seen the battle spells yet, but I'm almost 100% sure that that's going to be a retribution on the YSS. So already expect a lot of farming capabilities from NXP here, while the rest of the bullies, the Hilda, they kind of just have to work their way into making sure that they can slow down this Ling. And later on, I have to say that Classic is... It's been a while since we've seen Angeling actually dominate that well. Because sometimes a lot of the teams, they already know how to deal with it. They know not to force engagements when the Angela cooldown is up. So I'm not sure how effective this is going to be. So it still feels like a game free, though. Still feels like a game free.
Yeah,
absolutely.
there's a high chance that it goes there. But, yeah, I mean... That only means that Cignal Ultra, when the Angela cooldown is up, they will just force the fight with a jawhead.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not going to be a question whether NXP Solid will fight. It's a question of whether
they can peel off.
They can peel off the members on the side of Cignal Ultra, but when they actually engage, because you can never get away with that. You can never get away from a jawhead.
Yeah, very difficult, right? And that's the reason why you draft it. Like, there's a reason why you go for it. I mean, the Angela can even go straight to the jawhead just for the pure crowd control, right? When the jawhead is enabled, sometimes it's just difficult to get rid of him, and it's easy for the jawhead to make an entrance because of unstoppable force as well. Although he will be making an entrance into Hilda, so kind of. You really need a lot of shields if you want to do that. So that does make sense. This Angela, especially in the hands of Imba DJ, expect it to really do some damage.
There is going to be a relobby, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't heard about it, we are going to relobby just because there are some things that didn't really work out in the first lobby that we made. So you guys stay there. We have 4 series. We have Execration versus Omega after this. We have Blacklist versus Bren after. And we have Aura versus Onic as our last series for the regular season. This is week 8, day 3. The heaviest day of all in the regular season. This is the only day that we have 3. Not 3, but 4. 4 series, 4 matches in one day. And this is action-packed.
2 months straight of Mobile Legends. It's actually a longer. We have a longer bit of a format now. That's interesting, right? So let's go into the game. Apparently, they're really quick with the relobby, and we are heading into the matchup.
And let's see how will they face this, and how will they try to control the game. NXP Solid on the verge of just losing the series to Cignal Ultra. What can they do? Can they come back from this? And can they take us to a game number 3?
Everyone's looking for that game number 3 just because of who's playing right now. And I think that it is very well founded. I think the game earlier was supposed to be an NXP game. Yeah, I'm still not over that.
MB here. Use the flicker at a very odd time. Like he is
45 seconds.
He's gonna be forced to go back anyway.
And so that's gonna be a domination on top lane for
So
Cignal
if
Ultra.
he even if he tried to use that earlier and just not get damaged,
could have been better.
That could have been very efficient because you still burned out your flicker.
Look at that, and MB's half again because of Sujin on that Natalia. He's gonna be seen though. He can't really walk on out of the bush, and now invisibility
And
is
Hades,
back.
that is a
Hades
level
here.
1 MB. That is a level 1 Yu Zhong. And it's not like he was given any time to actually fight him, but DJ with a side lane winning that duel 1v1 against the next board.
How? How are these things happening?
Well, This is Cignal Ultra. This is their own brand of MLBB. And if you would look at this, Mountain Shocker hits a lot of people here, but they don't care. Onto the top lane, energy protection is down. The turret is at 1/4 HP.
Yep. 1/4
That's
HP
fast.
right away. So they removed the outer turret energy shield. They also are able to take it down soon. How much pressure is Cignal Ultra gonna put here? I mean, that's too much. And the bottom lane is gonna be answered very well though by NXP. Good retake, but the rest of the team is here to go and fight.
And Renegade here will be the prime target for Bensanity and the others. Tempest of Blades hits to H2O. Are they gonna go down? And look at this! Heart Guard going up! Puppets on a string. They won't go for H2O, but
Oh my
they will get
God.
a lot of this.
What?
Whoa! What? Okay.
And they're not done.
Yawi is here.
Yawi.
Really wants to fight. He's trying to defend this as much as possible. Destroy it onto the bottom lane. Imba DJ, look at that. Love waves. Love waves popping on the string.
Unbelievable.
And Natalia will go down.
Finally, H2O with an answer though, with the Mountain Shocker able to stop Sujin from backing off the base completely. And Ben Sandy's in trouble as well. This could be the answer that NXP are looking for.
Oh!
Gets
almost.
another kill to H2O. That's 2 within the last 30 seconds.
Bensanity almost escaping that, but with a well-timed physical attack coming out from H2O, he won't be able to. But here comes
Look at
Rhea
Rhea, so
going in for
comfortable.
We Are Angry. Sujin just waiting for the right time. Stalking there, stalking his prey. Hades, on the other hand, getting that purple buff. So right now, it means that they are ready, willing, and
this.
able to take this turtle. H2O, he's not gonna force that. They're just gonna give this turtle up.
Yep.
They know that they're gonna have problems with it. Yawi here, in front of everyone. Chester, there is the dragon. Look at this, last insanity. Turtle has been slain. Retribution Lord. Oh my goodness, that is not the Lord. That is the turtle, but he's going to be the Retribution Lord, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, for
As
sure.
H2O will get that, but Ling, Hades still has another thing in mind. If I don't get the turtle, I will get your ally.
Yep, and Hades already working on that purple buff. Will be secured by H2O nonetheless. It's a very intense matchup here for Cignal Ultra. And we've seen this before though. This can easily be still overturned by NXP if Cignal Ultra is not careful.
Cignal Ultra. Man, oh man. NXP Solid, they're really having a hard time now. Their side lanes here have been shut down by Cignal Ultra into the early game. If they can come back from this, I think NXP Solid has a really good chance.
Yeah.
But the Angela Link combination is just taking its toll. It's working wonders for the side of Cignal Ultra.
Yep, Mountain Shocker for the reveal means that they'll know where all these guys are. At least they're going to slow down the game because of that. And this is so uncharacteristic. At 5 minutes to have a 3K goal lead over NXP Solid. That's very rare because usually NXP Solid is really good at the early game.
And they're very aggressive. This is their play style. They know they want to fight. But
Look at Rhea.
Rhea catches out Chester.
Against
Chester
4
here next
people.
to target. And that is going to be the Black Dragon form just roaming around everyone here, trying to hit them with the passive. Hades going straight for that turret. MB here has no choice but to actually just stop and defend that turret.
Yep.
MB, the unstoppable force, the ejector, damage won't be enough as he is tanky as usual.
Wow, this is uncharted territory here, by the way. Like, Imba DJ is playing so well. He's able to push out the bottom lane with an Angela and still be able to contribute to the fight. It's so odd, and that's what you get. Although no ultimates, hard guard going in time, able to save Rhea. And that's just what you want to do. You want to be able to at least use that all the time whenever you go for
Mountain
something.
Shocker, is it going to be available and just in time to take down Rhea? No, it won't.
No, it's not.
But
Man.
with Rhea back in the base, they went straight for the turtle. I like the proactiveness. Let's see how Cignal Ultra will deal with this. And it seems to me that H2O is just getting the best of Hades in terms of the retribution battle.
Yep, nice attempt there by Hades to go for it. But again, it's a little difficult to place yourself in the right time. You gotta look for it all the time, and it's just 4 people from NXP means it's retribution. Even if you get the retri, you might be taken out. So he has to be super careful.
Bensanity with the flicker out. We'll just try to get away. Mountain Shocker damage is there.
That's Ben.
And that is going to be Bensanity trying to run away. Heart Guard isn't available at this point. It cannot bail him out. Yawi is there. Yawi will get that kill onto the back lines. Let's see Natalia trying to really go for H2O at that point. And let's see, is the damage there?
Sujin.
Is the damage there, ladies and gentlemen? Let us see. Hades here going against multiple people here, but the Angela makes it even. Yawi next target. Will it be possible for him to get taken down here as well? Yes, it will be. I think Last Insanity pops in front of everyone.
Oh my God!
Renege is the next casualty. 4 people's gonna go down here.
What a high
on the side of
sustain.
NXP Solid, and that is still.
He's
Okay.
not done.
Okay.
Wants to go
he
for the kill.
wants more. He wants more.
Wow!
Guy wants more, and this is why you never give the link to Hades.
Man, Hades, what a beast on that link. Tempest of Blades once more. They're burying NXP Solid even further down. Look at that, Hades even makes a hit on the tower before he exits.
Oh, cost effective. Being cost effective,
H2O!
that is the question. Oh my goodness, he actually lives. But at the price to pay is the Chester's life. And I feel that Chester is really happy that he just
Very
bailed out
happy.
H2O at that
For
point.
sure. Just literally, I think that was literally 1 HP. Oh my God, that was so close. Let's have a look at that Gillette instant replay here. Hashtag shave the day. This is basically them coming from a fight on top lane. And they still had fuel to keep going here. Of course, a lot of casualties from that. But overall, that was an advantage to Cignal Ultra.
Yeah, that's true. NXP Solid, on the other hand, they're doing a great job. I mean, H2O is at a 4-2-2. So you know that this guy is getting his items.
Still.
He's winning all the retribution battles against Hades. So Hades here needs to look out. Because if stalling is the name of the game and NXP Solid H2O is winning the retribution battles between them, then that means the Lord Steel is going to be a factor here for the side of
5 people.
Cignal Ultra.
1v5, man, for Rhea.
And Rhea here can just sustain that as long as 5 people aren't really, committing to that. That's going to be a gray area for the side of NXP Solid.
Yep, look at this. Cignal Ultra. Hades is very low. He still has a Finch poise. He'll be able to exit out of there. MB's the one being consistently targeted by Cignal Ultra here. Non-stop aggression coming from the red side.
Demon Hunter Sword. It is the next item pickup here for Hades. And it is made to make those tanky heroes onto the side of NXP Solid just have a hard time in just tanking. It will deny them of the tankiness that they want, and they can get bursted down just by that item alone. Okay, so in terms of Natalia Rockheart, what do you think? Do you think that Chester is going to be the next target for him? Because I think H2O is getting harder and harder to burst down at this point.
Yeah, at this point, H2O's being... this is what we were talking about, the consistency of the H2O, not to mention Chester. Just basically throwing his body just to be able to save H2O all the time. Expect that to be a little bit more effective later on. As long as they can sustain against like big assassination attempts from Cignal Ultra, they're still in this game.
Look at this, Rhea sizing up his men, trying to see if he can go for the pull. We are angry. It's still a possibility. Let us see. Cignal Ultra. Ling is just getting his purple buff. H2O as well is getting that. The Lord is now up. NXP Solid.
Oh boy.
Will H2O win this certain retribution battle? This is the most important yet. If they can get this, they can stall the game.
It's going to be super, super critical here. So Cignal Ultra, they're looking for a sure Lord, but it's proving to be difficult because NXP, they're really forcing the vision, especially with Hilda. They can easily do that. They're doing that right now. Of course, Angela is on the off lanes, ready to teleport at any moment's notice. It's the fight.
And here comes the Black Dragon form, and you know what that comes out. That's going to be a fight.
H2O's down!
H2O is down. They collapse on him, and he falls down like a domino. There, I said it, Rockhart. I went for your
That's
advice
right.
earlier, and that is going to be a double kill. Renegade, last man standing for the side of NXP Solid, and that was a fight that NXP Solid they weren't really ready for that.
They were not.
They were
Absolutely.
not.
And Renegade going to be the next casualty. While this is happening, though, the Lord is already being taken by Cignal Ultra. This is just a bonus round at this point.
That is the Lord slain. If you can't beat him at a retribution battle, just take him down.
Take him down right away before he can even get near the Lord Pit, and you should win 100%. But the problem is they do not get the enhanced Lord. This is the basic Lord. It only got enhanced at 12:05, and they were already killing it before the 12-minute mark. So it's not.
Yeah, that matters.
That matters a lot. So the push is going to be a little bit more difficult, and especially if Rhea goes down here, they're not going to be able to push in. He's going to have to survive and sustain, and he does just that.
Remember, when you want the enhanced Lord, you let the Lord respawn again.
Yes.
If you're
Have to
hitting it,
reset.
you let it reset, and that happens while at reset. You just get back whatever it is that you actually you lose all the damage that you've done, but
Yep.
at
It's
the
enhanced.
process you're gonna get an enhanced Lord. And
Yep.
as you can
It's a
see,
big fight.
an enhanced Lord, a luminous Lord will actually bump into those turrets.
Mountain Shocker going down already. Lord is already on half, and they're just ignoring it. They're just going for the towers here.
And this is a great move coming out from NXP Solid. They just clump up together. It's not like Rhea has a good position for the push or the pull in. So they get Yawi. Yawi is forced to use the flicker and onto the bottom lane. Renegade is there, just trying to clear up the turrets, and a lot of minion waves here going to the side, just marching onto the side of NXP. NXP is doing a great job just holding on, but still
Rhea.
Cignal Ultra, as long as this keeps up, it is inevitable for the turrets to go down. Bottom lane turret will go down, top lane turret as well, and these two turrets onto the different sides of the map here for the side of NXP Solid are down.
Yep. And that's basically all they wanted to do at that point. Although, despite all of this, I feel like that despite the 11k gold lead, by the way, wow, 11k, 12k gold lead for Cignal Ultra, I still think that there's still some openings here. Again, H2O already locked in that endless battle. He's on the way to a defensive item at this point. And they still have a little bit of a chance as long as they can find Rhea. As long as they can isolate at least Rhea or Tsujin, because Tsujin is not going to be as good as Tsujin is on this. Is not going to be able to keep doing this all the time. Here comes a big fight. It's going to be MB flying in.
And H2O, he's gonna go down. And look at that poke, Tempest of Blades. And Chester here, next one to actually fall. MB, damage output way too high. Going in, going out, going once, going twice. Hades just pokes everyone.
That's right. He just pokes everyone using that killing spree as well. Stays on top of the game. Able to just keep going, and lifesteal is also a big deal. That's it. Should be it. It's going to be difficult for Renegade and Yawi to defend this. Very limited wave clear from this Hilda, and they're just taking off Renegade now.
And Hades with the heart card. Yawi just gets popped, and look at that, Renegade, legendary, and that's going to be a 2-0 for the side of Cignal Ultra.
Cignal Ultra, look at these guys just popping off and showing they got what it takes to win it out.
You can never underestimate anyone on the playoffs.
This is
Literally.
just it. That's the statement.
This is it. NXP Solid, they're not a bad team. Remember, they beat Aura PH. They're a strong team. They know that. They claim that. They proved that to us by winning against Aura and Execration last week. But right now, Cignal Ultra just showing up. Like, if you can make waves in the pro scene, then we can make waves as well.
Yeah. And this draft is basically just, it's not even that special, right? It's just a very basic draft from Cignal Ultra, but they were able to make it work. against a team like NXP Solid, who's just super consistently getting wins. And like I said, even though they were losing, H2O is just the guy who you want to look out for. But the moment that he does go down, it was very easy for them to go ahead and take the lead. So congratulations, Cignal Ultra, for that victory. That literally came out of nowhere.
That literally came out of nowhere. So these two teams, or your qualifier teams, Cignal Ultra, just showing that they can make waves as well. NXP Solid, I think at this point they're just aiming to prepare for the playoffs. So you will see both of these teams in the playoffs. So make sure you guys tune in, and that is the last series for these two teams in the regular season. Congratulations, NXP Solid and Cignal Ultra, for making it in. That was a spectacular show for both of you guys, and we hope you do great in the playoffs. So let's throw it to Rob. Rob, what is your analysis?
Times since week 5, and this is actually their first series win, at ang pinakahuli was actually against BSB. What a statement, and actually a good series for them to end their regular season match. But first, tignan muna natin ang mga item build ng ating mga players during that match. So makikita nyo guys, yung ginawa doon kanina, before we actually have the item here on the screen, is that paano nga ba nahirapan ang NXP Solid? Because medyo nag-pass sila doon sa mismong winning condition nila. Kung iisipin nyo, gaya ng sabi ng mga casters natin, these heroes, or rather, yung mga heroes dito ng NXP Solid doesn't have a clear crowd control. Meaning to say, the only one na meron silang pang-hold dito is definitely like a mini-stun, yung pinaka-second skill ng Hilda, but hindi siya enough. But kung iisipin mo, Cignal dito, Imba DJ with the love waves, meron na siyang automatic slow. Kumbaga, in theory, kung iisipin mo dito for NXP Solid, they would want to win their early games, most specifically with Chester. It's like, instead na crowd control, lalabanan nilang Cignal Ultra with the slow and the mobility as well nung katulad nila Yawi, i-outrun nila. Kaso hindi iyon yung nangyari because still, a clear crowd control would be beneficial, lalo na sa mga ganitong klase ng hero ng Cignal Ultra na sobrang mobile. They do have this Natalia with dashes. Meron din tayong Ling dito na definitely na sobrang hirap hulihin dahil tumatalon yan sa pader. May ultimate yan na lumulubog, and given yung mga movement speed din ng mga ejector ng isang Jawhead, and as well with the continuous crowd control na ibibigay sa'yo ni Rhea. So that was it. The recipe of disaster for NXP Solid here, not having a clear crowd control for their team. But nonetheless mga kaibigan, we should also see the post-game stats kung paano talaga gumana dito ang buong Cignal Ultra. And we could actually take it to a point, mga kaibigan, yung early game, sobrang ganda ng pinakita ng Cignal Ultra in terms of their rotation. Kung mapapansin nyo, pinrioritize nila si Imba DJ, which is the Angela on the XP lane. That only states us that gusto nila makuha agad yung level 4, the heart guard ng isang Angela, so he could be able to help his teammate, most specifically yung kanyang mga carry, like of course, their Hades. Look at this, every damage here, 65 tower damage, lahat dito na kay Hades. Wow, everything is being funneled, but what's more interesting here is that mostly the tank damage, kung iisipin nyo, the tank here was actually the Jawhead for this specific match. Pero ang pinaka-tumatangke talaga, of course, going into mid, into late game was actually Rhea, their Ruby. Look at that, that's almost 113 damage absorbed niya rito for the whole damage to ng NXP Solid. So, meaning to say, sa kanya lahat na funnel ng mga binibigay na damage dito na NXP compare na ibigay nila yon sa mga carries. Why? Because the Ruby, siya yung mismo lang din humaharap talaga sa Cignal Ultra dahil the rest of the team dito ng Cignal Ultra mahirap nga talaga ditong habulin. But, wow! What we could actually also state is that dito Chujin, hindi ko pa masyadong na-mention to. Ang ganda rin ng early dito ni Chujin, most specifically nung pag-team up nila doon sa top lane, sobrang nahirapan doon. Kumbaga kahit sino malilane mo doon, that was actually MB was there. He actually was forced na mag-teleport agad-agad at level 1 kasi pwede siyang pasukin. At kung nakita nyo naman, umikot din talaga doon yung Natalia just to check the bush kung hindi ba umuwi doon si MB. Like some other side laners wouldn't want na umuwi kasi nga medyo madidelay ka. Not only na makakakuha ng gold from the energy shield yung kalaban mo, is that kailangan mo rin kasi na hindi ka mawalan ng mga siege minion doon sa likod because those were additional XP and technically that was the gold lane for the Yuzhong at hindi mo magugustuhan na mawalan ka ng mga ng more than 50. That was actually 50%. So isang ganon is like 100 gold na agad. So isipin mo kung ilang ganon ang miss mo on the laning phase. Malaking bagay na yon para sa'yo to be able to get your first core item. So of course, let's go ahead and check your smart highlights dito mga kaibigan. There you go. So this is actually the early stages of the game. Clearly, 2 minutes into the game, we already have a clear lead dito mga kaibigan for around 3,000, almost 3,000 lead for Cignal Ultra. They're actually snowballing here on this match. Kung isipin mo, for the lineup of course dito ng NXP Solid, this is actually a lineup that tends to win the early game because they do have here the Rafaela. They do have here the one of the meta tanks na tinatawag natin dito, which is the Hilda. Very mobile, he could be able to check, he could be able to do invades, pero hindi yun yung nangyari dito for the side of NXP Solid. Now, what actually happened is that Chujin is actually the one responsible for giving not only vision but also kills, crucial kills doon sa early game. That's one of the reason din kung bakit yung NXP Solid is medyo ano sila medyo parang defensive kasi alam nila na spot out sila ng isang natali. And this is a perfect team fight for the side of Cignal Ultra. Nagdikit-dikit sila dyan sa tinawag ng mga casters natin na Eskenita. It's actually medyo na-lure out sila kasi nag-drag on si MB papunta doon sa may Lord Pit and suddenly binalik niya yung dragon. Now, nagkaipit-ipit sila doon and doon sila naghalos, nagsama-sama. That was very, very crucial for the side of Cignal Ultra dahil they do have the Ruby. Of course, alam nyo naman, pag nagdikit-dikit kayo at may kalabang kayong Ruby, the crowd control, sobrang tuloy-tuloy. But of course, our smart MVP, none other than Hades, perfect itemization, everything goes well for them. He actually has this Malefic Roar para mas mabilis silang makabasag. Kung mapapansin nyo, during the late game, talagang objective, eccentric na talaga dito yung Ling. And so, to be honest, during the late game, it's gonna be hard for NXP Solid to even kill the Ling during that time. And that was a perfect draft as well for Cignal Ultra because that was actually, kung di ako nagkakamali, their last pick. The last pick Ling was sealed the deal dahil gaya ng sabi nga ng casters, walang clear crowd control ang NXP Solid, making it very, very hard for them to catch a Ling. Of course, ayun mga kaibigan, gaya nga ng sabi ko, wow, a very good ender para sa Cignal Ultra. But we will be talking to someone you not been seeing playing, but we're gonna be having here Yeb Meister there, sixth man. Yes, can you hear me, Mr. Yeb Meister?
Yes sir, Robert.
Ayun, alright. So of course, congratulations, medyo na-halt na natin. Kung di ako nagkakamali, that was the 5th lose streak before this match.
I think so.
Yeah, for the series, no? Pero ang ganda. Ang ganda ng pinakita nyo, specifically the finale ng regular season. Of course, dadalhin nyo yan papunta ng playoffs. And pwede mo ba kami bigyan ng konting insight for the team? Specifically, yung game number 1, nung syempre pinapanood mo yung mga teammates mo, nawalan ba sila ng pag-asa nung napana doon si Hades? Then suddenly, pumunta na lahat ng tempo sa NXP Solid?
Hindi naman. Kasi Xborg kami, malakas mag-def yun. And actually, nagka-errors lang sila doon. Supposed to be aggressive kami, malakas kami sa pick-off, sa clash. Pero, yun, may mga errors lang sila doon na dapat nilang error.
I see. And I tingin ko yung isang may error, Mr. Yeb Meister, yung nasa likod. Hindi niya kasi tinulak eh. Nakita ko hindi niya tinulak yung Selena, yung sumasayaw sa likod mo. Tama ba?
Yeah.
Hindi niya natulak. Kaya shoutout ko Imba DJ. But anyway, joke lang. So ayun lang, of course, gaya nga na sabi ko, a very, very crucial na team fight ngayon at yun nga with Chujin as well. Pero, Yeb Meister, pwede ko bang tanungin, maglalaro ka ba sa playoffs?
Hindi Sir Rob. Kasi technically, I'm their coach talaga. Nalagay lang ako sa 6 months nung qualifiers ko.
I see. Okay, that's light enough. Pero ngayon ko lang nakita na ganyan kasaya ngayon. I mean, nakikita ko sila, even nagkakaroon sa talo, mas ngumingiti pa rin naman sila. Pero grabe yung saya nila dyan. Nagtitiktok na ba yung mga yan?
Hindi, wala nagtitiktok.
Wala pa nagtitiktok. Ko si Imba DJ, kailangan na mag-tiktok niya na. But before we actually go,
Mr.
Yeb Meister, do you have anything else to say about, of course, hinihintay nyo na lang kung sino nga talaga yung makakalaban nyo on the first round of the playoffs. Pwede mo ba kami bigyan ng konting insight? Ano magiging preparation ng Cignal Ultra pagpasok sa playoffs on October 22?
Well, kailangan namin mag-prepare para dun sa lahat ng teams na makakalaban. Kasi hindi lang dun sa makakatapat namin on the first round. Kasi ang goal ng team is mag-champion. So, kailangan lahat ng makakalaban, ready kami.
Yon, a championship mindset. Meron ba specific na kalaban na parang ina-eye on the first round?
Wala Sir Rob.
Kahit sino?
Kahit, yeah.
Yeah, actually, yun nga, gaya nga, that was the championship mindset. Kasi kung pipiliin mo yung kalaban mo, it's gonna be hard for you. Pero syempre, kung meron ka kahit sino, handa ang buong Cignal Ultra. But I'm gonna give you now the floor, Mr. Yebmeister, to shout out, of course, yung mga sumusuporta since day one for Cignal Ultra.
Sige po. First of all, gusto magpasalamat ng team kay Lord and shout out kay Heart Senares sa mga girlfriend nila, sila Cherik, sila Rhea, si Krisha daw. Tapos shout out sa family ko, sa management, Cignal, sila Sir Ogie. Yun po.
Yon, of course, kaya pala inspired yung mga players mo. Then no, talagang may mga inuukulan din pala talaga ng panahon, not only playing Mobile Legends. But Mr. Yebmeister, I'm not gonna take more of your time. Tingin ko baka mag-celebrate pa kayo right after this. Congratulate na lang din
Thank
kita
you, Sir
mga
Rob.
iba DJ. But anyway, maraming salamat for the whole organization of Cignal Ultra for this interview. Yes, we're gonna be seeing more of them going into the playoffs. But before we actually go into our second series, mga kaibigan, is that we will be providing you here the QR code for the Cignal Ultra. Of course, yan, para suportahan nyo yung mismong team na yon. Grabe, yung pinakita nila doon. Coming from a 5-lose streak on a series, suddenly, yung pinakahuli nila was very, sabihin na natin, hindi nila makakalimutan. I mean, that's gonna be their last series on the regular season. But another one, of course, our crowd favorites, NXP Solid. Of course, manalo, matalo, yung mga supporters ng NXP Solid will still be there at hindi pa rin nabubura right now, mga kaibigan, is that they're gonna be going against Bren Esports. Manalo, matalo man sila ngayong araw. That's gonna be the story for our round number 1 ng ating playoffs. But before that, we will also gonna give you a giveaway code. Yan, hatid sa inyo yan ng Mobile Legends. Make sure to download that, or actually not download, i-screenshot nyo pala yung mga yan, or i-type nyo na kung naka-ready na kayo kagad sa inyong mga computer screen. And another one, a bonus giveaway para din sa inyo. Alright. So sana ready na kayo guys. Ready na kayo guys. This, gaya ng sabi ko kanina, appetizer pa lang tong series na to. Pero kunin nyo na rin to. Join the mythical raffle draw and or type nyo na din bit.ly/MRD-PO. So like what I've said, appetizer nga lang to. Pero marami pa. We still have 3 more series. But first, ating munang pasalamatan ang ating mga sponsors, our official telco partner Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. Our official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more. Our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette Mac 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Our partner in esports, Paymaya. Get free 50 pesos credits for Paymaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Our partner in esports, TikTok. Live din tayo dyan right now and malinaw na malinaw, but also use hashtag Mobile Legends for you to be able to watch legendary videos and win premium skins. Our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. And of course, this event is powered by Moonton. But before we actually head on, ang susunod nating serye, kung di ako nagkakamali, gonna be Execration versus Omega. Both of these teams are actually on a win streak. Sino nga kaya, basically guys, yung susunod na magiging laban, pwedeng maging contender natin for the top seed ng bracket A, at yan ay patutunayan ng Execration kung kaya nga ba nila na patumbahin ang Omega. My name is Rob Luna, your solo analyst for today. But before we actually head on a very, very short break, iwan ko muna kayo sa Realme top 5 plays of the series.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave.
less irritation. Switch to
Gillette Mac 3.
Ibig sabihin ng MLBB sa akin, hindi na lang siya basta laro. Para siya nagbigay ding buhay para sa akin. Nag-start ako maglaro ng Mobile Legends nung sunod-sunod din talo namin sa mga MOBA. Bigla ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa Facebook. Nanonood na ako sa mga YouTube gameplay kung paano laruin yung Mobile Legends. Sa isip ko parang may something dito na pwedeng mangyari, mga possible mangyari in the future. Naging tapon ako sa tapon global sa Leaderboards, tapos sa Assassin, like Fanny, Lancelot, Busher, Hellcurt, Saber. Yan, parang doon ako na kilala. Hindi ko talaga akalain na magkakaroon din ako ng contract sa mundo. Hindi ko talaga ina-expect yun. Balak ko lang talaga maglaro, grind ng grind, sumali sa tournament. Sa pro scene kasi kailangan kasi talaga doon full time ba talaga as a player. May schedule ka ng practice mo. Hindi ko kaya pagsabihin yung pro scene pati yung streaming. Hirap talaga ako kasi in term yun. Wala akong disiplina sa sarili rin. Namimili ako kung tutuloy ko yung pag-ML o pag-aaral ko. Pinagpalit ko yung pag-aaral ko sa paglalaro ng Mobile Legends eh. Tinatago din yung saksakan ng wifi namin. 12 AM, tatanggalin na yung saksakan ng wifi para di ako makapaglaro. Kung siguro madaling araw yun, tumatakas ako sa bahay para lang makapag-ML. Wala ko namang parents na gusto pagpalit yung pag-aaral sa ibang bagay. Yung idol ko syempre yung family ko. Kasi sila yung dahilan kung bakit ko nagagawa itong mga bagay na to. Kasi yung family ko kasi talaga dati nagkaroon ng problem eh. Nung nangyari lahat ito, parang unti-unti na nagbabago yung sa side ng family ko. Nasuportahan ko sila. Hindi ko magagawa yun kung hindi ako na-inspire sa kanila. Ang iniisip sa akin ng ibang tao siguro tahimik lang ako ganun. Iba ako sa realidad eh. Ako yung pinaka-makulit, ako yung pinaka-maingay sa aming magpabarkada. Ako din yung lagi nagpapatawa, ganun. Yung, kasi minsan kasi sa streaming eh, shoutout ako ng shoutout, napapagod din ako. Pero syempre, kailangan yun eh. Yun yung gusto ng fans natin eh. Kaya kahit malit na bagay, kailangan natin gawin. Wala mag-aangat sa sarili mo kundi sarili mo lang din. Kasi sa umpisa wala talagang susuporta sa'yo kundi ikaw lang. Yung iba manlalait sa'yo, kasabihin nagpapasikat ka lang kaya ka nag-i-stream. Wala kang mapapala dyan. Huwag kang makikinig sa sinasabi ng iba. Kung anong gusto ng puso mo, sarili mo, tuloy mo lang. Huwag kang magpapapait ka sa iba.
We are back for the second series of the day, and we are 2 out of 4 in terms of series right now. This is going to be Execration versus Omega. We are going to be your shoutcasters. I am Butters, your anchor, with my analyst Rockhart. How was your break?
Break was really quick, I have to say, and we still have not gotten over that very beautiful game from NXP and Cignal Ultra really showing off against each other. And again, expected it to be a free game series. Apparently not.
And this is going to be fun. Execration versus Omega. Now, Omega did lose a bit of their series after that win against Bren Esports. Well, for Execration here, they are trying to get back on their tracks.
That's right.
They want to end the regular season strong. And remember, this is very important for the side of Execration. Number one, they need all the points that they can get to get the top spot.
Yep.
And number two, losing right now might mean that they could be in the third slot.
This matchup is super critical.
Yeah.
Just because of the of what they're currently placed at in the leaderboards. I really wish that we could like show that every after game, right? Like show the stats of the current standings, because I just feel like there's just so much volatility, and every game is going to change where they are on the standings. So I feel like the points are going to be something really big.
And clearly, having a certain setup for this, we are going to thank our sponsors first before we forget. I kind of forgot about it. But yeah, our official tournament telco partners, Smart, squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams. Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
Our official sponsor, Realme. Of course, the Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more.
Our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds when you purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack, and select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
Our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get free 50 peso credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
Our partner in esports, TikTok Live. Search hashtag MLBB on TikTok to watch legendary videos. Again, it's hashtag MLBB on TikTok to watch legendary videos.
And of course, the official gaming headset partner of the MPL, Logitech G. Here like a pro.
And we are powered by Monton, and this is made possible by our sponsors and the people behind these brands. So thank you so much for actually making this possible. This is the last day of the regular season, and this is going to be a very interesting fight. But first, before we talk about these two teams, let's talk about and let's get to know Execration. Not now. People are talking.
People are
talking. Now, clearly having this certain setup, I think Execration can do well, but let's try to introduce them first. Let's know Execration.
Para sa akin, walang threat. Tingin ko sa kanila, pares-pares na lang talaga. Kumbaga magkakatalo na lang talaga sa team composition sa draft.
Walang threat. Patakot lang kayo sa amin. Antayin nyo kami. Siguro yung back-to-back champ, yung Onic PH. Kasi hindi namin sila nakalaban ng playoffs eh. Alam ko, kaya-kaya namin sila talunin eh.
Mga SG kasi gustong maranasan ulit makatalo ng mga gold medalist.
Yung gusto ko makalaban sa MPL, yung nasa amateur sila Doggy, sana makapasok sila.
Gusto ko rin NXP. Parang masaya, meron kaming kalaban ng mga TikToker.
Hihilig, pero lalaro.
They will snore, but they will play. Execration here with their roster lineup. We got Hate, Cignal, Benny Cutie, Etamax, Shaqnu, and Zapnu. Scan that QR code up top, Zapnu, and to show your support to the teams.
Yep, and it's going to be another possible free game series, knowing what Execration is capable of. And Omega, definitely a very confident and a very consistent team as well.
the consistency that Execration has in terms of, playing the games isn't really that 100% in terms of just securing the wins. But in terms of what they want to show the viewers and the other teams, they're really consistent in that, and they really just want to show that certain identity. I agree with you in that part, Rockhard. But then again, Benny QT, Sagitnu, Hate, Etomax, Shaknu, even Zapnu, they got a lot of success in the regular season, and that's what Execration is all about. They're one of the franchises or the teams or the organizations who hasn't left the MLBB scene ever since Season 2. Even Cignal Ultra missed out on Season 5. But Execration, they're still here, they're still fighting, and they're still very consistent in the regular season.
Yep, they're consistently just throwing out so many surprises from the games. And I think that's just a factor that is very difficult to remove from Execration because of their lineup here. That is just, it's so well balanced. If you think about it, they have very unpredictable players like Chaknu, Sagitnu, and the consistency from Etumax and Benny Cutie. I think it's just overwhelming, and Hate is always going to be someone they can always rely on as well.
We actually see moments of brilliance coming out from a lot of these players, especially Chaknu. Chaknu has been playing in a sense where, you don't really get it where he's getting that certain game sense. It probably is his innate game IQ. He's not the first person you'd want to be asking for anything in an interview in terms of, being meaty or
sure.
For information. But this guy, the way he doesn't think that fast in interviews is the difference between, just getting that game sense on and just knowing what to do at the right times. But for Omega, let's know them. Let's throw it to the video.
Biggest threat po para sa akin ngayong MPL Season 6, yung sa sarili ko po. Kailangan lang po tiwala sa sarili.
Para sa akin, yung sarili din namin yung biggest threat sa amin. Kasi halos lahat ng games na natatalo kami talagang sa communications namin, hindi kami nagko-connect eh. Ayun po yung talagang ini-improve namin this coming Season 6.
Gusto kong makalaban lahat ng teams, including mga international teams. Para matest pa yung skills namin sa individual skills namin.
Excited ako makalaban this season is yung Bren. Gusto ko lang din malaman kung papalag ba yung lineup nila na yun sa amin.
Heads up, Omega!
Omega. They actually shook everyone in terms of the second half of the regular season. Hajizi, Toshi, Kurtzi, Hayes, Heath, Kenji, QR code right there. Get that, scan that, and support the team.
Yep.
Hajizi, 10.25 KDA rate.
That was, I think, from the games that we've had yesterday as well, where basically Omega did a steamroll. And Hajizi was untouched. He was on Roger as well. So, oh my god, seriously. That's how much kills they got? I think that did reach like an 18, 15 kill.
Yeah, 18,
game.
16,
So,
somewhere at that point.
Yeah. I'm not surprised at all.
10.25 usually dictates to not getting any deaths for the certain games that he has. And for this certain setup, for this certain matchup, he can be one of the people who actually gets out of the regular season with a double-digit KDA.
Yeah.
Well, those are 4 digits, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. Like going above 10 in the... considering it was a pretty chill game yesterday with BSB. I mean, it was BSB's last game, so maybe they kind of rode off of the... kind
Sunset?
of hopelessness,
Yeah.
riding off to the sunset. People were just relaxed. They didn't care about the game that much anymore. And they took advantage of that. They kind of really just padded. This is the game where we said they were really padding their KDA. Like, consistently just killing anyone who steps out of the base. And that's how he got it. And again, consistently, this team has always delivered.
Look at how Kenji put up his KDA rate. His KDA rate was at 1.27 something, 1.16. Right now he's at a 5.0.
Yep, had a field day.
Yeah, he had a
Absolute
field day. And Kurtzy still at a 3.83. He's the only one who didn't play yesterday.
Yeah. That's what happens.
That's what happens
That's
when you
just what
just
happens.
lose that certain opportunity to add more to your KDA rate. Toshi, Hayes, Heath, they've been with the team for the longest time, especially Haji and Kenji as well. And I think at this point you're expecting the same high caliber as some of the players are in the MPL, like Bren Esports, like Kurtzy. You expect that certain amount of excellence coming out from them. And I just think that in terms of Omega, this is the most these two teams, let's be fair, these two teams, the rosters right now are probably the scariest rosters for them to date.
Right, that's right. Very, very scary. I mean, they are on the prime of their teams. They're a mix of veterans. Actually, almost all of them are actually MPL veterans, right? Except for just a few outliers. But overall, they have all the experience. They have a great mix. They've stayed together for a long time, and you can really see the improvement that they've had over the previous season. So this is going to be a very interesting battle. Who comes out on top here will be, of course, feeling a bit better coming into the playoffs. We saw that Cignal Ultra against a lot of expectations. You know, if there were bets placed on that game, probably went. A lot of people are very happy because again, Cignal Ultra, it was one of the most unexpected victories. I think for the whole day, for the whole week.
Yeah, and clearly there are things that these two teams need to sort out right now. This is their final game, and this is their only chance to end the week strong, and the
That's the
regular
goal.
season strong. They need to get that. They do not want to feel bad after the regular season ends.
Exactly.
It's the only time where you can play is 100% going to be the playoffs, and you don't want that to be your warm-up. It should be one warmed up right now because that is a single elimination playoffs. If you warm up there and you just lose, you lose one game just because you were warming up and it became a 2-3.
That's not an excuse anymore.
That's not an excuse anymore. So
like your warm up is like
the
download games that we keep talking about.
Yeah.
You can't have that anymore. When playoff comes, every single game is going to matter. On the playoffs, you will have a single elimination style. So no more of that. Okay, if we lose this, we're gonna play tomorrow. No, none of that anymore, right? So
if you lose,
you lose.
You're out.
So
and
let's have a look at
let's see the head-to-head matchups here in terms of stats. This is Execration versus Omega. Now, a lot of these stats are really favoring Omega. Only 2 went to the side of Execration. Care to explain?
Yep, I feel like there's just more emphasis on the early game as well for Omega. Execration, they have that charm, right? They have the charm where, all right, if you're able to win and weather the storm up to 18 minutes. That's the stat that everyone's been saying, and I think that's still pretty much true here. If they can weather the storm of Omega, they should have a great game, and that's been the trend for this team ever since.
First blood count 8-16. Omega just really wants to get that first blood. They want to get that ball rolling as early as possible. Team damage per minute, it's because of the 18-minute games that Execration take. They have high team damage per minute, and Execration, they do finish their fights as early as possible. So they just really want to win in that fashion.
Yeah.
Etomax and Hayes, probably 2 of the best supports right now for the MPL. Most improved, I would have to give it to Etomax. Hayes as being the monster ever since Season 1. He's still here. He's still proving that he's the best, one of the best players to ever play the game.
Championship caliber ever since Season 1.
Yeah.
Season 1.
Yeah, I mean, part of the first ever championship team. in the MPL, and he's still doing it. He is still proving that they can do it.
Yep, SEA Games gold medalist, been proven to be the best in Southeast Asia for a long time now, and it'll take a while for the other regions to to make a comeback for that. But of course, that's going to be on the side of Omega, with two of them actually being gold medalists. So that's Kenji and Hayes. So Hayes is definitely someone that, as long as he can get the heroes that he wants, you kind of already expect a good outcome for the team.
So clearly, there is a bit of a not really a big difference in terms of just getting whatever they want onto the side here of both teams. It's clearly going to be the drafts that they need to set up, the pacing for the tempo setup, and the pacing for the side of Execration is one thing that Omega should look at.
Yep.
Although Omega here should end the game by 18 minutes, by 17:59. Because if 18 minutes is if we reach 18 minutes, Execration has this certain godly aura of just winning a game beyond 18 minutes.
Yep. If you guys are wondering what we're talking about, that's NXP already. Execration has a 5/5 win rate. Every time the game goes over 18 minutes, they almost automatically win it, despite being down for like the whole game. Even if they're down by like 10,000 gold, like 5,000 gold, they're able to make comebacks really easily. And that's just consistency at that level is difficult to copy for other teams.
Execration support, scan that QR code right there, and as you can see, they are readying up with their blankets on, and there is food behind Chaknu.
Is that? Yeah, I think there is. He's like,
that's
a very
I think
precarious. That's a dangerous place to put it. There, you might get too excited and you might ruin your lunch.
Ketchup.
So you might get ketchup on your butt. But that's interesting. Very interesting that Execration just had lunch today.
Omega is here. Scan that QR code, and as you can see, Toshi, he's just playing with his charger, I think, and they're just looking at each other, and it's going to
confident.
It's going to be Kenji who's gonna play.
Yeah,
Kenji is gonna play. Kurtzy is gonna sit out.
It's like Kurtzy is having an extended break here. And Omega, from the looks of it, they don't really mind. They don't really mind that.
So this
Kenji's playing.
Yeah, this is the same roster for season 5 to season 6.
Exactly.
This is their same roster that they had for season 5. So let's check what can the season 5 roster of Omega do. They weren't really Omega at that point in season 5. They were SGD. Now, carrying the name of Omega, what are the things that they can reach here in the playoffs and in the regular season?
Yep, some good questions being thrown there, brothers, and I think they do. They're an example of a team that really does benefit from staying together for a long time, right? They
of course.
They definitely looked a lot better way back from SGD days. These were some of the same players as well. They have developed some sort of synergy that's very hard to copy for other teams as well, where they really are consistently on top. Even though there are some games that they can't always 100% win, against certain teams, they have that win rate that's very difficult to emulate.
And clearly, just seeing these two teams go at it, this is very exciting. This is the first time that they will meet, or they will ever meet.
Yeah.
In the regular season, they can actually see each other during the playoffs.
Yeah.
But for the regular season, this is the last time, and just because regular season is ending after this day, so there's no chance for them to meet in their season 6 regular season.
Yep.
After this, Execration though, going straight for a ban on the Hilda and the Jawhead. Omega will get that Khalid ban going on for their side.
Lots of emphasis on bans against Heath here for Omega, which is definitely one of the biggest assets as well for Omega. Super underrated, very consistent, And he is a fundamental player. He does get those fundamentals down. He has everything locked in. That's why it's so difficult to make a mistake around this guy, because he knows how to capitalize.
And yeah, we are seeing an Esmeralda getting banned here for the side of Omega. They don't want to give that to the side of Execration, as they utilize that to its full potential. And they can even put that on Hate onto the middle lane. They have a lot of things going on here for the side of Omega. And Execration, it looks like they're just gonna ban out the Roger. They don't want it to go for Omega. And Execration here, they're just banking on the fact that Hate has more heroes. Hate has more hero options than Haji, just because, ladies and gentlemen, there is going to be the first pick material for the side of Execration. So if they just go for that carry at the second and third pick, that means for the side of Omega, you're clearly going to have to release that Haji hero by the time we reach the first two picks on their side, and that's going to be not really the best position for Haji to carry the team.
Haji on the land slot has always been a lot of fun, and same with the Ling. So I think those are some of the options that Haji can definitely go for. But at the same time, these are heroes that Hate really likes to play as well. So they're gonna have a bit of a tug of war in terms of those picks. And now, here we go with the Barretts. So far, 0 for 1 in terms of win rate. And Selena, Omega always so happy to pick that up for Hayes.
Toshi, Heath.
There you go, Lancelot.
Yeah, they really just focus on getting that Lancelot as soon as possible, and they were just baiting on the side of Omega to choose that. If they chose like a Lancelot or a Uranus and a Selena, or a Selena plus a Lancelot, then that means you're gonna give up one meta hero to the side of Execration, and they got a lot from that because their first pick.
First pick's looking real good here so far for Execration. A lot of comfort. And Benny Cutie has always been happy to take that show whenever he's given a chance. And there you go, the classic matchup, Lancelot versus the Ling for Omega.
Let's check how will the bans pan out here. Omega doesn't have the tank and another side laner. For the side of Execration, they are probably lacking a side laner, a support. Yeah, a side laner, a support, or a tank. Just because the show is very flexible.
Cho. Is there a possibility of Chakno even using this show?
Yeah, he's been using that. He's been using that for quite a long time.
It's been a while since I've seen that, so it's going to be a big possibility, and still a flex pick for Execration apparently. Now, on to the second rotation bans. They're really buying out their time and thinking about that ban. Natalia is going to be the one they don't want to deal with, which is historically has been used as well. Chakno also, surprisingly, is very fond of that pick as well.
And Ruby is the ban here for the side of Execration. Rockhart, I think the stability of the side lanes here is quite a bit of a, how do I say this, problem for the side of Execration, just because if you go for the Cho and the Barretts right now, then that means you are putting Omega on a pedestal. Like, these two players, as long as they can control Benny Cutie from just popping with this show, we've seen that time and again. Like, a lot of teams don't focus on Hate anymore because they know that Hate will just pop off, and they have a better chance of shutting down Benny Cutie, just because Benny Cutie doesn't have the support of two supports on the side.
Because of this Kufra and Atlas ban, it just makes the Cho Chaknu combination likely. Now, Chaknu can also play around with this Barretts. Who knows? I mean, he's a possible holder of that Barrett still, fighter tank. So,
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah,
I mean, Chaknu's been known to play Natalia even as a tank role. It's not out of the question. So, and with these big tank picks being banned out for both of these teams, things are gonna start to get a little heated up here as we go into second pick rotation.
Yeah, it's somewhat how do I say this? it's somewhat surprising to see the Atlas getting banned here for the side of Omega. But if you think about it, it's all about Chaknu and the capabilities of this guy just using those heroes that has high engage impact or high engage mechanics or initiation mechanics on his kit. Omega getting that Akai, this will be the Heath hero for sure.
So, yeah, that's going to be the Heath hero. Are we still thinking about Angela? Still a big possibility for Omega here.
Still is.
Yep, Angelink worked very well in the previous matchup on game 2. And if Omega was watching that, they would say, you know what, we have an Angel player as well. Why don't we go ahead and throw that there? Now this Grok is something that a lot of people probably were not expecting.
Grok, one of the fallen heroes of MPL. For the longest time, Grok has been picked for the longest time since Season 1 to Season 4. But right now, for Season 5 and Season 6, there's a decline. And actually, this isn't the first time that Grok went out for a game. But you know what? Compared to the pick rate that he has or the ban rate that he has for the certain the previous seasons, this is actually quite sad to see this hero just fall off.
Yeah, I think so. I think this hero is definitely one of those heroes that was almost 100% pick and banned, especially on Season 4. But now it's just like, it's such a situational hero anymore that a lot of other tank picks are just a lot better.
And they really like
Freya.
that Grok.
Oh,
and
again.
another Freya that is going to go to Toshi. Kenji will be playing that Uranus, and Hajizi is going to be that Ling. So if you would look at this, they're not putting all their eggs into one basket. They're not just giving it to Toshi. They're not just giving it to Haji to carry them. It's not Haji's sole responsibility to do that.
And we've seen this before.
Yeah.
We've seen this yesterday.
So
and it worked very well. Like, it's so surprising how quickly they're able to ramp up a Freya with the pure damage lifesteal build. I would not be surprised if this is going to be the focus of Omega here. And it's going to be targeted as well, for sure, by Execration. So you gotta watch out. And it's gonna be a question of whether or not Toshi can sustain against this very aggressive lineup from Execration.
Yeah, clearly we are going to see and have a fun time here, but we have to look at this, what the Grok can do for the side of Execration. While for the side of Omega, they do have a very standard setup.
I'm already looking for the combo where they're gonna block. They're gonna make a room by using the Guardian's barrier with the wall, and then you're gonna throw the guy in there.
Yeah.
Just my imagination running
I
wild
mean,
here.
if it works, it works.
Yeah, just make a pit, make a cage.
Make a pit and make them not, be in a good position to actually fight.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Absolutely, for sure. And the double threat lineup from Omega, again, has resulted to a very high success rate so far. And they made it look easy. I wonder if they can do that again this time.
Look at Chaknu here, just clearing the wave so fast. And still, if Chaknu on that Grok, it's still one of those heroes that can just, clear the wave so fast. But in terms of tankiness, it still has its requirements.
For
You
sure.
have to be sticking to a wall. A lot of things are needed to actually fight this. Look at Benny Cutie, just sizing up his man, measuring if he can go in.
Look at that. Level 3 are already almost at maximum attack speed. And that's just the power of the Freya there. Just really quick attacks means that you can just go straight for damage, go for the critical builds, and you'll still be able to do a lot of threats, even at early stages of the game.
You want to know how annoying those rockets are? That they push you back.
Yeah.
And you don't even notice them when you're playing that easily.
That's right. It actually slows you down a
Yeah.
little bit, and they really disrupt the flow of your movement.
But you know what? There is Kenji on to the bottom lane. The rockets will be thrown out, but Kenji went to the right position and he avoids that. Hayes, he's not been getting a lot of these arrows to connect for him. So as long as these arrows don't connect for the side of Omega, I don't think that there is going to be first blood in the near future.
Yeah, they should be fine. I think for the meantime, as long as, again, there you go. Those arrows, as long as they don't hit, there's not going to be like a viable target. They don't have other hard crowd controls aside from Benny, who is on the top side. So they can't group up right away.
Look at Benny here. Just having one up against Toshi. He's just forcing Toshi to use his skills. And when he doesn't have his ultimate, that's the time where Benny Cutie will just go back. Because he knows when he gets back there, he's just going to force out another skirmish or another fight, another duel with this Freya. And when that does happen, it will pull back, or it would push back Freya from just pushing the waves, clearing the waves, and everything else.
Yeah, you already know it. You already know stuff like that is going to happen. You gotta be careful. And so far, Toshi's doing well with the Freya. He has a Purify on this one, by the way, so it's a lot more safe. Here we go.
And look at this.
Big
Oh,
fight.
look at that. Goodness gracious, he gets her pressed. Hate going in. Who got the turtle? It's going to be Hate. Outer turret energy shield has been dropped in the process. Benny Cutie got a lot up top. The push on the top lane for the side of Execration, it is just going, and it's at 1/4 HP.
That is big. And the first blood, of course, to Sagitnu, taking out Heath from the big fight, actually meant that they got a big 4v5 for like a few solid seconds there. Actually, Hajizi wasn't even joining that much.
If you think about it, one of the counters against Uranus could be a Barats, just because the Barats doesn't really hit you with physical attacks. It hits you more on the skills, the spammable skills. So it could be the Uranus killer in the coming matches. Because right now, Uranus, if you look at him, he's not having a good time. He's not putting that avarice to good use.
That's true. Again, we're not really going to be able to get that much money out of that. There you go, though. Hayes going to be hit by that wild charge. Will be able to walk out there, though. Guardian Barrier a little bit too late.
Toshi, 1v1. Oh, Benny Cutie just playing around with his food. And as we all know, Toshi right now is going to be helpless with that certain setup.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult, especially with the early game there. Especially it's a show, right? So, man, you gotta be careful.
I mean,
don't have items yet.
You can win with the trades. You can win with the duels in terms of damage output, but you can't really just pin down. Oh, what was? Oh my goodness, what was that?
Wow.
He gets consumed. Heath using that Hurricane Dance to get away. Hate doesn't have enough damage to take down that Akai, and look at that power of nature. The wild charge is there as well. The arrow won't connect, but that doesn't even matter. Omega here finding their rhythm, finding their groove.
Yep, anti-Cuirass completed for Kenji here means that he's going to be able to sustain that lane even further. But wow, seriously, even the Freya's probably going to have a hard time later on when you get zoned out by a Barats, and that's just looking really bad here for Omega. They have to be on point when they go for fights.
But yeah, Omega is doing just right in terms of the counter pressure that this team has. Because if you think about it, for the side of Execration, they want to fight as early as now. Just because that's the nature of a Grog, that's the nature of a Lancelot. You want to fight as much as possible. But for Omega, they want to scale because they have the Freya.
Yep, they want that Freya. They want that Link to be in a good position before they fight. So they're going to rely a lot on Hayes and Heath to make sure that doesn't happen. To make sure the fights stay within an acceptable limit.
Toshi here getting a lot up top. He got the turret there as well. But the thing is, on top as well, one more punch on that Omega turret could just take that turret down. So they need to really look after it because no more cheeky plays from the Only Fast. Only Fast is one of the kits of the show that can just take down turrets fast.
Whoa!
And
Toshi.
Look at the capability of a Freya to just
My
take down
gosh.
the turrets. Oh my goodness.
Okay, you guys are guarding. Don't worry. I'll just keep hammering away on this one. Let's see if you can reach me.
And it really looked like, ladies and gentlemen, that Execration had full control over this.
What?
Sa Gitno, there was no one in range.
That was sad. Yeah,
There was
quite
no
sad.
one in range. There are still range capabilities that Barrett's cannot exceed. Heath here getting caught out. The arrow will connect. And that is going to be Heath and Hayes. Connection by the Double H. Oh my goodness. These guys are just playing out of their minds.
That is just where you want to be. And they caught it right on time. Catching Lancelot against a wall as a Nakai, that's an achievement already. I think that's just... And Toshi, you can see he's really fired up. He knows that he is getting the advantages that he needs in that fight. He's just getting it.
Did you see that ultimate, that one ultimate to just take down a whole turret?
Man, that was just... You become ranged, right, as a Freya, and they can't reach you anymore. And you're so scary when you want to go near, when you want to go in front of it, that they just choose not to. Not to mention the Freya has Purify, so even Benny Cutie on the show doesn't want to go and try, because he knows that if you get purified during the Way of the Dragon, you're gonna absorb the minimum of 3 hits from an ultimate activate Freya.
Yeah,
that's why they didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, and Benny Cutie isn't really in the position to, you know, just contest that.
Yeah, he can't.
He can't. But you know what? There was a lot of kill potential for Cho, if and only if Execration just rotated his side, because as we all know, Freya is still one of the low mobility heroes. There's a gap closer that's been added a bit here and there, but that's the thing about the ultimate of Freya. You use it so that you don't have to gap close anymore.
Yeah.
And they can get away.
Yeah.
So when you have that in mind, that means they're gonna lessen on the gap closers for the other skills.
Yeah, aside from the shield, you become ranged. You just get so much more damage. And, man, especially with the buffs, it's like so difficult to go near the guy.
It's still about holding them down.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot. That's why I'm thinking Barrett should always try to go for that Freya as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, if they
But the problem is there's also a link they need to worry about with Hajizi.
Yeah. And they can not defend this. They're just gonna give this up. They're gonna go straight to the bottom lane, Sagitnu, and this is one of the things that the Barretts can do, especially on a duel. That's going to be really hard. And Heath here with well, that was Hayes with a connection onto that arrow, but they won't really force it as Barrett is holding that line very well.
I think the objective there was to just put the Barretts low so that they can go for turtle.
Oh, look at the top lane. Look at the top lane. There is a fight happening there. It's going to be a 1v1. And
Toshi versus Benny Cutie.
You see, Cho is just
did well.
Forced to go back. Oh, that was a good play. That was actually a save. That was something. That was a way to stop that. And Toshi, he died in the process there while having that certain duel against Toshi. But Sagitnu here is really tanky. Haji really had to put a lot of effort just to take him down.
Yep. In the end, though, it's going to be Omega catching up that turtle, and they were able to get things done. Payback is happening on Execration with that top lane push, though, and at least they're getting something for their efforts, which is very little compared to, of course, what Omega did get. Hajizi going to be a lot more confident this time around on the lane because of that.
And what a nice play for Sagitnu, using that certain skill or that ultimate to stop Akai from rolling over the Chang'o. It was a clutch play.
Very, very so. And it's actually good because sometimes some ultimates don't really hit Akai because of the Hurricane Dance. But this skill is definitely one of those that really will be able to get through that. And it can stop the Hurricane Dance altogether.
For sure. That is true, Rockhart. Toshi, look at this. They are just trying to control the bottom lane. Chaknu here is the next target for Hajizi. Half the damage, but it's maximum effort there.
Maximum
effort.
For
half
sure.
the damage. Not really the best target for him. I think right now for Ling, we should be focusing onto that Chang'o or Hate. They could just get the kill. But he should be very wary of wherever that show is. That show is gonna kick the lights out of Ling if he
Yep.
ever sees him.
And to be fair, there are multiple targets for Omega, so he's not in that much of a danger. But still, it's something to watch out for. And if your positioning is off, you're really gonna get beaten up.
And as the game progresses, let us see. 10 minutes, 7 minutes, and 30 seconds till we get to the 18-minute mark, and that is the sweet spot. So-called sweet spot for the side of Execration, as they will try to outscale Omega here. Hate not having the best game on the Lancelot. He's not using a marksman right now. Ben Cutie is not using that as well. Shaknu here on a 0-0-1. That is actually commendable.
Very much commendable. I mean, considering where they are, and considering the amount of fights that they've been in, like, hello, how are you not going down here? It's always gonna be able to find a way out, which is the reason why at 11 minutes this game is still 2-7. Very, very low kill score game.
There is going to be a rotation here for Benny Cutie. Benny Cutie kicks the light off the Ling. It doesn't have the damage to do that. A lot of the flickers, a lot of the dashes will be used onto the middle lane. There is an aggression on Heath, but that's only with the Chang'o and the Grok.
Yep. Big guy here, Sagitnu walking around, proccing the Lord, seeing if they can find some targets. And the problem is the targets are there. They're just not within range. Look at this. Heath making sure that some people are in check. Detona's welcome right into the pit. They're trying to block him out, trying to see if they can pull off that combo that I was talking about, but apparently they can't do that without Chaknu on cooldown with the Guardian's Barrier.
And, well, at least for the Akai, they got the flicker. Heath here won't have that surprise engagement later, but that is a huge play, not really play, but a huge zoning effort for Heath, as he does not let the people here on the side of Execration to contest that. And that was a bit of a scare for Benny Cutie.
That was a scare, man. My heart's gonna go, oops. There's a fully charged Freya on the bush. It didn't even complete the Way of the Dragon. That's how scary Toshi is right now on the Freya.
And this is the power of Freya. Once he hits this certain threshold of items, Chang'o here getting hit. That isn't really the best target for you. Look at this, Chang'o getting caught out. He will go down. Tempest of Blades is there. Sagitnu here going in. He's really trying his best. The Lord will go down in the process, but that doesn't matter as Omega focuses on the other side of the map. And Toshi, given that they have these kinds of heroes, he's not stopping there. He just wants to fight. Execration here. They cannot reach that 18-minute mark. Can they stall? Toshi down. Hajis is still up. And that is going to be game number 1 going to Omega.
My God, that Freya really has that scary aura. And it always seems to be able to pull out clutches out of thin air because of the shielding, of course, from first and ultimate. So, I don't know, that was just a remarkable display of a split lineup. No longer a funnel 4 lineup, but a double hyper carry lineup there. And if there was ever a hyper carry in this game, Freya is definitely one of them.
Yeah, I like this flavor that Omega is bringing. They're probably the only ones. Well, I don't think they're the only ones who brought a Freya to the MPL.
The other one is Bluefire.
The Bluefire was picking that as well. And I like this certain understanding that Omega has. They are making this Freya work. And the problem with Ling is whenever Ling can't really finish the game early, they always would lack the damage. But with Freya there, even if they reach that late game, it's not going to be a problem.
No lack of damage at all for Omega here. And I have to say, this is a very interesting lineup. And a lot of the teams watching Omega right now are probably wondering, is this ban worthy for the playoffs? Because it is just so scary.
But speaking of scary, let's try not to be scared right now, and let's just throw it to Rob Luna so that he can tell us his facts. Rob, your floor. Yeah, we're gonna throw it to Rob Luna in just a bit. Five, four, three, two, one. Rob.
No, Manjin's not done, man.
Yeah.
Just go
The
in
floor
there.
is yours. Rob, the floor is yours.
Okay na okay naman. Ang sarap kumain habang nanonood, of course, ng MPL. At yun na nga, mga kaibigan, Omega getting game number 1 against Execration. Gaya ng sabi natin kanina, this is a very crucial matchup or rather series para sa Execration because ito din yung magbibigay sa kanila ng edge going on to the bracketing ng kanilang bracket A. But let's first go ahead and check the item stats, or actually the item build dito ng dalawang team. But look at it, everything is actually falling apart for Execration. Yes, nakakapalag sila, specifically si Sagit do onto the bottom lane against Uranus, but that's the only lane that they're actually winning. Yes, hindi sila basta-bastang nababasag sa gitna dahil they do have here Eto Max getting his item, the glowing one, Ice Queen 1, but not getting any kill, and even medyo naging reactive din as well dito si Hate in terms of their rotation. This might actually states that baka hindi gumagana sa kanila dito yung ganitong klase ng draft mo, specifically baka naipitan din ng hero dito si Chakno. Though isa ito sa mga signature hero ni Chakno yung Grok, but he's actually most favored pagka makahawakan niya yung may mga set na mga types ng hero, like for example yung kanyang Kufra, and of course nakita nyo naman kanina nirespeto ng Omega ang Atlas dito ni Chakno. But as you can see here, all for the side of Omega. Look at here, this is actually very, very interesting for the side of Haze. He actually went towards Divine Glaive, which is kadalasan yung mga Selena support natin are actually going for the Calamity Reaper. But this is a better item if you would like to do a more magic penetration style of hero. Pero makita nyo naman, Haze was actually the one. Kaya sila rin yung pinaka head-to-head natin kanina. It was Etomax and Haze because sila yung talagang setter or actually trend setter for the whole team. Kung sino ba dun sa dalawang support ang mas makakapagbigay ng vision, makakapagbigay ng opening para sa kanilang mga carry all throughout the game. But first, check na rin muna natin yung post-game stats. Here are the post-game stats, mga kaibigan. As you can see, what is lacking for the side dito ng Execration? Most of them doesn't have damage on the turrets. Meaning to say, hindi nila magawa yung mga, for example, yung mga basag. Hindi nila makuha yung mga objective doon sa laban na yon. So, basically, the only lane that's actually working for the side of Execration, yun nga sabi natin kanina, doon sa side ng lane ni Kenji. But you could also see that though hindi masyadong makaangat si Kenji doon sa may bottom lane during the early stages of the game, hindi rin naman siya basta-bastang napasok, at pagdating ng mid-game, siya na mismo yung humaharap, siya na rin mismo yung nagbablock ng mga creeps doon sa may ibaba. But everything else for the side dito ng Execration is actually falling apart. Kung mapapansin niyo, the only turret damage na meron sila on the side of Benny Cutie. Pero he alone himself nahihirapan din talaga na humarap because a 1v1 for the Cho and as well with the Freya, you would definitely favor yung Freya on that specific matchup. But let's go ahead and check the smart highlight on that specific game. As you can see here, mga kaibigan, this is already the 5-minute match natin. Kung papaso, this is a very low fight noon. 5 minutes na yon, 2-2 pa lang yung score. Pero slowly, dito papunta ng mid-game towards the late game, unti-unti na talaga ditong lumalamang ang Omega. All throughout, isa lang yung nabasag dito ng Execration, which is of course the top lane, kung saan nag-side lane push na lang doon si Benny Cutie, and everything else is just working for Omega. Basically dito, the vision na pinapakita, binibigay dito ni Haze is arrows, and everything is connecting with Hadji na sobrang free farm din siya as well the whole game. Ito nga kaya ang matatanong natin, guys, is the Barret really worth banning or is it really worth picking dito, dahil this is already twice nating nakita dito sa MPL and both games is not being successful. But what's more successful right now is had GC, our number 1 on the KDA, and of course with a 6-0-1 ngayon. Grabe, itong batang to, sobrang consistent niya talaga all throughout dito ngayon, specifically kahapon hanggang ngayon. And this is something you would want to see as a team on your carry na kayang-kaya niya talagang bit-bitin yung team niya all throughout. Makikita mo what just Haji did. He just farms and just find the right opportunity kung kailan niya i-execute, kung kailan siya susugod. You can even see how kung gaano ka-aggressive din ni Haji. Kung mapapansin niyo doon, inatake niya yung Grak just to zone out kanina nung nagbabasag sila doon sa ibaba. Ganon din siya confident. Isipin mo, anytime pwede siyang i-charge doon or rather kung mauunahan ni Chakno of course and of course masipa ni Benic Cutie. But yeah, of course, this is our smart MVP GC once again for the side of Omega. But before we head on sa ating second game, make sure to scan the QR code dito if you would like to support, of course, the Omega team. Nandyan yan sa inyong mga harapan. And another one, of course, for Execration. Ayan. Scan nyo na yan, guys. Diretso na kayo sa kanilang mga Facebook fan page for you to be able to see yung mga updates sa inyong mga paboritong, sa mga idolo at sa inyong mga paboritong mga teams. But before we actually head on, meron din tayo, of course, sa inyong lahat na giveaway code. Make sure na isave nyo na yan, screenshot nyo na yan, and isave nyo for you to be able to get in-game items for Mobile Legends and another bonus giveaway code. Ayan, maraming salamat of course to Moonton for providing us with a giveaway code para sa ating mga viewers. Isipin mo, nanonood ka na lang, nananalo ka pa, nagkaka-items ka pa ng libre from the MPL. And another one, ito medyo mas maganda to guys because this is the mythical raffle draw. Scan nyo na yan or rather type nyo sa inyong mga browser that bit.ly/MRD-PO. And yun na nga, another game na naman. This is just the second series mga kaibigan. Kung iisipin nyo, meron pa tayong dalawang serye mamaya. At ang malaking tanong, will Execration be able to force a game number 3? Dahil if in case, gaya ng sabi ng ating mga caster, if Execration loses one more on Omega, they might actually go onto the third seed ng bracket A. At sino nga ba ang kanilang mga kalaban sa playoffs? It's just the same one. Baka magkaroon sila ng deja vu because the third seed on bracket A will definitely face against Omega on bracket B and on to the finals. And of course, ako nga pala ang yung solo analyst for this one. My name is Rob Luna. Bato ko muna yun sa mga caster. Tingin nyo ba makaka-force ang Execration ng Game 3?
We hope so. Because we know that this
are.
is going to be a very action-packed Game 3 if they do. But Omega, with their understanding, with their momentum, and with their confidence, I think they're just going to aim to end this right now.
It's going to be so difficult, especially for this matchup where Omega just feels like they're so much in control. With the addition of the Freya double threat lineup to their arsenal, it just feels like Omega can do a lot. And there's going to be very little that Execration can do to actually ban out things like this, except for banning out Freya itself.
I don't think Freya deserves a ban
Exactly,
at all.
that's the point. It doesn't even deserve a ban in the first place. So if they're that scared, that's the only time they'll do it. But from what Omega's looking like here, they do look like they're showing off.
I think in a way, you just set yourself up for a late game setup, a late game carry, and just get that marksman off. Benny Cutie has been doing great in that certain pattern, and as long as you can give that marksman to Benny Cutie, I think Hate can just do whatever the hell he wants onto the early game. At least you have insurance, because the thing about Execration on their first game is they didn't really have that certain marksman that could take them potentially to win the game.
There you go, exactly. So right off the bat, Khalid is going to be the ban, and no more of that. I think Execration said we're done. The Barats was nice for a while, but yeah, we're done with that. Barats, by the way, 0/2 win rate, so 0% win rate still today for this week.
I mean, it's a really strong laner, but if you're not really dominating, I don't think the ultimate matters that much.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a very 50-50 ultimate.
I guess for Execration here, banning that Roger is going to be imperative for them. Seeing how Haji played that yesterday.
Oh my gosh,
it's
seriously.
way too scary.
That was
And
just...
even if they can get that, they're still thinking about giving hate other heroes because they completely trust hate on this.
Yep, and Hate, I have to say, they did pretty good in at least holding for a while. But again, Omega, they just knew how to break down the barriers, and they were able to really get the groove rolling. Again, I feel like Hate would do better on heroes like the Ling, if ever. If ever the earlier was just a little bit too difficult for them to deal with. And no signs of banning out the Freya means that Execration says, you know what, we don't mind. Go ahead, do it, pull it off. We dare you, and that's just the message you're sending.
Esmeralda will be banned out. Uranus will be banned out as well. So I guess Yu Zhong is 100% gonna come out right now.
Yep, Yu Zhong and definitely going to be a very good pick here. Either Omega or Execration, they will be happy to pick that up for sure. And Selena is still open. A lot of these, both of these teams actually really like that hero as well. So probably going to be prioritized as well will be the side lanes. So we're still looking for good side laners. Hill does not notice. Jawhead's not noticed. And it's the Selena in the first place.
Yeah, Omega really likes that on Haze.
Yeah.
And it's not like, it's not like they will lose a lot in terms of, not getting these offlaners, just because there's an element of surprise for Selena. And remember, whenever the Selena hits an arrow, there's always a chance of a lottery draw that you get the best target into the map and you just burst them down.
For sure. It's going to be that Jawhead that we were talking about. Offlaners are 100% secured. Well, not 100%. Obviously, the way that Execration plays it, expect Chaknu to have a field day with his Jawhead. But again, that's just what you want. You want to get these Jawhead picks down. Hilda's still available though, and Omega. Heath has played this hero very, very well in the past. This can still be a good pick for their side.
I'm 100% leaning towards Yu Zhong here, to be honest, for the side of Omega. They could still go for the Freya. They could go for a YSS or a Lancelot right now. That would
Ling.
Oh, they go for a Ling and a Hilda.
There you go.
Okay. Aggressive play. They set up an aggressive drafting pattern, which I really like, just because you'd know onto the side of Execration that they will be very aggressive with this Jawhead. So what you do is you do not care about your own jungle anymore.
Exactly.
You go own the next jungle. You go own the jungle in front of you.
Hellcrit, that's something I never would have expected though. Never would have predicted the Hellcrit pick to be brought out here for Execration. This is going to be very interesting. The Hellcrit jungler has had about 66% win rate so far.
Yeah,
it's only failed once. And
it's still a strong hero, to be honest.
Really is.
Dark Knight Falls is still one of the kits that, could actually just change a fight. But yeah, I mean, with the Selena there, if we can get the Selena, that's gonna take out one person to the side of Omega. I'm pretty sure that in terms of Toshi here, as long in terms of Ling, as long as the Hellcrit doesn't blink on the Ling, he's not gonna get silenced, and he's always gonna have that Tempest of Blades ready just to get away from the Hellcrit.
Yeah, for sure. So you gotta watch out. And there's a lot of backup though for Execration. They have Jawhead, they have Cho. But the thing is, they're not always going to be together, right? I mean, that's just it. Farsa is a good ban against Itomax, obviously. And the Ruby finally being banned out against Omega. They've been having a lot of fun with that hero on the off lanes. And the Freya, a lot of respect from Execration for this pick. And Toshi must be very happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually so. How do I say? This is actually just very targeted at this point.
Yep.
These guys are just nitpicking at this point. Rockhart.
They're very aware of the Loyi power.
Yeah.
Right? Of E2 Max. Whenever Execration won some of the games they had yesterday as well, or the other day, Loyi was very instrumental in the comeback play of the 5-man backstab teleport. So, Omega again, as usual, very diligent in doing their homework.
This is very interesting in terms of the scaling factor of Execration, and you would see why Execration is actually winning the 18-minute game. Look at their heroes right now. A Hellcurt? An Alice?
Yeah. A lot of them can actually scale pretty well. And I heard... yeah, there was no... we heard the sounds. There was no name, so I'm guessing that's a Yuzhong.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's going to be a Yuzhong.
That's going to be a Yuzhong.
And Execration's last pick is the one
what's
that we're
your
gonna
last
look
pick?
for.
Execration?
And, I would think that the Yuzhong is going to be countered very well or very easily by should be countered very easily by these I don't know. It's I actually don't know who's going to be able to counter off this Yuzhong. It's difficult for me to think about. Obviously, the Selena is going to be able to lane well against it.
Yeah.
But that last pick is going to be so critical. I hope we get news of that soon.
There is I'm just waiting for them. Okay, so it's going to be a Lunox. It's a Etomax special. They really like this setup that people would go to the side lanes. People have this from the side lanes. Then Lunox will just come in, Chaos Darkening, shoot a bit of balls or magic pellets on the other team. Then you just pick them up. That's what Execration wants.
Yeah, Lunox is going to be pretty good in dealing with mid to early game. Now, the scaling might be a problem because for me, Hellcurt doesn't really... They're stuck on early to mid with the Hellcurt and the Lunox pick. Hellcurt for the late game, nope, that's not something that can contest with a Lancelot with a Ling.
Yeah, of course.
It's really good in mid game. In the early, but after that, it's just basically control. So they need to end this quick. Execration made a lineup that should end the game quick.
Yeah. I am gonna say that there is this pattern for Execration that they really like to go for the late game, and to make this feasible for them, they should be getting a bit of a kill here and there in the early game, mid game. They have the capability to do so, but there is a thing about Execration where clearly if they get to the late game with the Alice, with the Hellcurt, with a Kufra,
okay,
with
there
a
you
Kufra. Okay, so the last pick wasn't a Lunox, it was a
Kufra. Alright.
It was a Kufra.
Whew.
So
Okay,
they
there
have
you go.
this. So it's going to be a Jawhead side lane.
Jawhead side lane.
So it's going to be a Jawhead.
Kufra with the roaming tank.
Or
and,
a Cho.
Chaknu's gonna be happy with this for sure.
Yeah, I guess.
So I'm banking more on the side lane, obviously, Jawhead, than the side lane Kufra. Side lanes for Execration will definitely be Jawhead Cho. And that's a lot of eggs in the basket of the Hellcurt.
Up. Eggs in the basket.
What? That's right. That's
That's
how
true.
you say it.
That's true.
That's just it. That's just how you do it. So
then again, okay, let's put it this way. The Hellcurt has a lot of things to do. Hellcurt has a lot of targets on his side.
This is gonna be hard. This is gonna be very difficult for.
This is going to be very difficult, but I think it's all about the Selena factor here. Even if it's going to be hard, if he gets hit by an arrow, he gets hit by an arrow. And that's how the Selena works. Because one of the reasons why coaches don't really want to give out the Selena to the other team on the previous meta is because you pile up in one lane, 3 people, one of you gets hit by an arrow, that guy is the main target. You lose one person, and you just lose your capability to roam. You lose your clearing power.
Yeah,
Now,
so the Hellcurt is going to be basically what you're saying is what Selena just has to chase the Hellcurt.
no. It clearly he doesn't have to do that.
Yeah.
But whenever in the late game, something just happens and a random arrow gets thrown, it hits the Hellcurt. Hellcurt just pops.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Uh,
That's why
it's-
that's why I'm saying the Hellcurt is gonna be a little difficult because the moment someone crowd controls the Hellcurt, like they're gonna rely on like who are they gonna rely on for the damage if he gets picked off? Like that's the problem I have with the Execration matchup. So hopefully we can find out what skills they already or sorry what battle spells they already have because this Hellcurt, if this is on Retribution, okay, it's gonna be very difficult for the rest of Execration to actually catch up here.
Yeah. And we are just waiting for the game to go on. This is our second series. We have 2 more coming after this. This isn't your normal Sunday MPL session because for day 3 of week number 8, we have 4 series awaiting for you. We still have Bren Esports versus Blacklist International after this. And after that, it's going to be Aura PH versus Onic PH.
Yeah, the fun thing about this day is that all of your favorite, no matter what team you are a fan of, they're all gonna be playing. All 8 playoff teams are playing today. So one way or another, someone's watching, here today and watching their favorite teams. There's no break or anything for any specific team for today. Everyone's gonna be on the active playing field.
And this is, you know what? This is a very important day for Group A. Because this is the time where we will know who will get the top spot for Group A.
That's right. Points they're basically like 1 point apart. The top 1 to 3 for Group A is like 1 point apart. So you gotta break ties and you gotta break them fast. You gotta bring out those 3 zeros. You gotta bring out those 2 zeros, man. Or else it's gonna be chaos.
It is going to be chaos. And we are going to head on to the battlefield. That is going to be Kufra Chaknu, Cho Sagitnu, Benny Cutie Alice, Hellcurt Hate, and Jawhead Eto Max.
It's a lot of emphasis on bring. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of the Hellcurt carry, although I'm sure they have a lot of faith in it. But if he does go down, Benny Cutie's going to have a hard time keeping this team together. He's going to be the pure damage threat here after Hate goes.
Okay.
And for Omega, it's clear who the target is, right? It's really, really clear. It's very easy who Heath is going to hunt down on Isilda. And he's got to make sure that all the buffs are covered at all times.
Well, for Etomax here, this is kind of surprising that we're not seeing a mage on Etomax. We've seen him with Kagura, Farsa, Lunox, Chango, but this is the first time that we're gonna see him probably use the Jawhead on the support role.
Yeah, he's doing the Chester thing where he's support but he's going for the tank.
Yeah.
So let's see if that's gonna work out well for them. We are heading into game 2 of Execration versus Omega, and I have to say, it's a little scary here for Execration. Let's see if this is gonna run to a game 3.
Match point for the side of Omega Execration here. They need to take this to a game number 3. We are your shoutcasters, Butters and Rockhart, and we are going to bring you the action here for this series. And Heath here is going to be very aggressive. Look at that Deadly Poison Stingers. I like the fadeaway there. It's going back a bit,
There you go.
Just, not getting the...
A little bit of swag.
Yeah, not getting the full stacks of that Deadly Poison Stinger.
Yeah, which makes it, I guess that makes it easier to hit because they don't expect it. And there you go with a big dive there. Heath 1v3. He's trying to check that. He's trying to make sure that the orange buff is checked.
And it's not. Oh, Heath
there
gets
you go.
hit. Heath gets hit. Oh,
nice block.
Wow.
Nice block from Chaknu. Smart play. No need for Tyrant's Revenge. Just going to turn into a ball.
Chak block.
Chak block. It's a 1-for-1.
The Chak block. Toshi going in. poking a bit of Cignal there. But you know what, Hayes, that could have been easier if not for Cignal.
So that's the reason why. Here's the Gillette replay. Slow down on there. Hate gets taken out, but Cignal just able to catch on. And it's just game sense. It's just they call it spatial awareness. I don't know if that's gonna be the term to properly connote him for that, but he has it. Whatever that you call that, Cignal really has it. Makes him such a big threat.
He's not doing it in. Oh, wow!
It's a trap.
Ooh.
It's a trap.
Ooh, Cignal there. What a play! Going into the brush power of Wilderness there, and he's here trying to get away. And look at that. The Hilda here is not really working anymore on the side of Omega. He's been taken down twice. He worked for the first time. Yes, he has delayed the rotations here onto the side of Execration, but does that even matter at this point? He got taken down.
Yeah. Okay, so the invades are no longer viable, and I really like the discipline for Kenji, by the way, just making sure he gets the last hit on the minion. He's freezing the lane as well, so that Benny Cutie can't really go straight up. And there you go, last hit, additional gold percentage. So guys, make sure you practice your last hits on the minions. You know, it's actually a big difference.
Look at that, Cignal really trying to go for Ling there. Etomax here will be forced to use the flicker, and Cignal and Etomax going 1v1 with Heath. The arrow won't connect, and Hayes here going in. There is the dragon, and look at Kenji just joining the fight. Toshi rather joining the fight. Kenji here with the last insanity. Toshi going down, Execration here,
So
just
messy.
clearing house. There's a very messy team fight for the side of Omega, and this could be an unofficial wipe. Yes, it will be.
Unofficial wipe. Hayes responds in time, but that's 5 people down for Execration.
This is Execration with their prime capability to just take fights.
Yep, you can't. That's why you cannot count out Execration at all, especially with a very, very proactive lineup. And man, the Cignal difference is very much felt here in this game.
Look at Hilda here. Hayes going in. Let's see. Cignal here. Will he be able to get out? He's the one who's gonna bite the bullet for his team. Heath going in, not letting Cignal just, you know, get away with it. And they're just gonna give up this purple buff onto the side of Haji.
Oh,
and that is going to be a Tempest of Blades. Let us see. He got what he wanted, and they're gonna back out.
Yep, just go in for the quick drive-by. Hajizi as well will be getting some gold for that turret, and they're evening out on the gold score here, but that doesn't, that only makes Execration even more threatening.
Look at Cignal. He's channeling. Oh, it stopped. And they don't really, they don't waste any time. When they saw Etomax falling really low, they went in, Deadly Poison Stinger, and that's that.
Yeah, Heath's play is so confusing, by the way. I don't know what he's actually trying to do in this matchup. This is one of the rare times where Heath looks like he's so undecisive. When he's trying, you know, if you don't know if he's going for kills or he's trying to just disrupt the enemy. He's doing it all alone. That's the biggest problem.
And Etomax here will just go in. Flowing Blood is their arrow. It won't connect to anyone. If it did, that could have been Etomax going down near the turret.
Yep.
And Etomax, even though we don't usually see him playing these kinds of heroes, 205.
Yep, easy proc there. Still goes in with the Poison Stingers. Toshi.
Oh, knock up.
Black Dragon
Three-man knock up.
Three-man knock up. Beautifully done. Gets those Shaw essences.
If there was, clearly, if there was last insanity there for Kenji, that could have been a whole other story.
Yep.
Probably the Ling.
Again, this is just Omega. They're still stuck on laning phase. That's why they can't join together as much.
They're still stuck. That is true. And as you can see, there's Cignal with
Turtle?
the dodge. Turtle is the next target here for the side of Execration. And they're really just going for it. And look at that. Deadly Poison Singers And the Retribution, high damage output. Etomax, oh, Ejector will be dodged by Hayes.
Literally making away, and looks like they're going to be diving onto Etomax with all of their skills. Tempest Blades as well committed very easily.
Mispositioned, Haji here, really trying to find his groove into this match. He died once already, he got his first kill. And if he really wants to come back to this game with a strong impact, with a heavy impact, I think it's time for him to actually just let it go right now. Unleash the beast.
Yeah, unleash the beast. Try to see if they can go for the fight.
Benny Cutie doesn't have flowing blood. He uses the Blood Ode to actually try to get away. And they get the Selena. Hayes here not in the perfect position. This is one of the weaknesses of the Selena. If ever he gets surprised and he gets engaged upon, that will really mean hell for that Selena.
Yep, and Hajizi's the one who's also getting picked off here by Chaknu. Man, this guy, what can he not do?
I mean, probably get a Blade of Despair.
Yeah,
because if he does that, would be counterintuitive, not efficient, not cost efficient.
Obviously, I mean, what can he not do, like in terms of like the limits of the hero? I mean, Butter is really making up some very cute stories there. Blade of Despair.
I mean, he couldn't really do that.
Yeah, exactly.
But then again, top lane turret has been destroyed. Benny Cutie, wow, Winter Junction, just in time.
Yep, just in time, and everyone's still dropping onto Benny Cutie, secondary damage threat here.
And here comes Toshi with the dragon. This could be the fight that Omega wants to win. Let us see Chaknu here with the play. He doesn't let them get out of the way. Hayes is gonna go down, and look at that. He really just wanted to go for the kill. The flicker is there, and Chaknu here, he cannot be taken down that easily.
Absolutely, it's just a problem here.
And
that's going to be the at least one kill that they can get, but the tower is going to be taken to a pretty low state there. Almost reaching half HP, while at the same time...
Oh!
No way!
It got stolen!
Toshi!
Chaknu! Hate trying to run away! And let's see if they can do this. Hate here doesn't have any more HP, and he dodges that jump coming off from Haji Z. Benny Cutie here with the sustain. Heath running away, and here comes Hilda. Raven with the ultimate. Flowing Blood. He's trying to clear as much as possible. Flowing Blood, he ignores it. He really wants to defend this. Etomax, on the other hand, unstoppable force onto that Yuzhong, but it won't really matter.
Yeah, end of the day, that's a 2.1k advantage still for Execration, despite all of the efforts of Omega to stay on top of the game. It's just difficult for them to really read out what Execration's trying to do in every point of the map.
Brute Force Breastplate for that Yuzhong. Well, in terms of damage output, it's a kind of a no-brainer to just go for those items, because Alice is the only magic damage hero here for the side of Execration.
That's right. I'm actually a little surprised as well by the lack of
magic damage.
No, anti-heal for both of these teams. Alice seems to be able to do anything he wants to do. Benny Cutie, he can just regen non-stop, and no one's really slowing that down. Bottom lane though, Kenji is in trouble.
Kenji uses the flicker to just get out. That could have been the last insanity, hitting 4 people with that certain flicker, but he will just use it to escape. Etomax here has the injector up. He gets thrown back to his team, and Toshi just goes for the respawn instantaneously.
He's pretty happy to go for that.
And that is going to be Haji.
Man, seriously, Chaknu is just going all out on this one. And some teams are forgetting.
This guy is just playing out of his mind.
Maximum respect, man.
Maximum respect. The Chaknu factor. The Kufra of Chaknu here. Etomax with the flicker. He will get out. Unstoppable force. It's there. Benny Cutie getting thrown out. Toshi here with the Black Dragon form. It will hit Etomax here. Etomax will just go down. He has accepted his fate. And Heath 129 with a Demon Hunter Sword, Blade of Despair, everything that he needs to actually just burst down anyone from the side of Omega.
Yeah, that tower is dead, and Immortality already locked in for Chakno means they're going to be even more aggressive as the coming games progress. So that gold lead is only going to start to grow longer and longer this game goes, and we are reaching a late game.
Chakno gets hit, but that is not the target that you want. That is never the target that you want. It's never is Chakno. Heath and Chakno going at it, concussive blast popping left and right. And Heath will fight at that bush. He knows that he has the advantage there.
Yep.
The regeneration is just way too high for a Hilda if he's near the bush.
Hate is looking better here this time with all the focus going to Chakno and Benecutie. Hate is able to actually get a lot of farm and a lot of pickoffs using the ultimate as well.
I think let's see who will get that Lord. That Lord is the most important factor in the map right now.
Hit there with the stuns. Of course, Hayes doesn't want to go in, but everyone gets ready for him if he does anyway. Hajizi, the rest of the team, they know they have to go for the Lord, and they get ready. They start running.
And this is going to be the Lord take for the side of Execration. Heath and the others know about this. Oh, did someone just get hit with that? Hate not really in the prime position here to fight. Toshi going in. Lord has been reset. Benecutie not in the best position here. He's being chased down by that Yuzhong. Chakno, they are just gonna let that be, and they're gonna try and take away Benecutie.
There you go. They take down Benecutie, but Sagitnu's also doing the split push, so they can't really go for the Lord just yet. Etomax and Chakno as well, trying to go for the chase for anyone who's trying to back off as well.
And Unstoppable Force. Unstoppable Force! Chakno from the back lines! Goodness gracious! Ling will go down and oh my goodness, this guy is just playing out of his mind.
They'll be finally shut down there a little bit, but the rest of Omega, they're very, very low. Hate is here. He's coming. He is Dark Knight falling, and that's going to be a triple.
Dark Knight falling, Rain is calling.
Yeah, Dark Knight's falling, yo.
And man, oh man, Chakno is making his own ways in the map, and no one is expecting him to be there.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's very difficult with Dark Knight Falls as well. Like, reading the map is just a difficult feat. Going in, though, it's going to be a little bit difficult for Heath to do anything about this, except for maybe kill Etomax. They will concede that Lord, and that is the X factor that Execration are looking for. They can definitely do a push after this one.
Okay, so in terms of getting that, Lord Omega here will have to play a bit more passive. They cannot go outside of the map. They could probably leave someone to, you know, counter push or split push onto the side lane, but four of them need to stick together. In terms of damage output, there is a big emphasis in they don't really have a problem in terms of damage. They have the damage. They're capable. It's just that the surprising factor that we're looking at Omega for here right now is the fact that Chakno is nowhere to be found, even with a Selena on their side.
And it's usually very easy to spot out Selena's, spot out enemies using Selena.
Yeah.
You have traps, you have arrows. Like, what's the excuse for not doing that? Lord goes down on the bot lane. Lord will take down the tower rather on the bot lane, and they're still there, still going. Mid lane's also.
And look at this, Dark Knight Falls. Etomax here going for the flicker. And look at this Toshi with the Black Dragon form. He's trying to take down people here. Etomax using that ejector to get the extra armor. Heath almost falling low, 1/4 HP. Chakno here get his HP getting chunked out here by by that Yuzhong.
Yep.
Sagitnu being aggressive as well. They know that they can fight. They know that this is their map. They know that they can just win this now if they pick up someone important onto the side of Omega.
Yep, Kenji's the non-factor in this game so far. And they're going to go in. Benecutie catches Hayes.
And they got one of the important targets. Toshi here will go down. Haji, can he do something about this? Kenji, he needs to clear the waves. And that is going to be game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Execration here. Chuck attack, the Chuck block, Chaknu.
He's just it.
This guy's just Chaknu.
It's just very difficult to deal with. So difficult to deal with Chaknu at this point. Man, what a hot-headed game there, and they're going nuts right now, and everyone just needed a break. And we'll go in the draft soon again, but for now, I just want to say that that's just how you play it. That's just how you play a Kufra, and it's such a big miss for Omega to not ban out that hero.
It costed him a lot. They're gonna think about that twice when the draft for game number 3 comes out. And Omega here, it's back to the drawing board for their side. But then again, I think in terms of planning it out, that Hilda didn't really work onto the side of Omega.
Yeah, Hilda's been a non-factor in that game. Same with the Export. I mean, they were just duds, literally duds in that lineup. And I think they could have done better. Honestly, they needed more bullying potential to take down the Hellcurt, and it was just not enough.
And it's more on the idea that Execration did not let them shine. But let's throw it to Rob, because I know he has a lot of things to say about this game. So Rob, the floor is yours.
Tank itself, kitang-kita naman natin yung difference from his Grok to the Kufra. Once na binigyan mo si Chakno ng mga ganitong klase ng hero that could be able to do setup as well. Pag natalo na niya si Haji, that's ka naman automatic rage at patay na nga kaagad dito ang carry ng Omega. But we could check as well on the item build dito ng ating mga teams. Most basically, kung titignan mo dito, this is just standard items. And I really like the itemization definitely dito for hit. Most specifically during the early game, kitang-kita nyo naman talaga. Ang ganda ng pinapakita ng Omega dito all throughout before they actually lost the team fight before the first turtle ng laro. But what actually made it possible for the side dito ng Execration na lalong mag-snowball? It's definitely yung early game. Ito kasi, the winning condition of course dito sa umpisa lagi ng Omega for having this kind of draft is that they do have here hit on the Hilda just doing, and I mean kung nakita nyo naman, hirap na hirap si Hate na kunin yung kanyang mga buff on the early stages of the game, and followed by as well with the Selena dito ni Haze. But paano to kinounter dito ng Execration? Yes, sige, hayaan nyo na. Bigay na natin sa inyo, kayo na yung nakakapag-invade, na-halt nyo sa akin. Kinukuha nyo yung time ko dito. Kumbaga, nauubos, what I mean, yung oras dito ng Hellcurt dahil nare-reset yung kanyang buff. But what's actually strong for the side of Execration were definitely their side lane. And most specifically din pala, si Eto Max dito providing this is actually a very, very different type of draft na pinakita sa atin dito ng Execration. Like a 2-tank na ginawa din somehow ng NXP Solid way back sa kanilang mga naging games. Itong 2-tank setup na to. So, yeah, something to note for is this, yung jawhead dito ni Eto Max. Not only providing crowd control. I mean, isipin mo kahit tinamaan siya ng pana, naka-counter-initiate niya pa rin yon with the ejector, nagkakaroon siya ng shield, at sometimes sila pa nga yung nakakakuha ng kill. And that's what we can see as well here on the post-game stats of both of the teams. As you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, kumbaga si Hate nung early stages ng laro is just going for the tower damage. Sige, hindi na ako masyado makapag-farm. Diretso na lang ako objective by objective. Though, Toshi is actually doing very, very good for the side dito ng Omega. Pero that isn't enough kasi hindi masyado nakapag-perform dito si Haji, and it's all because of Chakno. Kumbaga, lagi siyang nahuhuli. The anticipation nitong ng tao na to na si Chakno, alam na alam niya kung saan magtatagos or saan pupunta or saan tatalon dito si Haji. That's what makes the game so difficult for the Link to play this game, given of course yung bouncing ball niya na nakakapag-interrupt whenever the Link is dashing through the team fights. Now, let's go ahead, of course, check our smart highlights during the match. As you can see here, so kung iisipin mo, this is actually low type of kill. Ito yung pinaka-early stages of the game. This is actually the one na medyo nagbigay ng snowball for the side dito ng Execration. Winning this team fight definitely did a lot for the whole team. Dito sila nagsimulang mag-snowball. And even, let's also note, Benny Cutie right at this time already had his Clock of Destiny as early as almost 3 minutes of the game and getting his Winter Truncheon just right before the 6 minute. That's very, very fast para sa isang Alice. And alam nyo naman, na pag may Winter Truncheon ng isang Alice, pwede niyang pang-bait. Pwede siyang pumasok and just do Blood Oath, mag-ulti siya doon, then naka-Winter Truncheon. And it's gonna take a lot of time for your opponent na hintayin na matapos yung Winter Truncheon. And that's where the counter-initiate na ginagawa most of the time ng Execration. And wow, this game just states that hindi agad-agad magpapatalo ang Execration. And lalo na ngayon, sila na ngayon ang number 1 on the bracket A. But first, sino nga kaya? Sa mga nagiging laban na to, ang pinaka naging crucial. Looking that on the late game, guys, that was actually Hate already performing. Yes, nahirapan siya ng early game, pero during the late game, siya na yung nagbibigay ng damage. And yung layering din kasi, kung iisipin nyo, yung pagsama ni Eto Max and as well ni Hate, kung iisipin mo, the silence na gagawin after the ulti ng isang Hellcourt, diretso sabay sila ng tinatalunan. Of course, our MVP, our smart MVP of that match, none other than Hate with a 629 KDA. This is very, very high for a Hellcourt na nahirapan during the early stages of the game. This is only state that ang ganda ng binigay sa kanyang suporta ng mga tank niya dito, and as well, that double tank setup basically give enough time for the Hellcourt to come back on this game, given with as well yung mga silent. Kumbaga isipin mo, no, yung mid nila hindi nila ginawa yung mga usual na mga minion wave clear during the early, I mean yung mga mage support. They gave that role doon kay Benny Cutie, which is their Alice. And kita nyo naman, sobrang bilis na nakapag-farm ng isang Alice during that match, given naka-mystery shop din siya na emblem for the mage emblem. And of course, ito, grabe mga kaibigan, meron pa tayo, it's been forced. Well, in-anticipate talaga namin this gonna be going for a game na 3 days because of this team, talaga namang nagpapakita ng sobra din, lalo na kung susuportahan nyo din as well ang team ng Execration, because their QR code will get you directly to their fan page. And as well, ang ating sunod na team, ang kanilang kalaban ngayon, Omega, still also has their QR code. Don't forget to scan that for if you would like to support Omega. And but before we actually go, baka hindi nyo pa nakukuha or kaka-tune in nyo pa lang for the MPL. Mahaba pa ang araw natin. Another giveaway code para sa inyo mga kaibigan. This is where you actually get in-game items. Pwede rin kayo makakuha dyan ng mga skin if you're lucky enough. And another giveaway code, mabonus pa yan para sa inyong lahat. And guys, this is just showing Munton very, very generous for everyone na yes, nanonood ka na ng MPL, nag-e-enjoy ka na, nakakakuha ka na ng moves, you're also winning this giveaway codes, and another one, a QR code for our mythical raffle draw. Don't forget to join that one, or you could even type it on your browsers, bit.ly/mrd-po. Wow, guys, this is a very, very exciting na series. Omega and Execration, they might actually find themselves on the playoffs. Pero dito ngayon, Execration, they're on the stakes kasi whatever happens on their match, Omega will still hold the number 2 seed for bracket B. But if Execration could be able to close this one, they will be securing somehow like a top 2 sa kanilang bracket, and we will yet to determine kung paano ang magiging laro ng Aura PH mamaya sa Onic PH. Will Execration hold the number 1 seed for bracket A? I'm your solo analyst for this match. My name is Rob Luna. Ba't ako muna kayo sa ating mga casters? Tingin nyo ba this is the time for Execration?
And this is always time for Execration,
Yeah.
I think.
Every day is always Execration Day.
Every day is always Execration Day. But the thing is, it's always Omega Day as well.
Yeah,
It's
that's a
always Bren Esports Day as well. And all the teams here, Onic, Blacklist, it's every day their time.
Yeah.
The thing is, who can execute better? And who can not really expose, but who can impose a better, day than most.
That's right. Who can get the better day? That's basically the question all the time. And again, welcome back, ladies and gents. And I think this is going to be a very hot fight now that a lot of the strengths and weaknesses of both teams have been exposed in that last matchup, in the last two matchups rather.
I just have to say, Rockhart, the Hellkirk pick worked for the side of Execration.
Right now, 75% so far on the day for sure. On the overall Hellkirk jungler, man, it really does. They made it work. It's a lineup that's not supposed to work, but they made it work so beautifully, and gotta commend Execration for that. Now we are back to the drawing board here for draft for Game 3. And who knows what other surprises might be in store for us here.
Execration as being that that thorn in every top team's chances for actually just getting a good or strong end to their regular season. Execration, the thing is, they don't go out without a fight.
Yep.
They will always try to go down with a fight.
Rightfully so as well. Like, it's very... I kind of really commend what Execration keeps doing here. They just fight and fight and fight. And they ride off of, like, the big moments, that the big reveals of Cignal. Every time he goes in any hero, in almost any hero Cignal picks, he makes it such a sight to see. It turns it into a show. And that's just the power of that team.
Well, clearly Omega doesn't want to see any Roger play right now. Yesterday it was all Roger. Now Roger is just banned left and right.
Yeah. So interesting. I feel like the Roger is just something that at this point in time really does deserve a nerf. Like, at some points you gotta slow it down because of the new changes to the field, new changes to how gold is generated throughout the map. Roger definitely is a prime candidate for a nerf.
Kate just popping out on game number 2. Did not have the best game for the game number 1. Did not have that game on his side. But for game number 2, he was given so much space that it was inevitable for him to actually just carry the game at the remaining or the end minutes of it. So Execration, they get Esmeralda, and I kind of get why people still get Esmeralda right now. If you want to do well and you want to just win your lane, just go for an Esmeralda.
Yep, it's one of the heroes that can absolutely sustain for a long period of time with Frost Moon Shield. It's also a reason why some matchups against Esmeralda are just bad, because again, if you have shields, you can't face off against this guy.
Execration though, they are just, I don't know, they are just staying within their own hero pool. Well, for Omega, will they try to pull up something here? Thumbs and the Loyi. They
Very
get the Loyi.
early.
Yeah, well, they denied the Loyi.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of the earliest times I've ever seen Loyi get picked. Especially on the support right now, who is not really... Supports in this meta are not super prioritized. And yeah, everyone on Execration is like, really? Seriously? What are we going to do about this? They're not sure.
And yeah, seeing them, they're kind of surprised, to be honest.
Yeah.
They get the Kufra again, and I don't think this is really the best decision for the side of Omega, seeing how hot the hands of Kufra or Cignal is on game number 2. Execration, Hate. Who will you lock in? Will you get your core right now, or will you get another side lane? He will get another side lane. It's going to be the Yu Zhong and the Esmeralda for the side lanes of Execration.
Yeah.
Formidable duo.
Comfort as well. Very much comfortable. Execration says, you know what, we don't need to think about it too much. Let's just go with what usually works for us. Should be fine.
This is going to be crazy, as Omega will pick their third slot here for this game. They can just choose a tank right now, or they can just wait a bit later, as Execration got the Kufra on their side, to be honest.
No big hyper carries being locked in yet for either side as well. So aside from the Kufra pick, I feel like that's already a big mistake, leaving the Kufra up. But they go for it anyway, and Yi Sun Shin gonna be the guy they go to next. So this is gonna be a sure combo. Like whenever you go for an ultimate teleport, they're gonna know where the enemy is, and that's because of Mountain Chakra. So this combo is gonna work very well for Omega, just right off the bat. But of course, you still need a good front line to make sure that the Isanshin doesn't go down right away.
Well, there is going to be a Hajizi Isanshin, and it's going to be a Yu Zhong versus a YSS. I don't like the chances of a YSS against a Yu Zhong, to be honest.
Yeah, depending on where they throw it. I mean, we have seen some Yisanshins being just stuck on jungle for a long amount of time. I think NXP is also very happy to do that. No more Hellcurt surprises for Execration, sad to say. We would have really liked that Hellcurt, it really did very much that previous fight.
Akai and the Atlas, Hellcurt and the Forza. They don't want Etomax getting his best hero. But there's still a Selena though.
That's basically it. The Selena last game though, it fell off really hard after the initial pick-off stage. Late game Selena still something that you don't want to rely on too much. Baksha though gonna be locked in for Omega. A little bit surprising, but it does work pretty okay against the Kufra.
It seems to me that something's very odd with Omega picking the Thams and the Louis for the first set of for the first set of picks that they have here. I find it odd that there is a huge priority on that Louis.
The Loyes shouldn't be a second pick material. So I'm still wondering why they did it. A big wombo combo offlaner. I'm guessing they still want to rely on Xborg or something like that. I don't know. This last pick for Omega is still a big mystery for us.
So this is going to be a hate mid Esmeralda. Benny Cutie gold lane.
Okay, Alice.
And yeah, with this, they are going to make the most sense out of this. For the side of Omega, I really still find it odd that they second picked Louis. Yeah.
Hopefully that gets answered. Let's just see how confident Hayes is in terms of controlling this hero and whether or not that's going to be the difference maker for Omega. On the other side, that's just Execration being a very much Execration lineup. It's just there's nothing too special about it. Nor the thing about Execration's lineup is they got comfort pick.
Yeah.
Big comfort pick on the Kufra. Getting the Chang'e, A2 Max also really likes that. And hate on the Esmeralda. He could have been the 1-1, but they choose to swap out with Benny Cutie. It's absolutely fine.
This is going to be the traditional 1-2-2 setup for the side of Execration. While for Omega, they will really stick with this Louis pick. And Baksha is on their side, so Alice here won't really have to care that much about it. But we will be heading in the game. Let's see, will Execration just take this series versus Omega? Or will Omega just stop Execration on their tracks and not let them have the points that they want?
Let's go ahead and find out as we go into game 3. And I have to say that this is still a big mystery. I'm not gonna make any big guesses as to what the Loyi is gonna do in the early game, but I guess he's just gonna go and harass people from the looks of it. Want to go for the harassment when going for the buff, and it's gonna do well, I guess. Wish we had the camera there. There you go.
At least you got your wish.
Yeah, you got.
I'm happy for you.
So at least they are able to. I think he was able to throw at least like 2 skills and try to disrupt that a little bit, but slow it down.
Yeah,
other than that, not really anything too major yet.
Look at the damage output that Louis can do. Like, Louis is still one of the best nukers, but if they get out of range, that's the time where you should actually think about it. But right now, Omega has something in mind. They're not gonna let Chaknu have the same start that he had earlier. there is Benny Cutie with the stuns to bail him out. That was a very good move for Benny. Just noticing that he can help his ally, uses the stuns for his side, and he just saves Chakno.
Yep. And overall, there's just no one who's gonna go ahead in gold this time. 200 gold lead, very very small. Hajizi, both hyper carries for both lineups are actually doing pretty well. And
Chaknu again.
Chaknu with the double hit knockup on the Tyrant's Revenge.
Chaknu once again. He's just finding these right jumps and he's not really paying the price for it. Like he's gonna do it and he's just gonna get away with it unscathed. And Benny Cutie here is a target for OMG, and that poke really just took a lot of HP from Benny.
Yep, and that kind of forces Omega to just think about it again under the tower. Kind of already expect the 1-1 to be a stable laner, and it's happening. A side laner, marksman, and this one can survive for a long time. It's solo.
Yeah, it's not like they have the range to, you know, just give him a hard time at that point. And look at this, Sagitnu trying to get away. Sagitnu is put in a very bad spot, but he actually lives.
Yep, able to get out of there out of harm's way. No Mountain Shocker to follow it anymore means that there's just no chase, very little chase here for Omega. So just gonna keep rolling the ball rolling here for Hayes as well. Benny Cutie, I expect, lots of damage being absorbed there. The outer turret shields are gonna be going down in a few seconds, so they won't be able to get that much gold from those anyway. And actually, neither of these teams actually were able to do that. So Turtle is going to be the next target. I don't know how long this is gonna take, but who gets this turtle? If Hajizi can get this turtle, it's almost an ensured early game advantage here for Omega. They can definitely get back this 400 gold lead.
Definitely, Turtle is now the target on the side of Execration, but they are being very wary of what Omega can do. Luigi there is really an unusual pick, but it seems to be working for Omega. It really seems to be working
there you
for
go.
Omega.
As I was saying, Hajizi got that turtle, and we are back on even. And it becomes more threatening now for Hajizi to go for the attack.
Kenji and Sagitnu, they're having a bit of a scuffle here onto the top lane. Sagitnu still has the dragon form. He will use it to bail out. There is going to be the mounting shocker over there. Sagitnu just clearing out the waves before leaving his lane.
Yep, dipping and diving. Hayes as well, just doing donuts around the mid lane. And, sorry, that's Heath rather. And that's Hayes with the follow-up. And again, this is just very limited on the amount of execution they can do here in the mid because of their lineup. And the Loyi, we haven't seen the big Loyi ultimate yet.
And as you can see, Chaknu here, finding that certain opening, Rockhart. He's just looking at it. He's just looking at the map right now, trying to see what pressure point could he hit. He was hitting a lot of the pressure points in the earlier stages of the game. On game number 2, he's been doing that. But right now, he can't find that certain pressure point. He's still searching for it.
And again, the pressure is going to be on the turrets this time around. On the top lane, Execration, they know it. They kind of read that, you know what, Omega, they want those early game towers. Let's not give that to them. Let's give them a hard time. And it's working very well for Execration.
I do agree, Rockhart. And look at Chaknu here just staying near this area. He didn't move an inch. Gets the low Yi, gets the Yi Sun Shin. Hajizi with the Traceless will get out. Chaknu, he's not going to pay the price again because he has Flicker. And the unkillable Chaknu just making magic.
Good thing is Heath also realized this. The moment he saw that Chaknu was going to go for the dive, he made sure he was able to block the Atomax Meteor Shower. And I think that's a big deal. And Baksha's passive is built to withstand that Meteor Shower. So I'm pretty sure if Heath was not on point on the defense, that would have been a double kill for Execration. So good job to Heath.
If Heath wasn't able to do that, that could have been disastrous for the side of Omega.
Second turtle going over to Omega here.
Oh, there is the Blood Ode. Chaknu caught in between. Doesn't have the flicker, and the unkillable Chaknu is taken down once this game. Push
6.5 minutes. That's first blood.
Push on the bottom lane. They're playing this very passively, to be honest.
Yep, and here's another one. 2-0 for Omega. Wants to get even more done on the bottom lane, but they go for turret first. And that's just the discipline coming in from the Omega squad.
Etomax here just trying to defend as much as possible. While everything of that is happening, Omega here, they took the bottom lane, but Execration answers with their own push onto the top lane. So technically, this is still an even map for these two teams.
Absolutely. That small goal lead doesn't even feel like a goal lead at this point. So it's going to be up to... wow, out of nowhere. The catch from that Loyi duality.
And you know what? It just seems like the unusual pick is working wonders for the side of Omega. Man, oh man.
Loyi second pick. It does a lot. Does a lot.
It does a lot. I mean, probably for this match. But you wouldn't really go for this for other matches. And here comes Chaknu, not really pulling the trigger on that ultimate.
Yep, he has to endure the skills from the Loyi, not to mention the Turtles Plaisance. So they were going to go swimming if you pulled that trigger. Swimming in lava or something like that.
Okay, so for the side of Omega, they should have this late game insurance. They have the Alice, they have the YSS. For Execution, rather, there is this thing about the Esmeralda and Benny Cutie as well. I'm actually more scared of Benny Cutie in the late game.
Well, absolutely, because this has like better scaling, right? Esmeralda has better scaling. Again, this 1-1 is gonna have a lot of scaling. So compared to the scaling of Hajizi, who's probably going to be the mid-game hero here.
Oh, Chaknu going for the turtle. He actually damaged that. Heath is caught in the middle.
Oh,
there
boy.
is lava on the floor. If you step on it, you die. But the one causing it is the one who goes down first. Haji Z goes down. Execration here with a come around. And here comes Toshi with the Blood Ode. They will go down. Execration here wins that fight.
Big victory here for Execration. Kenji all alone left to defend.
Exercise flexibility. Flexibility. Benny Cutie and the others, they just go in. Chaknu here going for the dive. They're not afraid of anything.
Teleport for the exit. They don't even take it.
No, that was Hayes, actually. Hayes faked that.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, right.
That was Hayes.
That was it. That was a fake there.
Well, I kind of get your point where you got a bit of confused there because it's always Execration using the Loyi.
That's right. And here on the replay, you can see that even though it was Hajizi who got that turtle, it's actually a pretty big deal if you keep the buff. And that's something that did not happen in this situation.
That will be your Gillette Instant Replay. Hashtag Shave the Day. Execration now leading this match 5-3. Things weren't looking good for their side earlier on. With Chaknu here flexing a bit. You know what? Just being chill. Not really care about anything. And as long as Omega right now can't find the right spot to hit Omega where it hurts, or hit Execration where it hurts, I think this map is 100% gonna go to Execration right now.
Hajizi can't find the good opening, and the difficulties of the Loyi pick is becoming very, very obvious now. How do you actually deal with? How do you get near your targets when they? First of all, it's very difficult to get near Benny Cutie. Same with Chaknu and Sagitnu. They're always gonna have an escape. Same with Yu Zhong. I think the most vulnerable member is Itomax, who's always positioning himself so well in the fight.
And Chaknu is there in front of a lot of people. Heath here is the main target, and Meteor Shower is gonna go to the side of Heath. Okay, there is an ultimate, there is a diversion. That was that was actually a bait.
Yeah, that was an absolute bait here, and Omega, they're trying to see if they can lure Execration to make a big mistake, which is not happening at all. Toshi on that, what's this?
Blood Ode.
Yeah, Toshi with the Blood Ode. There you go. Completely forgot the name of that skill.
There's some heroes that are coming back right now that
Yeah.
we haven't really seen ever since Season 2.
Yep, that Alice is definitely something that's going to scale as well, I guess, for Omega. So that's something they'll have on their side.
Haji, poke. Poke, he's going to throw it. Oh, I thought he was going to take his
Canceled it.
chances.
Didn't want to give away the
Yeah,
position, but
yeah.
went out of the bush anyway. So this Omega looking like they're struggling a little bit here to find their groove. And I guess the Lord is going to be the next test for both of these teams. The gold lead is not that big.
Yeah.
This can still go either way.
Yeah, of course. It's not going to be that much of a chore for the side of Omega to just come back from this. They just have to know where Chaknu is gonna come from. If Chaknu, you give him the positions like this is really scary. Right now, you can see Haji, Loyi gonna go down, and if he gets those kinds of initiations, you're not gonna do well for the upcoming Lord fight.
That's -1. That's Loyi out of the question. No more fancy plays. No more weird teleports. It is going to be straight up fight here. And Heath is going to go for the 1-1.
Etomax. Oh, Etomax will go down. Toshi is there. Let's check this out. Heath will get it. Even with the retribution on his side, there is
Kenji.
going to be Kenji onto the bottom lane. Kenji here doing work. And Kenji just doing the off-lane things that he usually do.
Right? That basically was Execration trying to stay too long around the Lord, giving away that inhibitor turret. But don't forget, we still have a Lord walking in the mid lane for Execration. They can still make stuff happen. And the rest of the guys are waiting to see what Execration is going to do.
And Loyi here is the target of Cignal. Cignal is just chasing this Toshi down. That wasn't actually Loyi, that was Toshi. And Cignal, what happened there? That was a bit questionable on my part.
Yeah, they got blindsided here. And once more, the Lord advantage gonna be nullified by Omega. This game is super duper close, not only in gold, but also on who can possibly go for the ace and go for the whole wipeout. So, gotta be careful here.
Yeah, you gotta be. And Omega, they are trying to check out whatever positioning that they can do in terms of the Loyi. I mean, Hayes right here is doing a phenomenal job just utilizing whatever it is that it needed to be utilized. Hayes here will be the target of the Meteor Shower. Toshi here going in with the Blood Ode. I don't think he can withstand the damage output that this team has. Look at 1-1. Look at 1-1 with that ultimate. Hate there. Pre-positioning himself at that area.
Boom!
And Loyi will be the next target to go down.
Yeah, Flicker is the only way out of there, or a Winter Truncheon. Neither one were available to Hayes. That means that Execration, they can start working their way on the mid lane.
Here comes the dragon, the big dragon, and here comes Cignal with the dragon form. Let us see Ben Cutie even attacking that base with just one pellet. He just did that.
He just did.
One
Just
arrow.
single hit.
A single arrow hit.
Yep.
Oh, look at this.
There's
Chaknu!
Cutie. He goes down, but it doesn't matter. He stuns 2 targets. They're able to clean up a lot of the minions, but not the base itself. Will be left for later on. And I would say that, you know what, where did that come from?
And that was Hayes with the diversion.
What?
That was Hayes with the diversion, and that is going to be the times where Aloyi is actually,
my God,
effective. And this game, oh my goodness, the supports are just playing out of this world.
Oh my gosh, seriously though, where did that come from? We can't even have a replay because the camera wasn't there.
Clutch work, oh my goodness. And here comes Heath going in. He gets punished. He cannot withstand the damage coming out from the Chango and the crew. Kenji here. He is pushing a lot of these turrets.
What a close fight here.
This game could go both ways. One wipe. Oh! He actually catches Haji! He actually catches Haji! And here comes the diversion to Benny. Oh! Oh no!
Oh my gosh. Oh man.
Going out, then going in at the proper time. Traceless indeed.
Literally gone without a trace. That is... Whew.
Traceless indeed, ladies
man,
and gentlemen.
this is just
I
turning-
am out of words for this game. Chakno is doing great. Chakno is doing great. Etomax is doing great. Hayes is playing like the championship.
There you go. And we have it. We have it.
We have it. And
There
he
you
just
go.
went there.
The
They caught up with them.
5-man teleport.
And that was maximum range. And look at this. At the right time. If he ever
Seriously.
miscalculated that teleport, that could have been the death of Haji.
Championship teleports here. Coming from Omega. But
Toshi?
they're not out of the woods just yet. They still need
They're
to
not.
play the game of their lives so they can get out of this ditch that...
Oh, Max! Max! He was...
Almost-
his health
almost
bar was
there.
destroyed.
Very, very close to the
Completely
end there.
wiped out.
Rose Gold Meteor by Kenji. And again, they have to play the best game of their lives. They want to get themselves out of this hole that Execration buried them in terms of tempo.
Chakno, he was seen standing there. And can they control Chakno? No, they can't. Chakno is just has the items. He's just way too tanky at this point.
Very
and
unlikely
they're gonna
for him to
they're
get
probably
control.
just gonna jump for it. Chakno here couldn't really reach Hajizi. He could have gone for the flicker though, to be honest.
And Toshi is going to be waiting in the wings, waiting for someone to get off position. And he's doing just that. Divine Glaive, though, making it...
Oh, no! That was a dodge!
The dodge!
Toshi here!
The moves, Toshi!
Flowing
No
blood!
way!
Flowing blood! Toshi
The
with
outplay.
the flicker. That was an outplay!
Literal outplay.
Perfect
2v1.
timing. If that was a millisecond earlier, or a couple of milliseconds earlier, that could have been the game-winning play for Chakno. He went for it. The flicker was available. Sagitna here trying to distract these people. He doesn't hit anyone with that falling star moon. He is the next casualty here, and this is a fight that Execration does not want to take.
50
They are
seconds.
running. They are running.
Here's
And
the
look at this,
teleport!
the teleport from the Loyi. It makes them reach. It makes them reach the stragglers here for the side of Execration. 2 members up. Chakno, Benny, Etomax, now revived. What can you do? You just respond. You have your ultimates. Etomax has one use of that meteor shower, and
It's gone.
They catch someone here. They catch Haji.
Haji's
goes
out.
down. Haji goes down. This is a back and forth.
Lord is walking here. Benny Cutie could still do a lot of damage to that Lord. And the rest of Omega, they are ganging up on Chaknu.
Oh my goodness, these players don't just want to leave the regular season with the playoffs in hand. They want this last day for them to be, memorable.
For sure. This is an absolutely memorable game where it's supposed to end, but it's not really ending. So I don't know what's happening here so far in terms of tempo. Tempo is all over the map for both of these teams. They're taking each team is taking it over and over again.
Sagitnu, Ben Cutie, they're there, and they just want to win this. Malefic Roar is on the 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. Ares Belt is on her hands as well. So that means this could be immortality.
Here we go.
This could be an immortality.
They have hate!
Oh no.
Oh, that is
This
bad.
is costly. This is really costly for the side of
Sagitnu.
Execration. Does he get to live? He gets
He gets to live.
He gets to live. Look, Shaknu going in. Is this worth it though? Shaknu, can you survive this? That is going to be the ultimate. Traceless is there. Haji doesn't get caught out by that. Go for an ultimate. And this is the push. This is a 3v5. Etomax, you have your meteor shower. You can use that to clear the waves. But
Genius
people
one.
will be forcing to block that out. That won't reach the minions. And here comes Benny Cutie.
No minions!
They're forcing them back. They're forcing them back. Benny Cutie here can deal so much damage. Ladies and gentlemen, what is happening to this game? They just wouldn't let this end.
Crossbow of Tang already used up, meaning that there's no way they can push here. There's no way they can kill people, but Execration will be able to at least defend. Meteor Shower available for E2 Max as well, means they can clear any wave instantly. Item locked.
Item locked, indeed.
For almost everyone.
Oh my goodness. These players just keeps on surprising us.
For sure.
You know what? All the items that they have right now, I think everyone is on item lock, to be honest.
Yeah, except for
Alice. Alice doesn't have all the items, by the way, Toshi. Except
yeah,
for
Toshi and Heath, yes. So other than that, if this game goes to 25 minutes, for sure they'll have all the items they need. And the Execration, they're already at that level. So they're just holding. That's the reason why Execration can win consistently. Even in the clutches of, even if it's 3v5, I mean, they wait for the time when their members respond. They're able to do it.
And
Malefic Roar.
Remember, Execration, they have a 100% win rate whenever it reaches 18 minutes and beyond.
Yeah, they're really sticking to that. They really want that to happen. Next Lord will be critical once more. The big game-ending Lord for both of these teams. 13-14 on the kill score. It is actually pretty close. Not to mention on the gold as well.
Remember, when Execration gets that, then that means it's going to go to the middle lane. Well, for both of the teams, it's going to go to the middle lane. And that will have the charge on the base. So for Omega, or whoever gets it, the other team on the receiving end of that Lord charge, they cannot let the Lord reach that certain area of the base. If ever that happens, then that means the other team can just ram towards or just go towards the base, just hit it, and just win from there.
Yeah. They need to make sure they can catch it before it arrives around the base area. And that's going to be difficult. That's going to be very, very difficult, especially for Omega. Now, who's going to get this Lord?
Hey, Toshi.
See?
They found out Toshi. Benny Cutie. Oh, Benny Cutie is the target here. Flicker won't be available, and he goes in. Benny goes down.
That's
Suppress is there. And the regen. Oh my goodness, that is going to be 2 people hit by that Tyrant's Rage. Tyrant's Revenge. And look at that. Knock-up is there. Sagitnu is still trying to fight as much as possible here. He does not have enough tankiness to withstand everything that Omega is throwing them. Kenji, Hayes, Haji, they're marching on. Meteor Shower is there, and they're going to go straight for the Lord.
That's going to be a Lord take. Omega will have the Lord on their side. They can't finish the game yet, but they can sure as heck do it once the Lord and the big minions are in play.
Look at Chaknu. Look at Chaknu. Chaknu
You're not
is
done?
preparing for this. Chaknu has been playing for this clutch moment. Oh! Oh no!
Okay.
Oh, almost.
Will be
Almost.
secured.
It will be secured. That is going to be the retribution. Chaknu is down, and he has the immortality on his side, and that is going to be a kill for Kenji.
And E2 Max, he will suffer. Hayes catches him on the back foot. Look at the end one moves. And that is just what you want to do. And Benny Cutie's going to be the next target. Gonna be the next one to pick up, clean it up. Crossbow of Tang activated. Winter Truncheon denies it.
Oh! I am so done with this game.
This game is just... Please!
This is just an example of mechanic skills.
Timing.
Timing. Impeccable timing. And just the players just showing us how to play good MLBB. This is just way too good for us. Omega.
Oh my god.
Wins the series with a 1-2.
Seriously.
Well deserved. That game dragged long, and I guess it's not 100% win rate at 18 minutes anymore for the side of Execration.
Yep, that stat is gone. They have the game they want, and they went to the maximum lengths to be able to prove it. Congratulations to Omega, 2-1 victory against Execration.
We still have 2 matches after this. The next match is going to be Bren Esports versus Blacklist International. So this is the Mega Sunday for the
Mega Sunday.
MPL-PH Season 8 regular season. This is week 8, day 3. Final thoughts on the match, Rockhart?
I would say that these guys are well deserved of their slot, and they did not disappoint with the free game series. It went on very long, and it was seriously a very fun match to watch for me.
You just know that these players have high understanding of the game. Mechanics-wise, they just showed us there that they knew their timings. Everyone just played at a very high level. And I appreciate that from Omega and Execration. This is going to be their last series for the regular season. And congratulations, Omega and Execration, for making it out of the playoffs alive. Making it out of the regular season alive and kicking for the playoffs. But that is it for us for series number 2. We will be seeing you later for series number 3. But now let's throw it to Rob Luna for the solo segment, analysis segment.
Na pagbasag nung base turret doon sa may top lane ng Execration. That was the time, yes, nakakuha ng Lord ng Execration, but na-divert yung attention doon sa pagbasag ng Tamos ni Kenji. And from that moment, medyo nakabawing muli ang Omega. That was very, very clutch. Pero bukod doon, sobrang dami then actually na mga nangyari during or actually after that scenario na nabasag yung base turret ng Execration sa may top lane. Let's go ahead and check the item build dito. I would like to point out dito in terms of the itemization, of course, for Cignal, this is the perfect item for the side of Omega. This is actually the Twilight Armor that reduces or actually making the damage ng isang physical for magkakaroon siya ng threshold for only 900 because had GC here with these items, everything is all about Endless Battle, Raptor Machete, Wind of Nature, BOD, and Demon Hunter Sword. Everything is damage. Pero pag tinira mo yan sa isang Sagitno, or rather dito sa item ng Twilight, mag-hold lang siya up to the maximum of 900. And also there's a 20% critical, which is yun din yung binibigay ng isang YSS. Now, for the rest dito, everything is good for the side, and even with Cignal dito, even the Courageous Mask, kaya nakikita nyo, ang bilis din nila mag-move talaga whenever on the team fights. Even on Eto Max, having this kind of itemization, definitely sobrang, wala. Dumabot tayo sa point netong laban na to na every one of them has the damage. Every one of them, it's just execution na lang talaga yung nangyari doon kung sino yung mas magaling. Let's go ahead and check the post-game stats of this game. This clearly state that, look at this, grabe, damage na nakuha dito ng dalawang hero na to. Sagitno, it's like the pseudo carry slash tank as well. Given yung execution niya dito, nagbibigay din ng sakit ng ulo talaga for Omega during the mid game nila. And of course, Cignal dito with this phenomenal plays. This is something to note din talaga. Yes, natalo dito ang Execration, pero kitang-kita naman nating lahat na ang laki ng ibinigay dito na contribution ng isang Cignal on the Kufra itself. But for Omega, look at this, guys. Basha, just doing Basha things. Almost 200,000 yung na-absorb dito na damage ng Basha dito ni Hit, and everything is going HGC. Pero something to note, no, hindi natin masyado dito mapapansin dito sa post-match data natin yung mga ginawang outplays dito ni Toshi. Kung mapapansin nyo on the late game, Toshi is positioning himself sobrang deep doon sa mismong base, or rather not the base, yung jungle ng Execration, because alam niya na pwede siyang lumabas doon just using the blood oath and teleport, or much important is hinahanap niya rin talaga kung nasaan ang position ni Benny Cutie, and from there papasukin niya yon and use the ulti, then after that stun and winter truncheon, and definitely ilang beses yun na ulit dung late game. Let's go ahead and check the smart smart gameplay. I'm sorry, smart highlights pala of this match. Very, very, look at this. Ito yata, I think 6 minutes yata nagsimula ang first blood natin. Not something to you see here on the MPL. Most of the time, 2 minutes pa lang may first blood na. Pero both of the teams are actually playing it conservatively. Alam nila kung kailan yung rotation at nagbabangga talaga dito, itong dalawang team na to in terms of team fight. Look at this one. Look at how this was played. This, nakuha naman dito, of course, ng nila hate yung Lord. Pero ito, this was actually the clutch. This is actually the clutch na ginawa dito ni Ken G. Getting that, yes, yun nga, nakuha ng Execration yung Lord that time, but na-divert lahat ng attention nila. But this is something to note as well. Ito yung medyo papunta na lahat towards Execration winning this one, but that clash diversion, ilang beses to na ulit. Look at HGC, Trace listing in and going out. This is how you see Omega. Sobra yung kanilang communication from that particular. Hindi yun madaling gawin. Yung ulti na yun, HGC could be able to traceless out, pero ganun siya katiwala doon sa team niya, doon kay Hayes, na sakto yung timing, pagpasok niya doon, magtitipi silang paalis. And wow, very, very timely team fight. Ito yung kay Toshi. Nakita niyo yun kung paano niya pinapasok. Yes, namatay siya dito, but he's actually removing one of the threats dito ng Execration, and that is the 1-1. Of course, our MVP for this specific match as still our number 1 on the KDA. It's HGC with 8-7. Grabe, regardless from the first game to the third game, talagang consistent talaga ang pinapakita dito ni Haji on his performance. Something to note, isa to sa mga contender na talagang aabangan nyo, lalo na pag nagsimula na ang playoffs ng MPL Season 6. And yes, definitely our smart MVP of the game. Yes, so kayo mga kaibigan, sa mga nanonood sa atin dyan, alam ko, this might be the game. Grabe itong pinakita sa atin ng dalawang team na to. For the books talaga. Talagang ang sarap himayin nung laban na yun. Ganun yung mga bagay na gustong-gusto mo talagang makita. Pero ang tingin ko, bukod sa makita, gusto rin natin of course na marinig ang insight dito ng coach ng Omega. Let's welcome here on stage, Coach Dale. Kamusta? Alam ko, masaya, pero tatanungin kita. Kanina, sobrang interesting, not only for me, but for the casters as well. Sabi nila, bakit nga kaya pinik nila or priority dito ng Omega ang Loyi? Pwede mo ba kami bigyan ng konting insight about that?
Parang random lang, nagkagulo sa pick. Kasi akala ko ako na yung pumili doon sa Tamos. Ako lang pala dapat yung mag-pick.
Ay, okay. So, parang somehow blessing in disguise pa pala yung pagkakapik ng Loyi. Kasi nakita mo naman kung paano yung mga naging comeback na ginawa doon nila Ace. So, kung hindi yun, so supposedly dapat, iba pa dapat ang mapipik nyo nun. Was that gonna be the Selena?
Depende. Kasi pinagpipilian pa kasi namin kasi Esme kasi sila kaya ayun, parang pumabor pa yung Louie. Sabi ko tuloy na lang kaysa ERM. Tapos enjoyin na lang since last game na rin naman.
Ay, okay. Good.
Kung anong magiging resulta.
Mukhang at maganda naman yung naging resulta. Sobrang ganda ng pinakita ng team, of course. Pero syempre, Coach Dale, still, you're gonna be holding yung team nyo on the second seed for the bracket B. And I think ang posible nyo na makalaban is baka nga maulit Baka Execration or either Blacklist International. Ano bang pwede mong i-share sa amin? Paano magre-reset ang buong team ng Omega going to the playoffs, which is may mahigit 1 linggo pa naman mula ngayon?
Paano reset?
Mag-outing ba kayo? Magre-refresh ba kayo? Mga ganyang klase? Or tuloy-tuloy lang yung mga scrim everyday?
May halong scrim, may halong kain sa labas. Tapos may konting activity para hindi sila maboring sa bootcamp.
Ay, gusto ko yung meron ba kayong specific na mga activity? Ano ba yan? Parang retreat na mga ganyan? Mga something to note for? Or secret
may meditation, basta more on exercise kasi.
Ay, okay. Yun naman
parang since kasi di ba yung nag-ML kami, parang hindi kami nagpapawisan gano'n.
Ay, maganda yan Magandang insight yan. I mean blood circulation. Kasi whenever pagka nag-ano ka di ba? So mas actually nakakatulong din yan in your mental health. Pero of course, Coach Dale, after that question natin sa mga Mobile Legends, of course, alam ko marami kang gustong pasalamatan. Ito na, this is gonna be your final match for the regular season. You have the floor. Salamatan mo naman lahat ng mga fans ng Omega.
Pinapasalamatan ko lahat na sumusuporta sa Smart Omega this regular season. Sana patuloy nyo pa rin kami supportan sa paparating na playoffs.
Yon. Final
Shoutout
question.
sa anak ko na si Sia.
Ay, okay, sige. Nice one. Good, Daddy. Pero final question na lang before I actually let you go. Ano ang i-expect namin sa Omega pagpasok ng playoffs?
Siguro expect nyo na lang na mapapa-OMG talaga kayo.
Yon. Parang gusto kong isulat yun na OMG. So ang magandang din pala tagline sa inyo, no, since Omega talagang OMG talaga. Wow, ako excited ako na makita kung ano pa yung mapapakita ng buong team ng Omega. Of course, maraming salamat Coach Dale sa pag-anyaya sa amin dito sa interview na to. See you on the playoffs. And of course, yun na nga mga kaibigan, OMG daw. Mapapa-OMG tayong lahat once na magsimula na ang playoffs coming from Omega. This is the QR code if you would like to see the page, of course, ng Omega to show your support. And of course, Execration still gonna be joining us. Yes, they still hold the number. I think they're on the top 2 spot right now. And yeah, Execration here, mga well, number 1 sila ngayon. But if Aura takes 1 win, I guess, or 2 wins pala, they will definitely rank Execration. This is their QR code. And of course, we will be giving away giveaway code sa inyo mga kaibigan. Of course, there you go. Make sure na i-type nyo na yan or as well screenshot it kung hindi pa kayo ready. So, yan yung mga in-game items na free na bigay sa inyo ng Mobile Legends for the MPL. And another one, a bonus giveaway code para sa inyong lahat. Wow, what a day, what a day, what a day. We are only on the 2nd series. We still have 2 more series to play. Halfway pa lang tayo. Pero kunin nyo na muna tong QR code na to. Scan nyo na yan. Or you rather type it on your browsers. bit.ly/MRD-PO. Yan, to join the mythical raffle draw. And yun na nga, paatin munang pasasalamatan din ng ating mga sponsor, our official telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Smart powers up, get up to 14 GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days and simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. Our official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more. Our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with the purchase of Gillette Mac 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get free 50 pesos credit for PayMaya when you download and register using the MLBB code. Terms and conditions apply. Our partner in esports, TikTok Live. You can watch the MPL live on TikTok and also use hashtag Mobile Legends for you to win premium skins and as well watch legendary videos. Our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. And of course, this event is powered by Moonton. Gagaya ng sabi ko kanina mga kaibigan, half-time pa lang tayo. We're just halfway through. Ako nga po pala ang inyong solo analyst for today, for the final day ng regular season. My name is Rob Luna. May mga sunod. Ang sunod nating na magiging laban ay Blacklist International versus Bren Esports. Pero bago ang lahat, we will be having a very short break. Iwan ko muna kayo for the Realme top 5 plays of the series.
can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Hindi porket ikaw yung team captain, ikaw yung masusunod, ikaw yung magle-lead. Siyempre, kailangan mo rin maging good example sa kanila. Paano kanila susundin kung ikaw mismo sa gusto mo mangyari is di mo ginagawa. Actually, yung Mobile Legends, hindi talaga ako interesado sa kanya nung una. Kasi ako nasanay ako sa PC game. Sa work ko nga dati, every time na break time namin, siguro sa lahat ng team namin, lahat sila nagmo-Mobile Legends. Palagay pa ako ng wifi, bumili ako ng mga bagong cellphone. Na-career ko siya din. Pang-11 ako sa family namin. 12 ko yung magkakapatid. Pangalawa ako sa bunso. Graduate din ako sa PUP Taguig as Applied Mathematics, major in Actuarial Math. And nag-work din ako as reporting analyst for 3 years sa insurance company sa Taguig. Pang long term na yung work ko na yun eh. Ayun talaga, sinacrifice ko siya. Ginave up ko yung work ko. And nakita ko talaga na kaya namin may pagsabayan. Actually, engaged na ako. 7 years na kami. Then yun, nag-break kami ng fiancé ko. Ayun, na-sacrifice din para dito sa career na to. Taas yung expectation sa'yo ng mga tao. Nanonood sa'yo, ng mga supporter mo. Tapos kapag napipial mo sila, ako yung batuhan ng mga masakit na salita. Medyo handa na ako doon. Kaso kapag yung family, tawag pa sila sa akin, sila na mismo yung nagre-response dun sa mga haters na yun. Pero hindi ka na makilala ng mga tao, pati personal na buhay mo dinadama. Kala kasi ng iba, pag pro player ka na, masarap na buhay mo. Pero hindi nila alam yung struggle din namin na yung tuloy-tuloy na practice, mga scrimmage, nakaka-drain siya sobra. Mas mahirap actually practice kaysa dun sa mismong tournament. Yung tournament mo, madalas best of 3 lang, di ba? Pero the whole week, sobrang dami mong pagdadaanan na practices. Kahit sabi mo practice lang, matalo ka lang, nakaka-tilt siya. Kailangan matuto ka dun sa mga losses mo, kahit sa practice lang. Nag-motivate sa akin. Siyempre yung mga fans, yung mga families, friends, and yung mga taong naniniwala sa amin. Kahit natatalo kami, nandyan sila. Gusto namin suklian yung trust nila sa amin. Ayun yung nag-motivate sa akin, nagpapalakas talaga. Sa family ko, sobrang thankful ako sa nila kasi before talaga against sila, alam naman nila dati na stable na yung work ko. Parang dati kino-question pa nila yung career path na tinatahak ko. Nakita nila yung improvement ng Mobile Legends and yung nangyayari nga sa akin. Salamat sa inyo dyan, mga ate, mga kuya, kay Papa sa support. Tropa ko dyan sa mga classmate ko dati. Yung mga hindi nagsawa talaga, lagi nandyan. Fans din ng Blacklist dyan, thank you talaga sa inyo lahat. Yung na-build up sa akin, kung paano maging isang leader talaga. Kasi before, nung student ako, yung pagiging leader mo, kailangan ka lang ikaw yung mag-utos na mag-utos, di ba? Yung totoong leader pala, yung dapat ikaw mismo yung gumagawa ng mga gusto mong mangyari. Ikaw yung mangunguna. Hindi ikaw yung papaunahin mo sila. Sila isasabak mo dun sa gusto mong mangyari. Kailangan ikaw yung mag-lead sa kanila.
Welcome to the third series of the day. We are still your shoutcasters. We are your only shoutcasters for the English team for this week. I am Butters, the anchor, and this is Rockhart, my analyst. Rockhart, how's the energy keeping up?
It's actually fine. I feel like the games are definitely something that really kind of keeps us together.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
watching
it does.
these beautiful
It does.
games really reminds us why we are here and why we do this, and it's very fun to watch.
It is very fun to watch, but Rockhart, right now, we have a heated first series, a much a hotter second series. Right now, this third series I think is going to be a wild one. But before we talk about wild, let's thank our sponsors first. In a bit, right now. Our official tournament telco partner, Smart, squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new Giga Life app and choose free games.
And of course, our official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more.
Our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
And our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get free 50 peso credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
Our partner in esports, TikTok Live. Search hashtag MLBB on TikTok to watch legendary videos. Again, search hashtag MLBB on TikTok to watch legendary videos.
And our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro.
And this is all powered by Munton. And thank you, sponsors and Munton, for making everything of this MPL-PH Season 6 possible. We could have done it without you guys. But right now, let's talk about the Double B. What do I mean about the Double B? It's the Blacklist versus Bren Esports lineup. This is going to be a wild one, as the coaches did have differences in terms of the Digi strat. And right now, let's try to see who actually gets the idea of the current meta today.
Yeah, and obviously these teams both of them are actually pretty much in a good position. Obviously, Bren Esports coming out with strong games, I think has the upper hand in most cases, especially in the current meta right now, where a lot of changes have been happening. Again, new heroes like Barats are available for the picking, and we've seen the Barats basically not have any wins yet, despite being picked a few times already here. So I wonder if that's going to be changing, if Bren Esports practiced it differently, or if Blacklist has something in mind.
Well, let's see. I mean, anything can happen here. And Bren Esports, Blacklist International, there are teams who do not shy away from experimenting and picking those high win rate heroes. For Blacklist International, I'm kind of seeing this trend of them having Edward on support or sometimes Aqua on support. It really just adds up, because the thing is, the only reason why this team, well, not the only reason why, but this team works so well because of multiple things. But one is that they can interchange in terms of roles. It's not always Edward on the offlane. It could be Edward support.
That's right.
It could be Dexter offlane.
Sometimes you will see Edward just play on the Chang'e, a little bit slower compared to the usual FAMs that he plays. Either way, whenever they switch it up, it always seems to have a pretty good effect on the battlefield.
And for the side of Bren Esports, there is a bit of a, change in terms of their understanding of ML. We did see Carmilla mid, but they really have to look out for that. But now, let's look at Blacklist and get to know them more.
Nilalagay ko sa mindset ko na dapat wala kami talagang katakutan na team. Kasi once na may katakutan kami na team, doon bababa yung confidence namin and yung gameplay namin magbabago.
Yung sarili lang namin kakalabanin namin na iiwasan yung pressure tapos yung mga takot.
Walang threat para sa akin. Ako yung dapat nilang katakutan.
Kasi gagawin namin silang stepping stone, paakyat sa taas.
Kahit sino pwede mag-champion,
Excited ako makalaban yung Execration kasi sila yung naglaglag sa amin ng playoffs.
Siguro Onic PH din kasi 2 beses na sila nag-champion.
Yung Bren Esports kasi nandun yung dalawa kong idol na ex-teammate, si Plap sa Asipio.
Bago lang ako sa pro scene, kaya lahat sila gusto ko makalaban. Pati gusto ko rin makita kung anong palag ko sa kanila.
Break the code! This is going to be the last code to break for Blacklist International in the regular season of the MPL-PH Season 6. And it's going to be Bren Esports. Full clip, Aqua, Edward, Dexter, Eson, Killer. QR code up top.
Should be easy. I feel like it should be easy for them to read into Bren, knowing their lineups. But again, knowing Bren always comes up with something new. A lot of new stuff were actually tried in the previous Bren games where Carl TZ is again being forced on a tank. It's a very weird sight to see. But it worked. Again, the thing about what Bren keeps doing that Blacklist might not predict is that Bren definitely has. They don't just suddenly bring out some stuff. They make sure it works first, and that's why Blacklist in this match against Bren Esports, they have to be on par. They have to make sure to not fall for the drafting tricks of Bren Esports here. And I think they are a team that is very much near that caliber as well.
Clearly, some of the teams here, if you would look at the KDA, ever since Project Next came in, there's this thing about the funnel not really working anymore. So that means a lot of these hyper carries onto the middle lane switch to the jungle, and the jungle isn't really that hyperactive into the early stages of the game. So in terms of KDA rate, everyone just normalized. And if you would look at the others, they will still get 7. Haji was at 10. But at this point in the game, for the regular season, those teams who actually adjusted fast on Project Next really look like everything just normalized at this point.
Yeah, at that they're basically just done with too much experimenting. Again, Blacklist, they have their own identity in that regard. They're able to just hold on to their old picks, like the Chang. They can still keep up the Rafaela. They still have full clip on the Lancelot. For some reason, he just keeps getting that hero. People just don't want to respect it. And it works out very well for Blacklist. Again, one of the most promising rookies of the season as well.
Full clip, still with a 5.54, 44 rather. But Aqua here, this is probably one of the best comeback performances for Aqua. Aqua, he wasn't really that high impact of a player during the first few weeks of the regular season, but for the second half, he was just ballistic on just getting those kills.
Yeah.
And let's meet Bren Esports.
Para sa akin, ang threat sa team namin is yung aura. Kasi gusto ko silang talunin ng Bren.
Para sa akin, walang threat. Kasi Bren lang malakas. So, wala kaming kinakatautan.
Walang magiging threat sa amin kasi kami yung magiging threat sa kanila. Para sa akin, walang threat kasi baka TZ Nation na yung kaharap nyo, pre.
Yung team na gusto kong makalaban niya yung Season 6 is yung Onic PH kasi sila yung naglaglag sa amin ng MPL Season 5.
Yung team na excited akong makalaban is yung Onic PH kasi dalawang best na nila akong nilaglag sa lower bracket finals ng playoffs. Sana playoffs na agad kayo naman lalaglagin ko.
Bren lang malakas! And Bren Esports, we are the only strong people in the am I saying this correct?
Yeah, usually we just don't translate it anymore.
They are the only strong team in the MPL. Bren lang malakas. Why did I say that with an accent though? Kratzy, Rebo, Flap, Feel, Lusty, EJ.
They really do feel confident with that. I feel like the confidence has been exuding ever since week 7. They've been back to their old shenanigans with just teleporting in your face when they know they're winning, and going around your base, the old tricks from way back then. They're emulating them right now, and they're showing us that the Bren spirit is definitely strong still with the current roster.
I'm actually seeing Rebo right now is probably, one of. I can't say he's a breakout star. He's been here ever since season 1, and he's been doing good ever since. Although there were times where Bren Esports lineup was a bit rocky in terms of their composition, especially for season 4 and season 5. Well, not season 5, but season 4. They really had a lot of problems there. But ever since season 5, Rebo was really doing a great job. And right now, I think rejuvenated Bren Esports here, Rebo is still one of the players to look out for. We always look at Cardzy, we always look at Flap, Fuel, Lusty. But Rebo here, longevity is the name of the game for Rebo.
He's definitely one of the players that really looked like he's got it down. Like he didn't suffer a massive decline in terms of performance when coming into Season 6. Being champions from Season 1 did not hinder him to just consistently be the guy to watch out for in this team. And he's probably the only guy who stuck with a singular team ever since Season 1. I can only count very few of them. Zapno obviously being one of them. Way back on Season 1. Dexstar as well. I think he's a Season 2 player.
Yeah.
Eson as well from
Eson-
DDPG.
Eson is Season 1.
Yeah, Digital Devils Pro Gaming.
Kenji, I think.
Kenji is, I think, yeah, that's true. that's true.
Kenji is 1. Crip as well.
Crip. So
Crip.
very few of them
Hayes.
have actually stuck with their own teams ever since the beginning. And I would say that that's a very rare treat, and that shows you veterancy and just consistency.
And outside of esports, let's just talk about it. Traditionally, some of the greats actually stuck with their own brand or their own team for the longest time up until they retired. But let's see the head-to-head right now. There are a lot of things that we have to consider here, and let's look at this. This is going to be heavily favoring Bren Esports, but Blacklist International will get the first blood count, the Lord slain per game, and the turret destroyed.
As usual, they still go out and really dominate the early game, and that's very obvious in their stat line. Obviously, there's no need to pad the KDA here for Bren Esports as well. They don't really mind it that much. Kills per game are very high, as well as the team damage per minute. So that just goes to show that's just where Bren just really likes to play, winning on the team fights. Individually, it's just gonna be Blacklist with Full Clip being such a beast alongside Aqua. But everything else will definitely favor the side of the team fighting team, which is Bren Esports.
I guess Bren Esports just finished their game early. Like team damage per minute, if you have lesser minutes, then that means it gets clumped up in terms of damage. If let's say if you finish the game in 7 minutes, all the damage and within that 7 minutes will just not be, divided into more minutes to the game. But Lord Slain per game, I'm just thinking that Blacklist International got the hold of this just because sometimes Bren doesn't really go for the Lord anymore.
Yeah, sometimes they don't really feel the need to do that anymore. Lord is becoming a secondary priority for them just because they know on most occasions when they can capitalize off of kills by Carl TZ, he can easily win it out, which is absolutely a treat for Bren Esports. Having Carl TZ is a big commodity for this team. And also, of course, Flap TZ, a great pickup on the off-season between Season 5 and 6. Definitely shows what they're made of.
And second and third in terms of the KDA, we have Full Clip and we have Carl Z. So the first one is 100% going to be Haji. Haji's still at 10 right now.
Yep.
And I think that actually went up just because they won their 2 games earlier. But 6 to 5 heroes used, these players do not get tired of playing the same hero.
Absolutely.
And that is championship mentality.
And that's the funny thing is 5 heroes used means that's including the that should have been including
Gushan.
the Gushun and the... Is this right? The Gushun and the... I think the other day, yesterday or Friday,
Yeah.
he also played Carmilla, right?
Yeah.
So, seriously?
I mean, he's been used.
This stat doesn't
Yeah.
look right, sound right.
Well, I'd give it the benefit of the doubt.
Carl TZ can play Lancelot usually.
Lancelot,
Roger,
Lee Sun Shin.
and Yi Sun Shin.
Yeah.
Did he not? Okay, whatever.
Whatever.
It's just,
Let's just
it's
leave
just
it up in
something
there.
that I want to double check later.
But he picks the Roger, he picks the Yi Sun Shin, he picks the Lancelot, he picks the Ling. He even picks the Claude.
Exactly. So, okay, we'll talk about that later.
Probably.
a bug in the stat window.
Yeah.
Anyway, this guy is something that you definitely cannot count out in any regard. He can play almost any hero you throw at him. Like he said, he proved it with the Carmilla, and they won. So there's not really much you can say about the guy. Full Clip, on the other hand, is just a consistent player for Blacklist International. Absolutely dominates with the Lancelot. And I think the only alternative I've seen with Full Clip here is Roger plus the Ling as well. That matchup is going to be very highly contested later on in the pickings
And
for sure.
you know what? Looking at the matchup here for Carl Z and the Full Clip, this is where Full Clip really gets his baptism into the regular season. This is actually the build-up where he actually gets into the final day,
right?
And he faces against the benchmark of the course here. This is the only time that he'll get to face Carl Z.
Good test for a rookie like Full Clip.
And remember, this is your regular season. This is the last day. So if you lose this, you might regret, just dropping this game against Carl Z.
That's
so
right.
you really need to make the most out of it for Full Clip. Now, for Blacklist International, they should be confident as well because they have a good coach, which is Bonchan. But for the side of Bren Esports, they're still going to play within their own range of heroes, within their own range of strategies. They're just going to stick with whatever they have.
That's just what you want to see. You want to see Blacklist and Bren in their full form. No more, no less. So we can have a good gauge of what's going to happen probably in the playoffs. And they're not going to be facing each other, obviously, right away. It's going to be Bren and XP, but that's something to think about for you guys as well. So they can gauge up to where they currently are in the actual leaderboards.
And Blacklist International here starting with a Hilda, an Esmeralda, and a Uranus band. Bren Esports taking out the Roger, Jawhead, and the Khalid.
These are offlaners, almost exclusively offlaners, so that's absolutely fine. They will be banning out the Roger, which means a little bit less options for Bren Esports as well. And the pick onto the Barats is something that's just not surprising anymore.
Yep, and I think Bren Esports was expecting that as well.
Yeah.
And looking at the Barats right now, I would give him the benefit of the doubt as well. Take this with a grain of salt, Rockhart. But the first time we saw Khalid, we didn't really like Khalid as well. But Khalid we thought that Khalid was a flavor of the week, but he was actually one of the strongest side laners of the MPL-PH Season 6 regular season.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Again, that was proven later into the season with more wins after players got more used to the hero. So, considering it's been a while since Barras has also been released, we're hoping that he can prove us wrong and he can prove us that his stats are going to be better in probably could be a good pick for the playoffs as well. So
I mean, I'm expecting Barats to be in full effect for the playoffs.
There you go. Once more, it's Lancelot on Full Clip. Teams just don't care if he gets it, and there's no bans on the carries at all. So offlaners are the higher priority here for this game and for both of these teams.
So that means Bren Esports will place that Natalia 100% on Full Clip.
For sure.
He will be placing that on Full Clip. And for Blacklist International, their side lanes are really strong. So that now Bren Esports, what do they pick? Because they can get a show for some reason. And I think that really works for their side. too.
Yep, I think so. I think so. And it's going to be a big question mark, though, if the show is going to be picked up by Blacklist or not. I feel like Bren might have something else planned here, considering that Natalia is already picked up. Lusty has been known to play that Natalia as well. So they might be done with their tank picks here for Bren Esports. And Selena will be the ban. Very smart of them, by the way, to pick that up. That's just what you want to do. And we'll probably see a good tank here coming in for Bren Esports if they're not done yet. Again, support is open as well, so we still can see some Farsa. We can still see Chang. No, actually, Chang has been banned out, so a bit limited on the support pool here. Wonder if the Loyi is gonna make their way into Blacklist or Bren, because seeing the performance of the Loyi earlier as well, they don't seem to be the teams who kind of pick that up.
Yeah.
But you know, if you watch that game, you can think to yourself, we could do that too. We could do that better.
Yeah, I mean, for Blacklist International, it could work. Like the version plus the ultimate Devar coming out from Barrett's is just gonna put some person into another dimension.
No support picks for Blacklist yet, right? So it's still a possibility. It works very well with Barrett's. Teleport him back to base and, you know, give him a hard time getting out. It's almost the dream. But again, very difficult to actually pull off in actuality.
And let's see, it's going to be an Angela for the side of Blacklist International. They are getting extra protection from the Lance. And the Kai will definitely gonna go to the hands of Eson.
That means this is an off-laner Barrett's here.
Yeah.
For Blacklist. Not gonna be going for the tanky mid-lane support Barrett's.
I don't really see Barrett's in a way as a tank.
No, I'm just saying. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's not. It doesn't feel as tanky.
It's the same as Esmeralda. Esmeralda is actually tagged as a tank.
Yes.
But you don't really pick an Esmeralda tank, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean, in terms of dueling, I really like the potential here for the side of Blacklist International. But Bren Esports got probably the safest, safest side laners possible. And they got the help of a Farsa. So that means anything that could put Blacklist International to the lead, there can always be a few Farsa flying in and taking that advantage away.
That's true. And once more, Lusty is on the Natalia. If you run out of tanks, you know what? Go for Natalia. That's what they like to say. As a tank player, I feel like, although there were a lot of open picks, obviously, you still, but Lusty is just comfortable in this situation as well, which will be a big problem if left unchecked. So that's something that Blacklist always has to keep in mind
for
this matchup.
This certain draft that Bren Esports did, a few really has to be careful on pulling the trigger on the feathered airstrike. Like the feathered airstrike will always be the one who's gonna bail them out. If they don't use it properly, it feels to me that there's going to be a chase on Blacklist International, and I think Bren Esports cannot answer to that. They should be really careful.
Think so too. Let's have a look and see if that's going to be the case as we head into Game 1 for Blacklist International versus Bren Esports. And the starting points are what's really curious for me. Full Clip and Aqua are duoing it up on the top side. And Flap TZ with the first blood out of nowhere there. For sure, that was helped by Lusty because his execute was on cooldown.
Yeah.
We didn't really see it happen. Full Clip, though, will go over the wall, chased by Few.
Look at that.
Getting that Hurricane as well, you know?
I like how...
Cyclone buddies.
I like how Natalia there just went straight for Barats because they know Barats at level 1 isn't really that useful in terms of harassing people.
True, that's
and
true.
Eson and Few, former teammates, by the way, they are just going at it right now.
Yeah.
Few got jumped on by Eson.
It was actually a little scary because I already previewed that. Like, what if that happened with the ultimate on? That would have been really scary for Few, and that's, I think, something that Eson's trying to give him a preview of what will happen the moment
he
they hit
needs to
level 4.
be extra careful earlier.
Barrett's
later.
again!
And Barrett's here will be the target. And Ward, will he go down? That's going to be the Thams.
So 1 for 1.
So 1 for 1. But Lusty here Is he gonna try to get out? He is gonna get
Yeah,
out.
he's gonna be able to get out. No, nothing else to proc that shield, that invisibility means that be able to walk on out there very easily. And Bren Esports, they are getting a edge. They're edging a very small
Yeah.
gold advantage already.
Yeah, because one of the things that you really have to look at here, Kart, is the gold lane is on the bottom lane. So Barrett's died twice already. But before that, there's something happening here onto the bottom lane. There is a counter initiation here. They really want Eson. And that is going to be the knockback there from those rockets that Barrett's has. And they punish Flap for that.
Flaps down. Should be an easy pickup there. And more gold means they kind of equalize on the economy all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the bottom lane, Barrett's died twice already. So I think that explains why, the gold is really favoring the side of Bren Esports.
Surprisingly.
How many waves did he miss already, by the way?
He missed like 2 to 3 waves minimum. Minimum of 2 waves. Since
That's a lot of money.
Quite a lot, yeah, actually. No outer shield energy, outer turret energy shields being touched so far. Both teams are going for the old school way of getting that goal. Going for the jungle, going for the kills. Full clip still.
Yeah, and this is one way to deal with full clip, to be honest. And full clip here, will he get caught out? No, he won't. But here comes the Angela onto that Lancelot. Carlsy here, can he get away? And look at that burst down. Full clip here, just playing with fire.
And the turtle will be over. Really easy maneuver there to get out of Daytona's welcome. Edward still playing the more defensive style of Barrett's, which was working very well for Blacklist so far.
And what they did was Rebo wasn't really having a good time up top. Well, he wasn't really dying. But you know what? They kind of changed their slots. Flap here will be the one who's going to go up top. And Lusty using that dash to get away. That very small opening there just to execute the skill.
Yep, he's able to go on and stop himself from getting forced into a wall. Again, the veteran moves coming in here from Lusty. And that's also a message to Essen. Like, you can't just keep doing that, man. We're going to be able to do some stuff against you if you try that. So, kind of on a stalemate once more. But Blacklist are kind of ahead on the gold now.
And Kyrie, or no, Full Clip, kind of used to calling him Kyrie now. He is going to take down that Farza, and the Flap here not letting them get the turret that they want on the middle lane. Nice proactiveness coming out here from Bren Esports. They know what the timing is, and they know if someone goes down the middle lane, they have to be there. They can give up the other lanes, but not the middle lane.
Yeah, importance of the turtle buff is very obvious now, and their Bren Esports are definitely suffering from the disadvantage of having a turtle on the Lancelot.
Eson here going for Few once again. Few positions himself in a place where Eson doesn't have any angle of him going to the wall. And wow, Bren Esports here.
At this point, they're very used to... Oh, there you go. Another turtle going over to Full Clip. Oh, man.
Being pushed to the limit.
That is just the... That's just a beast of a pickup there. This is why even before draft started, I keep wondering why Full Clip just keeps getting Lancelot. He's so good at this hero, and the teams just don't kind of acknowledge that.
Yeah, and the thing is, Lancelot versus Ling, in terms of taking objectives, I would prefer getting that Lancelot. So when you pick Ling, you're just putting yourself in a tight spot where it could work.
Oh,
but
there you go.
Full Clip is just gonna steal that, and Flap here getting caught out. Phantom Execution, and that is going to be Blacklist International destroying the front line here of Bren Esports.
Will we finally see this Barats
get a win?
Finally get a win. I mean, I feel like it's overdue. Right? I feel like he should be getting wins, but he's not. So this is going to be a very welcome change. And if he does get a win, this will mean that teams practiced him for something. Like
It's really counterintuitive, to be honest. You see him getting banned always, but when you see him getting picked, he loses.
yeah, so I want some justice for the
Yeah,
bans, right?
yeah,
You want justice.
You want justice.
You want a good reasoning for the bans, and this is one of the games where it could show that this Barrett's pick can definitely be something as long as the teams can properly use it.
Look at this. He has a curse helmet, the Azure Blade. And he's going to be able to spam all those spells. And usually for tanks using that Azure Blade, sometimes you don't run out of mana anymore just because you have that certain item.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a sure... ooh, look at that, man. A surefire fighter. Barrett's very
They
sturdy.
don't have any more damage. Even Lusty and Karlsey can't take down Barrett's.
Good luck
at
to
this
them.
point.
Let's go here, and Eson gonna be able to find Lusty while his team is actually getting the turtle. So that's actually one scouting tool that was removed from Bren Esports by a single Hurricane Dance. And he didn't even die after that.
And we are having a bit of a playtime here. Karlsey getting spotted out by Aqua. And Full Clip finding Carl. Wow.
This guy's on the hunt. Not to mention, Full Clip always has the safety of the Heart Guard.
He's challenging Karlsey.
Literally.
Front and center, he's going to front of Karlsey and he's telling him, without even typing, fight me. He wants Carl.
Challenge to a duel.
Challenge to a duel.
Yeah. And of course, Carl TZ knows that he's on a disadvantage aside from turtle buff.
And there is a last insanity by Rebo who got it. It's going to be Full Clip. He got it just because he has the retribution
And the turtle buff with the 4 in the row combo.
No.
Lusty! My gosh. Full Clip is just on a rampage. How do you stop this guy now?
Probably take out the Lancelot.
I don't know. How do we... I'm sorry to have a hard time figuring out a way to deal with this. Xborg is a no. Fams is a no. Like
it's all about Lusty in the early game.
Lusty needed to find him in the early game, but that didn't happen as much.
That did not happen at all. It happened once, but it didn't happen again. And it was Blacklist International putting themselves in the right position. And look at Essen here. Look at these kinds of plays. And this is very tanky Akai. A very tanky Akai, and he can't be taken down in any way.
Yeah, well, you know what? Eson did say he wanted to fight some of his former teammates like Few and Flap TZ. And he's getting it. He's getting a chance to show off here today on this matchup. And he's doing very well against them as well.
Blacklist just showing us how it's done. They really want to get these points. And now for Bren Esports, how will they weather this storm? Where is the mistake gonna come from? Because as we all know, Bren Esports, they've been living on the fact that if you make a small mistake, they will make the most out of that. But right now, Blacklist International seems so flawless in their execution.
Yeah, and for a team that really usually thrives well in bad situations, Bren Esports are seeming to be kind of at a loss for answers because of how massive Full Clip is right now.
Blacklist International, I'm not really gonna say that this is in the bag for them. Dexter here goes down, and that's one way of dealing with Blacklist International. Try to go to the backlines and try to take down people here, and Thorngrow's almost hitting. Just the tip. Just the tip, almost. It almost got in the way of Lusty that could have revealed him. That could have been a kill.
And that's one way to deal with Full Clip. You know, just remove Dexter, remove the Heart Guard. That should stop the confidence of this guy to keep going at the Bren Esports members. And maybe that's going to buy time for Bren to get back on their feet.
Rebo, though, Phantom Execution, and he finds the way to get out of that. He used the flicker once the mark was there. He knew that Full Clip wasn't really going to cancel that in any way. So he just went for it. And Edward here, catching Karlsey. Karlsey isn't
Very
safe
close.
anywhere.
Against anyone, actually. At this point, everyone's going to be able to do some damage to this Ling. And now the Lord is going to be the next target here.
Blacklist. They're giving Bren Esports a run for their money. Rebo here getting
There you go.
that Hurricane Dance. Let us see Rebo just getting away with that Firaga armor pop. They really wanted to go for that. The ultimate wasn't really there for Edward, or they didn't really commit at that point because they knew that they were taking too long. They just took out the Firaga armor.
Easy take on the Firaga armor means that they will not be able to check that Lord as well. And now they have it walking on the bottom side. It's not a game ender yet. Right now, Blacklist International are 8,000 gold ahead of Bren Esports at
Bren?
12 and a half minutes.
Bren, how will they fight this? I mean, clearly right now, Full Clip is the king of this map. If you go out a bit, Full Clip will find you and Full Clip will take you down.
Yeah, there is going to be attacks if you go out against the Blacklist with Dexter active once more on this Angela.
This is going to be the Lord marching on, and they actually go to the middle. Eson here will be the first casualty of this skirmish, and it's going to be a fight. They're gonna go and chase him down. And look at this, Natalia! Woo! Lusty really trying to go for the damage there, but Full Clip here really has something in mind. Angela, Lance, it's really working against Bren Esports. They cannot find a way to take this guy down.
They're having a hard time defending this as well. Revo tries to go for the clear here. Last and Sandy at the back line. Dexter going to be taken out real quickly. Full Clip is low. Edward as well.
Okay, so they're gonna get away and they're just gonna take that buff from Kartzy, while Kartzy gets the orange buff for his side, and they are just going to go for damage here. In terms of being mobile, in terms of the chi that what do you call this, Ling has, it's not really gonna favor them in any way.
True.
Like, clearly, Full Clip here has full control over the purples.
Yep. And Carl TC, though he's trying to make a comeback, he is climbing his way back into relevancy in this matchup just by getting those farms. I mean, it's going to be a little bit more even Stevens when we go into the late game with full itemization. That's what they're trying to do here. Trying to prolong the game. We don't really need to win it right now. We just need to fight when we're on a fair advantage on the battlefield.
Look at Lusty here. Can't even deal damage to that Aqua Yuzhong. Kartzy is just gonna get away. Finch Poise just gonna move to another lane. And this is what he needs to do. They need to prolong the game. They need to keep moving. They need to shove the lanes as much as possible. Not let two waves push at once for the side of Blacklist International.
Yep, keep those waves in check. And you know what? Bren has been always a master of that in the first place, right? They've always mastered being able to control these lanes. So I don't think it's going to be a problem as well for them. So now it's going to be the waiting time. They're all waiting for that Lord to walk on out of there. 40 seconds. And this is where they can flex their macro. This is going to be able to test whether or not Lusty is really, really good on the Natalia.
There is a chance here for Blacklist International to just close this game out now. But you can't take Bren Esports that lightly. Blacklist International on the verge of doing that. If they do that, then that means that is a statement that they can beat anyone in the league.
Literally, they're the ones who might actually literally do that. So we'll see. Have to wait and see going into this game. Edward is going to be the ones zoning, and he's doing a pretty good job of zoning as well, by the way. Enhanced Lord means this is going to be the prime target for both teams.
Oh, someone gets caught out. Flapsy here getting away. Coterant Inferno is there. He does have the Purify. Onto the back lines, there is Aqua trying to chase down Flap. Flap here, almost going down. And that's the spit out from Edward.
Oh!
He puts him back in that corner. Eson here will go down. Carl, does he have energy to get out? Yes, he does. At the tip of the circle. Almost going down. Dexter here getting caught out by two feathered airstrike pokes. And nobody else dies.
Whew. It's really becoming a little bit of a 50-50 here in Bren Esports. They're making a comeback. They're behind by 5,000 gold. but it does not feel like it at all. Now they're the ones who are on the hunt here for those buffs. And they're fighting. Eson, oh, no Hurricane Dance. Oh man, that is big.
Oh my goodness, there is the Tempest of Blades right there in the middle. Although Carlsy doesn't have the HP to join the fight. Edward here getting popped by Rebo. Rebo here with a kill on Edward. And that is going to be Barrett's going down. Is this the collapse that Bren Esports is trying to get? This is the Lord take that they want. Carl is gonna go for it. Carl with the lifesteal. Full Clip here has the orange buff. He can go there as long as they know that there is an attempt going on for Bren Esports. They can go for this. Let us see where will this go. Full Clip is near.
Eson's near.
And they're not
It's
going
a
to let
reset.
that happen. It's going to be a reset.
Gonna be a full reset. Flap Teasy also very low. Walks on out of there. Eson locks him in. And that's gonna be a down for the fighter for Bren Esports. Still going here. Last Insanity by Rebo.
And that is going to be Aqua almost going down, to be honest. And clearly, just having that certain amount of damage out, but Rebo here. Oh, Full Clip! He might actually go down. Oh,
Almost goes down.
That was close.
Very, very
and
close.
oh, look at Cardsy. Look at Cardsy. Look at Cardsy!
Oh, the clutch play.
Look at Cardsy, ladies and gentlemen. Dexter here will be the next target. He will go down. That was going to be the execute. Not with... Oh, okay. Eson. There is going to
Cancelled.
be... Triple kill. That is 3 members onto the side
Carl
here.
Teasy's not done. Still wants to go for that Savage, but not going to be enabled
Carl
here.
is livid. He just wants to take down everyone on the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, that was after he was actually attempting to go for the solo Lord there. And again, Full Clip is the enemy he really wants to take down as well. Full Clip almost makes it out of there. Eson was going for Rebo, but of course it's going to be Full Clip who is going to be the victim. And Carl Teasy, he's very happy with that for sure.
They take down the Lord. They get the Lord on their side.
He got the Lord.
And that is going to be the enhanced Lord. And he got his first purple buff in a long time.
Full items already, and they should be ready to take a fight.
And this is where experience comes into play. Blacklist International, they surprised Bren Esports with their explosiveness in terms of Full Clip. Full Clip just showed us how it's done with the Lancelot, and right now Bren Esports with Carlsy at the helm with all the items that they have, with all the items that he has, 602. I think it's now time to find out the dual capability of these two players.
This is the comeback all the way from 8,000, almost 10,000 gold. They're back on even, and Bren Esports is actually ahead now with a Lord walking on the bottom side. This could be big, and they could go for the finish. This is a free lane push if they want to, but they go for the bottom lane push instead.
And they go for the middle lane, and right now the Lord is marching on, taking down that certain middle bottom lane turret. Carl is onto the top lane. There is a bit of a push happening into the middle. They're trying to clear it out as much as possible. They want all these minions to be lining up towards the doors of Blacklist International. Now, they separate themselves, and I think for the side of Bren, they should look out for that Hurricane Dance. Usually Hurricane Dance works when you have multiple people spread across the map.
That's going to be the play here. Now we are looking for Carl Teasy. Where is he?
And they
He is
get
going for the
Angela.
Angela. Dexter is taken out.
Oh, and look at that. Natalia uses the Winter Truncheon to not get eaten by that Barats. And there is a 2-4-2. Eson here going down. Full Clip. What can he do? There is the Immortality. It is Pop. Still a 3v3. And Throne Rose won't hit. Full Clip here will be the target. And no damage whatsoever here for the side. Oh! Carl went down.
Going. Carl Teasy a little bit biting off a bit more than he could chew in that regard. They will be able to clean out the base, but Blacklist, they still survive after a very hard-fought defense.
And look at this. He is trying to secure this for himself. Does not want Lance to get it. And Lance will just go back. He is not comfortable at that area right now. He knows that Few can just use his Predator Airstrike to show him up.
Back to even on the kill score. and the gold score as well. Look at that. It's very, very amazing to watch these guys duel each other out, and this could still go either way, you know? This could still be a full push on mid if Bren Esports makes a mistake, so they gotta be on their toes. And Blacklist, they were ahead by a huge amount. I can't imagine that just dropping to 0 after 2 big plays from Bren Esports.
Well, it's the Bren magic, man. I'm telling you. If they find a way to get a mistake from you guys, they are going to punch that hole and they're gonna make it bigger. And that's what they're doing right now. Slowly but surely making that hole bigger so that Blacklist International, when the hole gets so big they cannot address it, they will just lose into the late game. But it's a late game already.
Yeah, it's in the late game already, so they should be fine. And the Bren Esports are roaring. They are aware of their advantage in this matchup, despite being down on gold. They can really feel it in their bones. And they're just keeping rolling. Lord will be spawning. This will be the final point of contention, unless they can catch off on Esson. Esson's in the bad spot. He was put down to half. Will be forced to back off, while the rest of the team tries to flow those minion waves to their favor.
Try to notice now the map. It was Blacklist International all day long earlier. Right now, they can't even go out of their base. Lord is gonna come out onto the side of Bren Esports. Lord has been slain with a retribution. And clearly, the idea here for the side of Blacklist International, you have to really be, you really have to get the idea where Edward can just devour someone onto the side of Bren Esports and just make it a 4v5.
Yeah, exactly. Let's make it a 4v5. That should be good. Waiting for it. So here we are. We're waiting for the big Lord push coming in from the mid lane. We are looking at the at Edward just holding off on mid. Barrett's trying to force it up, trying to zone it up as much as possible, clearing that up. Maximum efficiency here on the mid lane.
But
there's a big one.
Oh, here comes the Lord. It goes near. It goes near the idea, and look at this. It goes down, and Bren Esports turns it around. Blacklist International, they really had that lead.
They really did. I mean, what happened there? It was so difficult for me that I've been trying to pinpoint where it fell down. Like the moment that they removed full clips buffs from removed the turtle buffs and everything, it felt like his Lancelot started to look like it really wasn't what they wanted it to be.
Yeah, man, clearly these guys were just trying to find rhythm. Blacklist International, they made the most out of their run and gun setup, their aggressive draft. They really made the most out of it. They took the rhythm, they took the tempo of the game on their side for the longest time. When the time came where late game, mid game, late game came in, Bren Esports just slowly climbed up back.
It was unbelievable, actually, for Brent to do that. I mean, imagine the calls that they were calling there when Carl TC's constantly being put down in the early game, and it was just beauty to watch them get back up, and that's something not any team can actually do.
Remember, guys, mental fortitude, that is very much important for your games, especially in ranked games as well. So let's throw it to Rob and let's see what he thinks of that game.
Tier 3 nga sa mga iba na nakakaalam for that turret, but that was the base turret. Tumalon doon si Nabuhay with the Coterant Inferno, yung Tamos natin, tumalon siya doon, and somehow Aqua chase him down kasi nga isang hit na lang talaga, but na-sustain ni Flap and napatay si Full Clip doon sa may bandang likod, and the rest is gonna be history. Pero atin munang tignan ang item build dito ng ating mga players. As you can see here, what is lacking for the side of Blacklist International just in terms of the damage? They only have one mage damage, and that is in the form of the Angela. Actually, there's nothing wrong about this. Definitely, Blacklist International's winning condition was the early to mid-game lead, and and that is also props to the amazing performance, of course, dito ni Full Clip. He's actually doing very, very well, dodging skill after skill na binabato sa kanya dito ng Bren Esports. Not something you see on a Lancelot user on this caliber. Ito na yung pinaka, I think, one of the highest na pwede mong makita on how to play this specific hero. But, of course, for the itemization here, for Bren Esports, makikita nyo dito something in common na binibuild dito, specifically nung mga makukunat natin. Actually, binenta lang dito ni Lusty. He actually has a Dreadnought armor dito kanina. Pinalitan niya lang ng Malefic Roar. But what is actually the use, of course, nito, this is actually already anti-Kiras. So, most of the time, the players here on the MPL just build the Dreadnought armor. It's like half of the passive, the unique passive deter ng anti-Kiras. Ano ba ang ginagawa niyan? It actually gives you a physical defense na nagsa-stack up to sa Dreadnought armor, I think 6%, pero stackable siya by 3. So, meaning to say, 18% damage reduction on the physical. It's actually very, very huge dahil halos lahat dito sa side ng Blacklist is physical. The only one who has magic is, of course, the Angela. Pero ilan lang bang the-damage ng Angela? Like 3 to 4 love waves and that was it. So, perfect itemization for the side of Bren Esports, and right after they build this Antikiras, they just can go full out damage. They can go for life spell bump or life steal kasi hindi na nila kailangang magdepensa for magic like building Oracle or even building Athena Shield. Now, let's go ahead and check the post-game stats. Alright, so from here, mga kaibigan, tignan natin. Look at here, Dexter, of course. Actually, Dexter is actually playing very, very good on the Angela. Kung mapapansin nyo, once lang siya napatay ni Lusty on the mid-game kasi alam ni Dexter kung saan siya talaga pupwesto dahil mid-game to late game, siya na lang yung pinapasok ng Natalia. But for the sake here, Full Clip doing very, very well for the damage and even almost siya na nga halos yata lahat ng bumasag nung total of 6 turret dito dahil nasa kanya lahat nung turret damage. But look at the soak-up damage. Dito siguro nagsashine ang isang Barats. And take note, guys, Barats was picked 3 times here on the MPL pero up until now, wala pang nananalo for this hero. Maybe it states something that the Barats is not really working well in terms of the side lane natin. And I think this is also twice na natalo siya in head-to-head versus a Tamus. Now, for the side dito naman ng Bren Esports, Carl TZ is really very, very patient here. But what is more interesting here is, of course, Flop TC's sustainability. Look at that. He's actually been the one stanking it for the team and as well with Doc Rebo. Wow. And yeah, bago ang lahat, atin munang tignan siguro din ang smart highlight of the game. Look at that, mga kaibigan. So this is already 12 minutes into the game. I think, yeah, definitely. Actually, tapos na dito yung game kung saan na medyo napalalim yung Blacklist International. And this is already the comeback coming from the Bren Esports. Carl TZ, very, very patient on this game. Actually, all throughout the game, as you can see, ito pala yun. Ito yung pinilit nila habulin si Flap TC. Look at that, nabuhay doon si Flap TC, but Full Clip just did die and somehow Blacklist International medyo na-dismantle yung kanilang formation there. Eson having a very good Hurricane Dance dito, mga kaibigan. I guess what's really lacking as well for Blacklist International during the team fight is that Aqua isn't actually getting any kills for this one. And the only damage that Blacklist is having is coming from Full Clip. If ever the Hurricane Dance has already been done, parang nahihirapan na ang Blacklist International to put up a punch papunta sa Bren Esports. Meanwhile, Bren Esports, every single one of their heroes are actually capable of killing anyone from the side of Blacklist. Yes, makunat ang Aka. Yes, makunat din dito si Edward if he actually has full stack dito sa kanyang Barats. But that doesn't mean hindi sila namamatay. And there is something na magandang mapanood din doon. Actually, hinihintay ko siya. Yung sa pinaka-final team fight na sinubukan nakainin ni Edward dito si Fiu, pero nag-winter truncheon siya. What a very good timing. Huminto doon yung ulti. Kumbaga parang na-fizzle, nawala. But he's still Full Clip. Regardless, he actually has a very, very good game on the Lancelot. Still, Carl TZ gonna be our smart MVP for the game with a 714 KDA. You can see there, all to the late game, halos something like 2-0 pa lang siya. He's actually very patient. At nakikita mo rin talaga na he actually knows when to go in. Hindi siya nanggigigil. There are actually times na nawalan na rin siya ng purple buff niya, but he can be able to go still one-on-one with full clip onto the late game. And the outplays nga na nangyari doon sa team fight na yon, yung hindi nila napagkapatay doon sa Tamus, after that full clip died, everything went not so well for the side of Blacklist International. But before anything else, kaya pa kaya? I was really thinking about the points dito for Blacklist International. They were 22 right before that, but bago ang lahat, scan nyo muna ito mga kaibigan to show your support to our number 1 overall for the whole regular season. A very successful performance, a run for almost 2 months dito sa MPL Season 6 Bren Esports, showing us that they are really the number 1 here for MPL Season 6 regular season. And of course, Blacklist International, of course, props to them. Giving up Blacklist, gaya nga ng sabi ng mga casters natin, that might be one of the games na nahirapan talaga ang Bren Esports despite of a very, very good draft, hindi pa rin talaga kayang basta-bastahin ng Bren Esports. Yes, number 1 kayo overall, but we have Blacklist International that can still put up a good fight. But malay nyo, sabi ng caster din natin, most of the time is that Blacklist International nagdi-decline yung kanilang performance if they're losing game number 1. Malay nyo, ito na yung series na sila naman ang magka-comeback. And also, enjoy this giveaway code na hatid sa inyo ng MPL for you to be able to get in-game items from Mobile Legends and another bonus giveaway code. Yan, type nyo na yan dyan. Just have to search it on your browser kung saan nyo siya itatype. Redeem nyo yan mga kaibigan. Makakuha kayo dyan. Even skins are even possible with that. But what is more possible is that if sumali kayo dito sa Mythical Raffle Draw, the QR code is on your screens right now, or you could just simply type it on your browser sa bit.ly/mrd-po. Ayun na nga, mga kaibigan, we're just only on our 3rd series dito sa gabing ito. May isa pa tayong series mamaya. That's gonna be Onic versus Aura, the rivalry. Pero bago natin pag-usapan ang pinakahuling serye ng laban o ng araw na ito, malay mo, ito pa, kaya Blacklist International going against for the 2nd time around sa ating overall number 1 dito sa regular season. Will they be able to bounce back? What do you think, casters?
I guess that's the main goal for Blacklist International right now. Pick up the pace. They got the early tempo, but they just forgot to close the game. I think that's the plan for Blacklist International. Now, you know that they have the capability to control the game. Now, I think it's time to close it. And how will they close it, though?
Yeah, that's the big question. How do you actually close out the game against a team like Bren Esports, who are looking really good in their form despite being behind for a big part of that game? I feel like 15 minutes they're still behind. So how do you actually close it out against a team like that? I mean, who can turn it around at a blink of an eye? And again, all riding through just pure momentum, and taking apart your small mistakes and turning into a big lead. It's just very beautiful to watch.
There's this mode for Bren Esports, I feel, that during the early game, whenever they get the lead, they will play as individuals. But when they actually are losing, what they do is they change the dynamic and they play as a team. And when they play as a team, that's when the time comes where Blacklist International doesn't really know or the other teams doesn't really know what to do anymore. And it's all about them just meshing together and putting things together. 1 + 1, at least they get 2. So they can use that equation to get more advantages onto the map. So technically, for Bren Esports, the whole battlefield is their playground.
Absolutely. I feel like the Bren Esports just knows that you have to. They know when to fight. They just know when that you're going to be able to be more vulnerable to a fight. And again, Full Clip just had everything in that game. It was handed to him on a silver platter. His team had enabled him to get into a point where you could destroy people with one combo of your forward rows into the puncture. That's how powerful he was. He had the turtle buff for like I think the first 2 to 3 turtle buffs were his.
Yeah.
So
it's still the power of their Lancelot, man. Still the power of the
and it
Lancelot.
was a comfort pick Lancelot for him. That was his best pick so far. And he still got beaten out. So it just goes to show you can't really just rely on just one role. Like the carry, you can't rely just on your carry. You gotta go full in. And maybe Dexter might have been underutilized there. I mean, he has good decision making. Throw it on an Angela, usually it would result to a good outcome. But at this point, it might not have been enough.
Because the thing about Lancelot is, yes, Lance is one of those players, one of those heroes that has high damage and high impact early on, especially with the orange buff. But if you think about it, Rockhart, if you do not think about resetting the whole, the dashes, the Torn Rows, the Phantom Executions, without those, you cannot really rely on a Lancelot to go 1v1 in physical attacks against a Ling. So, whenever you put the Lancelot in a bad spot, that's the time where Ling actually punishes the Lance.
Yep, there's a lot of punish, actually. Every time you're... Actually, even if the Heart Guard gets mistimed by just a few moments, man, you can really tell Bren Esports knows that's the time that we go in. And, yeah, it was just not enough. I feel like Dexter could have been in a better utility hero. It worked very well in the early game because of level 4 advantage. When you hit the level 4, then you have Heart Guard. That's already a win on the fight for sure. But in the late game, it might have been better if he was put on a more macro-oriented hero.
And to be honest, Rockhart, if you're gonna see it that way, he wasn't really put in a position that he can use the Heart Guard for the late game. He was always the first one to go down.
That's right. He's consistently getting hunted. It might have been better if he was like on a different hero. Again, Chang'e's banned out and Forces picked, so maybe a Cyclops would have been better. Would have been better to hunt down the Ling.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And again, the Heart Guard is a great way to get that early game. But when you get to that late game, just make sure you have other tools. And the Barats apparently is not one of those heroes.
And Barats here still has 0% win rate.
0 for 4.
0 for 4.
3 or 4. I think it's 4.
Give Barats justice. Why are you banning out the hero if it's not really working at this point in time?
They've been banning it for like the whole week last week, I think. No, actually, just the whole day last Friday. There you go.
Now it's open for Bren.
Now it's open for Bren.
Will Bren get it?
This is going to be the test for me. Like, if Bren takes it, then maybe there's something about it. But
if they don't,
that means, you know what, this hero is easy to counter. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So we'll see. The decisions here for Bren are to either first pick it or leave it to Blacklist, who seem to be very happy to first pick it.
They don't. Bren Esports, when they don't first pick the Barats,
that's a sign.
That just means that they don't like the Barats.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just heroes that Bren Esports just does not like. You can tell they don't like it. And for Blacklist, they still want to give it a try.
Yeah. And clearly, whenever there's a new thing going on for the other teams, like a Kagura, it wasn't really new. Well, back then it was new. But Bren Esports didn't really like it. They had more potential, or they had more, bias on the Lunox rather than the Kagura. So if Bren Esports doesn't deem it to be beneficial for their playstyle, they won't go for that. They will stick with their own traditional Bren Esports style of playing things.
Yeah, you still want to go for the strong heroes that can do justice in the early game, especially the clear that you can get with the Farsa. This time around, Carl T says, you know what, I'm gonna show this boy a lesson. I'm gonna show you how to play this hero. And Bren also has the Kufra. What a powerful combo all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, Bren Esports here, they're getting their best heroes on lock. Blacklist International here. What will Full Clip pick? Is he going to go for that Ling? Is this going to be the reverse? The great reversal on the side of Bren Esports versus Blacklist International.
You can already hear the thoughts behind Carl TZ. Carl TZ is usually a very proud player. So when you do stuff like that to him in the early game, he's gonna go to the next game with the mentality that he's gonna beat you down really hard, and he's gonna do it in style, for sure here. Because again, when Carl TZ uses the Lancelot, I think there's only 1 or 2 games that he lost it the whole season. Everything else is just a win. And they also ban out the Link, so he's like, they're forcing Full Clip to, to make use of his creativity for this carry pick.
They want him to go for a marksman. When you're put in a tight spot like this, you're gonna go for a marksman. And that means if Carl C has a good game, there's going to be a burst on that marksman. A Claude could work for Blacklist International, but the first 5 minutes, the first 6 minutes is going to be very critical for that marksman.
And removing the Yi Sun Shin.
They just take it out.
Literally the call. This is like Carl TZ with a
shut him down.
He has a vendetta. He has the agenda, really, to target Full Clip.
He just went in and they just called it. Shut Full Clip down.
Yep. And
that's the order.
Wonder if they're going to be able to do it. I mean, we haven't actually seen Full Clip like really get strong on a different hero other than the Lancelot and Ling.
Carmilla, a lot of hugging will happen here. And I like the idea just because they have the Khaled and the Kufra on their side. Blacklist International, though, that is going to be a side lane that's going to go to Edward. It could be a possibility. But for Bren Esports, they lack a support in a side lane, a few hero, and probably a Flap hero or a Rebo hero.
Yeah. By the way, FAMS has not been picked yet, or banned.
FAMS has not been picked.
So there's a good chance they're gonna still get it, which is weird. It's very rare for Flap TZ to be able to get a FAMS.
Yeah.
On fourth pick.
Yeah. You know what? FAMS is actually a really good hero to play against the Barats. I've seen 2 games where Barats goes up against Thams.
Yeah, he was just destroyed.
He is almost always the first blood for those 2 games. Lunox is going to be on the Rebo. It deals with Barats and Carmilla, that's for sure.
Man, they're really thinking hard about this carry pick. Even Coach Bonchan's he's deep in thought. Like,
they just focused the guy. Like, the Full Clip gave them a hard time. Now, with Aqua, Edward, Dexter, and Eson being kept
there
in
you
check.
go!
Okay.
This is what I'm talking about.
It is going to be the Maya. We haven't seen this gal
first pick
ever since season 1. He wasn't picked at that point. We've seen a Leslie in season 1, but we haven't seen a Mia. The first time in MPL.
Here you go. The newly revamped Mia is just super scary. I've been saying it for a long time now, and finally, we'll see it from Blacklist. Although it is going to be against Bren Esports, that's a difficult place to be put in. And
so it's going to be a side lane Mia. It's gonna be put on Edward.
So apparently, Full Clip is not gonna bite with the baits. He's not gonna be forced into a Mia. They're gonna throw it to Edward, and Full Clip's gonna do what Carl TZ did this last Friday. He's gonna go for the Carmilla here.
This is going to be very interesting for both teams. Both of their heroes are, both of the team's heroes are on point. There is a reason why they picked this, and to be honest, I'm kind of scared for Mia here because of the Lancelot potential, but who knows?
We'll have to wait and see. Again, I feel like this might be premature for Blacklist to do. You don't do it against a lineup like this, especially when there's a Khalid who can dive on the back line very easily. So, man, good luck to Blacklist here.
Look at Flap here, not really caring about that current, that damage coming out from the turret. He's just gonna go in.
Desert
knows
Tornado.
That he has a lot of damage.
My God.
Output, and he knows that is going to be
Look
the
at that,
advantage.
Lusty.
Flap here is actually a genius in terms of knowing his matchups. Look at this. He knew that he did not have they did not have anything to do with him at level 1.
And the flicker by Aqua.
Okay, Aqua here is
get
going to be
bursted
the
here.
next target, and that is going to be
1 for 1.
Flapsy down. Okay.
It's a 1 for 1.
that was a very good move coming out from Flap, because he noticed that that's a Barats and a Carmilla. And at level 1, they're not really going to do that well. They don't have their skills.
Yeah, and Aqua is able to just get that kill as well away. But overall, it's Bren Esports who has the more comfortable time here. They're going to have more time for Carl TZ to farm, and he's consistently getting that buff. The Mia is on the side lane, so no buffs for this Mia that much. I think the Carmilla is the one who's going to be taking all the buffs if possible.
Carl Z here will see that coming, and
executed.
Esson here will get hit by the Phantom Execution. And that is going to be another kill on the Carmilla. And that is a shutdown for the Barats, and Dexter will get that purple buff.
Man,
No, the orange buff rather.
Yeah. As much as I'm all for the Mia pick, this is the wrong time to pick it out actually.
And look at the gold, making it rain, making it rain, ladies and gentlemen.
And Lusty's there.
Esson here, still the target, and they're still getting the gold.
It's a lot of gold, man. That's a lot of gold.
You gotta have that gold, man. And he gets extra gold from that siege minion, that catapult.
They're just getting everything they want here, and without that many kills, 1.8k advantage already for Bren Esports. And they're just gonna keep this ball rolling. They will get that tower on the bottom lane, and elevates the goal lead to 2k.
I like the commit onto the top lane. There is an ultimate, and he gets thrown to a wall. Remember when you get thrown to a wall after that devour?
Yeah, that really sucks.
That is a long stun.
That's a very, very long stun, and it's very difficult for you to reposition after that because there's going to be a Barrett in your way. So
usually you just use the flicker for this, so that when you survive that, you can just flicker out and get away. Because walls means that there is actually something to protect you from the
Big
Barrets
fight.
after, if you ever use that certain flicker. And Esson here will be trying to help his teammates. That doesn't go that way. It doesn't go that way. Full clip here. Not really making the most out of this Carmilla pick that he is using right now.
there's no way that they're going to be able to get advantages here in this early, especially in the early game, where the Mia's not going to be able to do much. The full clip is, the Carmilla is not going to be able to get much. Only Dexter is their power in the early game, and he is down.
And looking at it right now, I think Mia has the weakness finder on her. I think that's a weakness finder.
Yeah, I think so too. So
you know what? Just to be safe, I'm just gonna check it right now.
That's not a lot of help, actually. Yeah. That's not a lot of help for the Mia at this point. Electro Flash would have been a little bit better.
I mean, yeah.
Probably.
If you're gonna hit multiple heroes in the late game and you have all the items, then that's gonna really work wonders. But
yeah,
right now it doesn't.
You're not gonna reach the late game at this point. Like the way that Bren Esports is playing, they want to finish this before 8 minutes. And there it goes. Lusty with the entrance into the Tyrant's Rage. Very easy pickup. 2 people down for the side of Blacklist International. And that mid lane turret also going to be falling off. Esson doing his very best to push people off, but the cancel is going to happen for the Hurricane Dance. Damage is real for Carl TZ. He's flying in and out of the fight.
It is actually the Weapons Master.
Weapon Master.
And the physical damage again from equipment is increased by 12%.
Yeah, you're not going to get your equipment.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Weakness Finder and this Weapons Master looks the same. They both have their arrows going up top.
That's true.
And yeah, clearly, for Bren Esports right now, they're just making the most out of this power spike that Blacklist International might not even reach.
Yeah, I really don't know what they were thinking. I think a Granger might have done better than a Mia at this point. You're not gonna reach the late game with this lineup. Again, Bren Esports are going to just have an easy time, especially with a Khalid pickup for Flap TZ.
Of course.
Turtle will be going over to Carl TZ, and the Blade of Heptasis locked in as well.
And they can't do anything about this. They're just put in a very tight spot right now where they want to delay as much as possible, But then again, you are not really going to delay as long as you can take down 2 people from the side of Bren Esports. But when you commit that way, when you commit 5, then that means you're putting yourself in a bad spot as well.
This is absolutely a bad spot right now for Blacklist. There's very little ways to get out this 7,000 gold lead for Bren Esports, and the tower will only make that economy difference even bigger. The buffs are no longer theirs. They are now the property of Bren Esports, but they choose to leave it, weirdly enough.
Of course, that is going to be...
For Carl, of course. It's going to be for Carl TV. There you go.
Edward here could have done so much if they just held on to the turrets as much as possible here. And look at Eson and the others. They can't do anything. Bren Esports, this is the time where they flex their muscles and they just want to show... Oh, look at Flap. Just the timing. Impeccable timing. He just dodged that ultimate.
Right on the ultimate end. Now it's going to be the catch. Few is going to be able to walk on out there, but he will die nonetheless. And the fight is breaking out. The damage from Dexstar is very, very high. They take out Lusty. Flap TC is low as well. Rebo and Carl. Now the only ones left on the field. And, man, that was not supposed to happen. But Blacklist, they kind of buy themselves a little bit more reading room because of that.
So, in terms of just picking that Barats, you need to be, how do I say this? You need to acknowledge the fact that every team fight that you get, you want to put that in a very extended manner. Because of the passive big guy, it just gives you stacks whenever you deal damage to a target. So, for one stack, it's actually active for 12 seconds. And if you get 25 stacks, which is the cap, you get like 5 physical damage and magic defense and +3% resilience. So there's going to be a trample with a basic attack when he reaches the 16 stacks. So that is going to deal 120 physical damage plus 4% total HP. So there is always almost going to be damage output from the Barats, even when he is not a core or he is not gonna pick up these damage items.
That's true.
Other the tank items. So as long as you get the perfect mixture, the trample will be making its mark. But the thing is, if you do not put him in a spot that he can hit people for 25 times and cap those stacks of big guy at 25 stacks, then that means you're just gonna be somewhat of a pseudo Uranus that just gonna get controlled into the early stages of the game. So yeah, that is one of the things that you really have to look out for when you are going to pick that Barats, because right now all the all the assassins really have high burst damage.
Yep,
and if you do not itemize properly, then that means you're just gonna fall down easily.
Yeah, and the Barats is just a little slow when you talk about applying those stacks. It feels a little bit slow, especially considering your enemies are so mobile, and they also disappear, like the Lunox and the Lancelot. So you can't consistently apply them, and you can't consistently trample people. So what happens is, you know what, all of your efforts become wasted, and if your team doesn't capitalize during the time that you are doing the damage, you're basically like -1. It becomes like a 4v5.
And Daytona's welcome is really going to be the main thing for Barats to play with. I mean, it gives him the extra stacks of a big guy. It gives him 5 stacks as long as he learns that. And you know what? In terms of just pure pressure into the map and just clearing the waves fast, I think Barats is really just a good hero to play with and just controlling the lanes. But in terms of team fight, I just feel that these teams are finding a hard time just utilizing him to his maximum potential.
Yeah, I guess it's a little premature to actually keep using Barats, and especially this Mia. Oh my god, seriously. Like, way too early on this hero already. And you're gonna have a hard time. You're gonna have a hard time with this guy, nonetheless, you know?
Yeah, and it's all about attack speed for Mia. That's the thing about Mia. You can focus you can focus all the items into just getting those damage items. You don't have to get anything from attack speed.
Yeah, and Mia's
passive.
already got it. Mia's
Yeah.
already got that already. So
And even the split arrows really hurt. Like Mia is one of those heroes that you can put him in the levels of Claude, but then again, in terms of damage output, he can be a Claude because of the split arrows, the moon arrows.
yeah,
But
basically.
But in terms of ability, after that ultimate, you purify, you invis, you're just gonna go down after that if you cannot really find a safe place to hide.
That's gonna be up to them. And again, trying to find the safety as a Mia player against a team like Bren Esports, that's the challenge. Like, for other teams, against other teams, maybe it would have been easier, but against Bren, man, they're always gonna be able to find you. They have heroes right now that have such good reach. Like Lancelot can reach you, Lunox can reach you very easily. They have a Kufra, even a Flapteezy, right? He's just gonna ult in and he's gonna be able to find targets. So you just keep wondering what's up with that.
Clearly, these guys are having a hard time for the side of Blacklist International. Bren Esports, this is the form that they really want to go with. And to be honest, Rockhart, I really don't like the Mia when there's a Lancelot on the other team.
That's
the
true.
Thorn Grows is
very
just,
easy.
Thorn Grows is just gonna destroy you even when you're in invisible form.
Yep. You know what? This is gonna be the last game for them for sure. So benefit of the doubt for Blacklist. This draft, I mean, I would be happy if they can make it work. But if not, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised because the Mia's just a little, too easy of a target.
I mean, if they can drag this to a late game, I feel that for Edward, this is going to be an easy late game setup for them, as long as they can keep the Kufra at bay. Because if ever Karlsey doesn't burst Mia in one sitting, that only means that there is going to be hell to pay for Karlsey.
Yeah, if you don't burst him in one go, he's gonna be able to lifesteal everything back and then fight.
Oh, look at that. Dexter here getting destroyed. Karlsey just going in. Aqua, though, will be the target of the
There's
Lunox. He
Rebo.
will go down, and look at this. Aqua is out, and this is what we're talking about, not extending the team fights. Barats is just, how they're so fragile as a tank.
So
and
fragile,
as
man.
a sustained side lane.
Look at that. Edward disappeared with one skill.
And they just go for it. Are they gonna
Here
go
we
for
go.
the Bren special, though?
Bren special.
And
Just
that
TP
is
all the
going to
time.
be the kill. And that is a triple kill
kill.
for Rebo. And Aqua here with the help. Are they gonna go in? Kufra will go down, and they're not finishing this game.
You're not finishing it. Want to go for the last hit. And there you go. A 2-0 for Bren Esports in the end. Again, Barrett's win rate still flopped at a 0%.
Showing us how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. That is how you do. That is how you play the aggressive game, and that is how you set up the draft for success. Mia was picked. Claude wasn't part of the equation. They didn't really want that. They focused on a side lane. They focused on a side lane Mia.
That's right.
And everything just went to shambles right there. Even with just the certain setup that Flap did, he went for the first blood on Carmilla, and that really hurt him a lot.
Yep. And this Khalid first pick, this is the pick that you want, right? This is the pick that you want for first pick. Barrett's is no longer... After this weekend, I'm pretty sure people are gonna rethink their strategies about the hero. Their practices in ranked games or in scrims might be different. Might have resulted differently.
I'm gonna give Barrett's a bit of the benefit of the doubt.
Let's wait for playoffs. Let's judge Barrett's in
yeah.
playoffs.
I'm going to judge Barrett's whenever he reaches the playoffs.
Playoffs is the time.
There are heroes that actually don't make sense right now, but if we head on to the playoffs, then we might just see what use there is for these kinds of heroes. Because the thing is, even Terisla, we didn't really know that Terisla was going to be a big thing way back then. But then again, some heroes are just really meant to be OP, and some, like Khaled, we didn't really give him much mind when the season started, but still, it is what it is. We are going to throw it to Rob for his post-game analysis for the series.
Sportsbet because they know their winning conditions as well. So, but let's go ahead and check first the item build dito. So, kung makikita natin dito mga kaibigan, is that Blacklist International are really forcing that everyone from Bren Esports mag-react sa kanila. And just leaving, or at least having Eson just to guard the Mia and farm Edward's way. And of course, meron ang ginamit na emblem dito ni Edward during that time was the Marksman emblem with the Weapon Master. Ang binibigay niyan is an additional 12% on the sa mga items na binibigay on the physical damage ng kanyang mga bibilhin. So this is a perfect item. I really like dito the Wind Talker kasi nakakadagdag din yan for a wave clear for some time. And of course, the critical damage here na binibigay nitong Berserker's Fury. But, hindi na siya naging enough to be honest kasi sobrang late na. Sobrang late na rin talaga. And everyone here for the side of Bren Esports, their Carl TC getting Carl TC together with the poke ng isang Valier talagang mahihirapan dito na i-hold ng Blacklist International ang early game aggression regardless na meron silang Chango with the Meteor Shower na pwedeng i-show off sa may early game yung mga minion waves. Pero kung mapapansin nyo rin pala, no, halos pinapasok na sila sa may bandang likod ng Torre ni Carl TC, zoning them out. Let's go ahead and check first the post-game stats dito for this match. So all throughout the game, halos this is the price to pay for the side or at least for the drop dito ng Blacklist International. Hindi sila halos makalabas because they lack their side lane. Kumbaga, na-lock sila doon sa side lane na having Eson and the Mia doon and just the Carmilla on the mid lane and the Chango at of course the Barats is still 4 times pick pero with no avail, hindi pa rin nananalo dito sa MPL. But for the side naman dito ng Bren Esports, everyone, Carl TC here is actually having an an easy game together with Few. Yung rotation nilang dalawa dito, let alone yung dalawang side lane nila is sobrang sustainable with Rebo and Flap TC. And Lusty he actually has he's the one who's doing or at least initiating every clash na nagaganap or rather yung mga poke na ginagawa nila kasama dito si Few with Carl TC the one to finish it off. Now, let's go. Paano nga ba mapupull off talaga ng Blacklist International yung ganitong klase ng draft? Well, this might be an experimental draft for them. Pero I guess this is still workable. But the only thing is, siguro kung napanalo nila yung early game, probably not giving like heroes such as dito kay Carl TC. Actually, regardless even Lancelot or Ling, hindi mo naman pwedeng iban lahat ng mga hyper carry because they definitely Bren would take advantage of that, getting a more meta side laners that is gonna be the same result after all. Pero this is the first time maraming natuwa na napick na as well. I think this is the first time na napick ng Mia for the MPL regardless of the season. Pero still, hindi siya viable because squishy siya. Yes, malakas ang Mia, especially na-revamp na rin siya on the Project Next. Pero you have to put a lot of resources dito sa hero na to rather or at least draft for this specific kind of hero for it to work. But let's go ahead and check the smart highlights of this game. As you can see dito, mga kaibigan, early pa lang, as low as 1 minute of the game, halos confident enough dito ang Bren Esports to dive in sa mismong Torre dito ng Blacklist because wala namang makakapag-show off sa kanila. Even getting the turtles this early, full clip here, having a Carmilla, this is the first time na gumamit niya to. To be honest, it's like a statement din, no? I think Carl TC also did or used Carmilla and somehow Rebo yata yung gumamit ng carry during that match. And now, full clip is doing it as well. So, but this time around, Carl TC was using this Lancelot and from start to finish, talagang ramdam mo yung damage na binibigay dito or at least yung presence ng isang Lancelot together with Valier's poke. Everything is working well for the side of Bren Esports. Look at here, halos wala nga talagang nabasag dito ang Blacklist International. So, in theory, ang purpose talaga dito ng Blacklist is just to hold it up until the point na lumakas nga dito si Edward. But still, our smart MVP of that match is definitely Carl TZ with a very outstanding performance for the Lancelot. Yes, yung game number 1 medyo nahirapan sila, or at least si Carl TC using the link on the early stages of the game, pero pinakita pa rin sa atin ng overall number 1 team that they are really the number 1 for the whole regular season, and this is a very successful run for them at least, at magandang indication to for like going into the playoffs. At again mga kaibigan, this might be the final series na makita natin. Of course, this is the last day of the regular season, but lock and loaded na ang unang makakalaban ng Bren Esports pagdating ng playoffs. Gonna be NXP Solid. So of course, choose who will you want to support pagdating ng playoffs. But we're just waiting. I think nandito na nga yata. We will be having here on stage, or rather on the screen, of course, the captain of Bren Esports, Fiu. Yes, Fiu. Yan, kamusta naman? Sobrang, ganito.
Okay naman po.
Magandang tanong pala, Fiu, no? Kasi yung game number 1 nyo, medyo head-to-head, talagang dikdikan yung laban. Bigyan mo naman kami ng konting thoughts. In terms of the drafting, hindi ba kayo, nahirapan ba kayo during the early game kasi hindi masyado nagwo-work yung tandem nyo doon ni Lasty? Can you give us something insight about the first game?
Ayun, nahirapan talaga kami nung game 1 sa early kasi lamang sila eh. Pag nag-level 4, lamang yung mga skill nila kaysa sa amin. Tapos yung hero namin ni Lasty, kailangan pa ng item para mag-work.
Para mag-work. And pinakita nyo naman talaga. Actually, ang hirap nung comeback na ginawa nyo. I think 10,000 deficit yata umabot ang Blacklist International sa kayo. Pero of course, the turnaround nga yung pinasok nila doon si Flap TZ, and somehow nakuha nyo si Full Clip, and from there, hindi nyo na nabitawan yung lead. Pero syempre, ang pinakamagandang tanong, ay alam ko naman, you know that ang makakalaban nyo is gonna be NXP Solid. Of course, Fiu, what are the fans of Bren Esports gonna expect on the very first round ng playoffs against NXP Solid?
Makakita sila ng magandang laban sa playoffs. Siyempre, hindi kami papatalo sa Nexplay. Hanggang trash talk lang naman sila eh.
Ay, pwede. Actually, tinanong ko na si Ribo nung Friday eh. Ang sabi niya sa akin, 3-0, ilista mo na. Ko-confirm ko ba yun sa'yo, Captain Fiu?
Oo, lista mo na.
Ilista mo na. Yan ang gusto ko. I really like the confidence, of course. And syempre, shout out to the whole team, and of course, Coach Ducky. Pero of course, syempre, I'm gonna be leaving you the floor to thank the fans. Of course, sumusuporta kay Fiu and the rest of the team dito ng Bren Esports. Go ahead.
Ayun, shoutout sa Bren Management, kala Boss Job, kala Boss Jeff. Sa team ko, sila Carl, si Ribo, si Coach, si EJ, si Lasty, tsaka si Flop na offlane gods daw. Shoutout din sa anak ni Boards, si Aliana Olin. Tsaka sa family ko sa Mandaluyong, pati dito sa Makati. Tsaka shoutout sa partner ko si IC, pati kay Shampy.
Yon. Well, very well said. And of course, congratulations once again. You are the overall, your team is the overall number 1 for the regular season. Alam namin mag-expect kami ng marami pang magagandang mga games coming from Bren Esports, specifically on the playoffs. Maraming salamat, Fiu, for this interview.
Salamat.
Ayun na nga mga kaibigan, sabi dito ni Captain Fiu, ilista na daw ng NXP Solid na ipapanalo talaga nila ang kanilang laban sa playoffs on the round number 1. But first, of course, sa mga sumusuporta sa Bren Esports, that this is their QR code. Scan nyo na yan mga kaibigan, and you're gonna get directed sa kanilang mismong Facebook fan page. And of course, as well, for the hashtag break the code ng Blacklist International, nandito rin ang kanilang QR code to show, para for you to show your support for this team. Of course, lock and loaded na nga din, sabi ng mga casters natin, Blacklist International will be going against Omega pagdating ng playoffs. But before that, get nyo na muna to, kunin nyo, screenshot nyo na tong ating mga giveaway codes na hatid sa inyo ng MPL. And another one for you. There you go. Ayun na nga mga kaibigan, konti na lang. We are already going in for the final series. Before that, QR code will be shown to you for you to be able to join the mythical raffle draw. Of course, type nyo na rin sa inyong mga browsers, bit.ly/MRD-PO. But before that mga kaibigan, we would like to thank our sponsor, our official telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free game. Our official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow their Realme on social media to know more. Of course, also our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds when you purchase Gillette Mac 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get free 50 pesos credits for PayMaya when you download and register and use the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Our partner in partner in esports, napagdikit ko yung kasama yung TikTok. That's gonna be TikTok Live. Just use the hashtag Mobile Legends for you to be able to win premium skins and of course watch legendary videos. And our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. And this event is powered by Moonton. Again guys, this is only the third series. This is the only day ng regular season na meron tayong 4 na serye. Ipinapakita na namin sa inyo lahat ng mga teams na maglalaro sa playoffs. And ito na ang pinakahuli. Of course, the rivalry na nagsimula pa nung Season 4, nung Sunsparks pa lang ang Aura PH o Onic PH versus Aura sa pinakahuling serye ng regular season at isa sa pinakamahalagang laban din dahil pag nanalo ang Aura kahit isang game, they will definitely take the number 1 seed ng bracket A that's going against Cignal Ultra. Ating malalaman yan just a very short while. Ako nga po pala ang naging solo analyst nyo for today. My name is Rob Luna. At before we go for a break, iwan ko muna kayo for the Realme top 5 plays of the series.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart. Live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash.
Pay Maya.
Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
May mga masayang times, may mga bad times, and yung mga experiences na yung humubog sa akin, so yung mga dadalhin ko this MPL Season 6 para mas maging better pa ako at and yung team namin. As long as may Venus sa Onic, hindi basta-basta matatalo ang Onic. Si Venus, bago pa siya makapasok na MPL, ay isang estudyante na kumukuha ng kursong computer science na nangangarap maging isang magaling na computer programmer. Bata pa lang talaga ako, mahilig na ako sa mga computer games. Pangarap niya din talaga maging pro player. And luckily, nakamit ko yun sa Mobile Legends. Hindi ko naman talaga na-imagine na makakapasok ako ng MPL. Talagang sinubukan ko lang, talagang sinubukan lang ng team namin. Pinakamahirap na challenge na binato sa akin ng buhay is yung pagiging gay ko. Kasi sobrang hirap, di ko alam kung paano ko yaan yung sarili ko sa society. Especially sa ML community. May natatakot ako kung anong kakalabasan or kung anong masasabi sa akin ng mga tao. Mas madami pa din talagang supporter compared sa mga basher or sa mga nagja-judge sa akin. I mean, mapakita ko yung sarili ko, tapos mahalin ako ng mga tao. Sobrang saya lang talaga. Laging first impression nila sa akin. Lagi nila sinasabi sa akin na mukha akong masungin, mukha akong intimidating, ganyan. Hindi naman talaga. Kasi si MLBB talaga, masiyahin talaga, lalo na pag nakabanding mo. Ang pinaka nag-inspire talaga sa akin para mas galingan ko pa is yung family ko talaga. Kasi gustong-gusto ko talaga silang tulungan, especially yung mother ko. Masasabi ko na natutupad ko na yung pangarap ko pa konti-konti. Siguro ang pinaka natutunan ko as a pro player is hindi ka laging tama. Matuto kang tumanggap ng pagkakamali mo and matuto ka rin makinig sa ibang tao. Pag naging totoo ka sa ibang tao, mas nakukuha mo yung trust nila, mas pinagkakatiwalaan ka nila, mas pinaniniwalaan ka nila. Especially as the captain of Onic PH, para mas makinig sila sa mga decisions ko and sa judgment ko in game. Kung magpapakatotoo ka, mas madaling mabuhay, mas madaling maging masaya. And mahirap kasi magtago sa isang shell. Pakita mo lang sa tao kung ano at mamahalin ka na nila doon.
Yung team na nag-champion, yun yung pinaka nag-enjoy sa game eh. Hindi ibig sabihin nun ikaw na yung strongest. Kasama yung team mo, nag-enjoy, lumalakas kayo, nag-grow kayo sa team. Bonus part siya ng paglalaro na nag-enjoy ka talaga. Nung napasok kami nung MPL Season 3, actually student pa ako noon, na college student ng marketing management. Nakapasok kami noon, nasa kalagitnaan ako ng TC, so maraming ginagawa, maraming inaasikaso. Nung next sem, kinailangan kong magpaisa-isa na subject dahil nakapasok na talaga kami sa pro scene. Umabot nung Season 5 na pumapasok sa school pag tapos ng school training. So ganun yung naging cycle ko noon. Na-lead ko yung team ko sa hindi sa talent, sa skills, sa kung anong ginagawa nila. Pero na-lead ko sila sa attitude. Attitude matters the most eh. Yung kasi yung number 1 kong hinahanap sa player eh. Kasi may mga kilala akong toxic sa team na alam kong sobrang lakas nila pero dahil nga sa attitude, nawawala yung laro ng team, nawawala yung cooperation ng members. Nahatak ko yung attitude nila na maging kalmado, maging joyful lang sa laro, nandun yung excitement, sobrang relax nila sa game, walang tilt factor, walang problema. Yung wala ibang team nun yung adjustment and sacrifice. In transition sa Season 5, nagre-roster kami. Kinailangan namin bitawan yung dalawang player namin para magpalit ng dalawa na mas i-improve. So, andun yung adjustment and sacrifice. Maaga ako namulat sa buhay kasi talaga yung experiences ko sa family dahil nga broken family kami. Mami ko araw-araw siyang nag-hard work para sa amin. Inasikaso niya kami, hindi kami napabayaan. And natuturuan kami ng tama. Kumbaga, nag-stay ako sa kung anong meron ako. May nakukuha, may pang-araw-araw, ganun. Kasi nakikita ko dun sa ibang tao yung may mga taong walang makain sa pang-araw-araw na nahihirapan. So kung paano ako nagsimula, palaging naka-mindset sa akin yan na, di ba, ikaw yung nangarap na pumasok dito, tapos nagawa mo, doon ka pa ba magbabago? Hindi nawawala sa isip ko yung keep your feet on the ground. Kasi totoo siya actually, pag nagkaroon ka ng, sabihin natin, angas sa sarili, naliligaw ka talaga eh. 6 kami magkakateam eh. Pag nag-away yung dalawa, nabawasan tayo ng dalawa, nadagdagan pa yung kalaban natin. So nandun yung pagiging kalmado, yung pagiging disiplinado. Walang captain, walang kasi nakikita ko sila as an equal individual person eh. So kumbaga nandun yung respeto. Natuto talaga ako sa kanila na hindi porket captain ako, hindi ko ginamit, hindi ko in-abuse. Nakikita ko sa kanila yung perseverance nila, yung pagiging disiplinado, and nandun yung passion talaga nila sa paglalaro.
The last series of the day and the regular season, destined rivals, as you can see up top, and we are going to be your shoutcasters. I am Butters, your anchor, with my analyst Rockhart. Rockhart, how are you feeling for this final series?
Well, honestly, obviously, we'll definitely feel a little bit tired after a lot of the exciting matches that we've had today. But for me, finals feels. These teams have always been in the finals for MPL. And I'm very excited to see them again today.
Grand finals for 2 consecutive seasons. Will they make it to 3? That is a question that we will answer in the playoffs. But right now, let's thank our sponsors first. Our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gigabytes for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new Giga Life app and choose free games.
And our official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the country and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. And like and follow Realme on social media to know more.
Official sponsor Gillette. Get free diamonds with the purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force pack in select pure gold doors nationwide.
Our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get free 50 peso credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
Partner in esports, TikTok Live. Search hashtag MLBB on TikTok to watch legendary videos. Again, hashtag MLBB on TikTok to watch legendary videos.
And our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Hear like a pro.
And of course, this is all powered by Moonton. So thank you, sponsors and Moonton, for making this possible. And right now, let's head into the final series of the regular season. Grand Finals feels, I do agree, Rockhart, destined rivals.
Absolutely. They have been at each other's throats for the longest time. For a lot of you guys who just recently joined the MPL, they're probably the only finalists that you know, right? If you just joined us like 2 to 3 seasons back, they're the ones who's always been fighting at each other. Lots of moments have already been shared between these two teams. Greed, who also used to be a part of the Onic lineup, is already on the side of Aura, and there's just so much that these teams have gone through over the past few seasons. And again, they are both trying to go for that grand finals feels again. Aura PH going for the three-peat. And if ever, will Onic PH go for the three-peat runner-up as well? I don't know. A lot of that is going to be answered, of course, when we go to the playoffs, which is happening October 22 to October 25th. That's 4 days of Mobile Legends. If for all of you who are wondering when the playoffs are going to be, that's always a question that we get on our TikToks, right?
And to be honest, right now, there is something bigger than, well, not really bigger, but there is something that is underlying and could really mean a lot for Aura PH once this match ends. If ever they win this, they could secure the points to be the top seed of the playoffs on Group A.
That's right. So a lot of these teams, actually, these two teams, they have that history, right?
Yeah.
So Onic PH really wants to not do Aura a favor, and they'll definitely give them a very hard time. They're gonna give them a very hard time to achieve that, because they really need those points still, and it's gonna be very exciting whether or not. We're gonna have a different outcome. We'll have to wait and see.
But we will have to see that later, because we are going to get to know more about Aura PH.
Naabangan ko yung magka-qualify na bagong papasok. Sana pumasok na rin yung makakatalo sa amin.
Bali, ang magkakatet lang sa amin kung IQ nila, 99999.
Siguro yung gusto ko makalaban yung RRQ sa mga tournaments kasi sila ngayon yung dominating sa mga sa ibang bansa ngayon. And tas gusto ko talunin yung mga international teams na PH yung magcha-champion.
So muna mag-champion this season para mag-qualify kami sa M2 World Championship. Pagdating doon, so mabawian yung Japan tsaka ibos Indonesia.
Looking beyond the borders of the Philippines and looking towards the international stage, that is what Aura PH is trying to say in their interviews. You have JP, Kel, VJ, Kiloash, Greed, Felicia, and Renjo. QR code up there on top of Renjo. Scan that and make sure you follow your teams.
Follow this team on their journey to greatness, as again they are gunning for the three-peat and gunning for revenge against international opponents. But before they can ever get a chance to get up there on the possible M2 or M3, we'll have to beat the current local teams first. And the local teams, they have proven that Aura PH is not unbeatable, even in their standards. They have shown that Aura PH can definitely drop games, and sometimes even series, if they're not careful. So Aura is definitely going to have their mettle tested today as well, with an old and very familiar rival.
And this rival really pushed their limits way back Season 4. Season 5, they got the best of them, took them to a 3-1. Then this time around, is it going to change? Because the thing is, right now, the Grand Finals is going to be a best of 7.
Yeah, that's different. We can't go back to that 3-2 mentality, right? You have to be ready for that 7-game series if ever you want to push it to its limits. And we'll have to wait and see. Maybe there's a limit to the number of games that these guys can play, you know? Like in animes where you can only fight for like 5 minutes or something like that. There's like there's something that has to be tested with Aura PH.
Yeah, it has to be tested.
Yeah.
And clearly, we are seeing a bit of a back and forth between Aura PH and Onic PH in terms of the success that you're getting. But we are going to use Onic right now.
Pinaka-trend sa Onic PH? Sino nga ba? Wala akong maisip eh. Kasi alam kong wala.
Threat? Parang wala akong alam na ganun salita. Alam mo ba yun?
Walang ganun sa Onic! Ang gusto kong makalaban this MPL Season 6 yung Aura PH. Ako talaga yung karapat-dapat na umawak ng championship title at ako ang tunay na 5 minutes slaughters.
Nexplay solid. Kasi gusto ko maharap yung galit na ilong ni Rene J.
Galit na ilong.
Ang gusto kong makalaban ay Bren Esports. Kasi kahit ilang beses pa kayo mag-change roster, di naman kayo mananalo sa amin.
No honor!
Go Onic! Onic PH, Wise, Iyaknu, Dilar, Oh My Venus, J, and Basic. QR code right there up top, Basic.
Yep, and definitely going to be one of the teams to watch out for. You can really tell that they're fired up and ready to serve. And as long as they are you give them the opportunity, they will definitely play out of their minds. We've seen some pretty good matches from Onic PH recently, although a big fight between Cignal Ultra was definitely put them under limits as well previously. So I'm not sure about the state that the team currently is on right now, but definitely they will need to get some of that energy back if they want to stand a chance against Aura PH.
There is this thing about Onic PH right now, and they are getting scarier by the minute. And Onic PH, they look like a team that is really on a warpath. Whoever faces them in the current matches that they're having, in the future matches, they have to keep Onic PH on their minds, and they really have to prepare. Onic PH has been focusing on their timings, their power spikes, and everything. Now, Rockhart, looking at this team, what kind of discipline does this team have to stick to those timings, to stick on those spikes?
That's the thing. I mean, they've been through different stuff, and Onic PH now feels so different from Onic PH from way back, from a few seasons back. They seem to have grown a lot, especially in terms of individual performances. Used to be, it was all about the Venus calls, right? It was all about whether or not Venus can lead them to victory. But now I feel like they've had more individual identity revealed. The plays by Iyaknu definitely are very much something that can kind of rival the ones that Chaknu seems to be doing for the team. They seem to be doing that pretty same role, and it really does show the star power of these individual players.
Because the thing is, for Iyaknu, for the remainder, or like for the first few weeks of the regular season. He was like a dog on a leash. He's not really a dog or anything, but he was on a leash. That he was put in a position where he was only asked to play a couple of heroes. He could not really pick the hero that he wanted. He was just put on that Balmond every single time. Now, for Iyaknu, with this project next lineup that happened, he was just put out of his leash. He got out of that, and he is just trying to bite everyone in front of him.
Yeah, he's been let go, especially with the rise of the Balmond previously. That's the time that he really did show up strong. And now after that, he's been given a lot of more freedom to choose more heroes. And it has been resulting to a very good outcome for most of the games of Onic PH. So, you're absolutely right.
This guy is probably one of the best and underrated players right now in the MPL-PH S6. Wise has always been, Wise, Dilar, Venus, and Jay was always been the focus for the longest time in Season 6. But right now, I think it's Iyaknu's time to rise up.
Yeah.
On the other side on this side, to be clear, we are going to see Aura PH.
Yeah.
But for Aura PH, it's more on the idea of having this certain chemistry between them. This is a brotherhood. Let's head on to our head-to-head stats and let's see where does this team, get the lead, or where does the other team get the lead. Now, if I'm gonna see it correctly, a lot of these stats actually go to the side of Aura.
Absolutely, and that's pretty much a given. As a team that has a pretty high score line and better win rates, they would definitely have a lead in a lot of these stats. But surprising to see that Onic PH is definitely almost like very close by. They have a lead, but it's not by much. And on the star head-to-head, here's the tail of the tape. That's what Aura has to look out for.
And look at this. It's been all Aura ever since. Since Season 4, Aura, that is the Grand Finals 10-6, 2019.
Yeah.
Season 5 was 5-29-2020. It was very recent, this May. Aura went with a 2-1. But for Season 5, this is where it really hurt.
The finals for Season 5.
The Cyclone Eye. Aura,
the Cyclone Eye.
3-1 versus Onic. Number of championships, 2. For each of those championships, it was Onic PH on the runner-up side.
And I would say that the season win rate, despite favoring Onic PH, they are going to be behind on points, and for a good reason, right? They just don't have that championship caliber yet that we're looking for. They don't have the ring yet itself. So I think that might be the reason why, despite the lower win rate, Aura PH really does dominate still a lot of the games.
And here is our player head-to-head, Kilowash and Dilar. This is like they are sworn rivals at this point.
Yes.
Dilar wanting to prove that he's better than Kilowash. Kilowash time and again getting the better of Dilar in the certain setups that they've been put in. But for Dilar right now, he has better stats than Kilowash. 3.7 to 1, 11 unique heroes used, 3 MVP counts. For Dilar, I think the time is now.
Yeah, absolutely. That is just the time that you can overtake Kilowash, especially with the momentum that Onic has right now with just trying to be a better team. And on the head-to-head for the support, though, absolutely, this is going to be one to watch out for later on. Whether they will stick to their own style, or they will go on a different way. Will we still see Oh My Venus going for last pick support, or will Raflesia tear it up? Will he bring back the championship Kufra? We'll have to wait and see. 14 unique heroes for Raflesia means he is definitely more open to check and mate with different kinds of heroes.
Yes, and these two captains really just show up whenever they are needed. The captaincy of Oh My Venus, and he really just sets up good for his teammates. While for Raflesia, it's more on trusting his teammates.
Yep.
It's more of just a brotherhood. It's just trust. The basis for Aura PH is trust, and the basis for Onic is trust as well. Listening to everything that Venus says. Now, is Onic PH going to be the victors this time? Because this time around, they've been denied of every single win against Aura PH ever since Season 4. And remember, when they were Sun Sparks on the side of Aura PH, they were the first ones who actually defeated the Onic PH squad.
Yep. And that's something that's still definitely on the minds of our players. And that's something that's going to be, this is another curse that Onic needs to remove from their side. Will they finally be able to get a win against Aura PH? That's the main thing about this, and that is why they've been rivals for a long time. Again, Onic PH giving Aura the most difficult route to the championship, and Aura PH just beating Onic outright, despite Onyx's best effort. That's, again, those are things that already happened in the past. What we need to find out now is what is going to happen here in this matchup, which is the first time they will be meeting each other since last May.
And clearly, these guys want to go at it. They're rearing at it. I think I'm just imagining things right now, but Onic really wants to get even.
Yep.
Onic really wants to get even. As you can see, in terms of the interviews for Bren Esports, they want to go at Onic. They want to have a go at Onic in the playoffs. But for Onic PH, I feel somewhere deep inside them, they just want to beat Aura PH.
Yeah, that's probably the goal. That's probably the goal here. Even if they don't really make it all the way, maybe just beating Aura PH can be something they can at least tell themselves that we don't have a kryptonite. We don't, there's very little. The only thing that's stopping us is ourselves. There's no actual team that's basically gonna deny us the win aside from ourselves. So if they can beat Aura PH, they're gonna be able to tell themselves that. And in going into the playoffs, that's exactly the kind of mentality that you want.
Clearly right now, they are preparing. They are waiting for the right time. Coach Rio is there as well. As you can see here, Dilar, he is with his blanket. And that's how you know that someone or the player is very serious in the Philippines. He has his blanket on.
Exactly. You know, fight off the cold.
Yep.
Make sure you're playing on your optimum performance. Even if your team likes it cold, you don't really like it cold. You like it warm, and you play at the best comfort level that you can be at.
So now this is going to be a fun one, as we are going to see two of the best teams in the MPL just go at it and just be the better team and just try to destroy the other team. Okay, so this is somewhat very much anticipated for a lot of people. You know that, Rakard. And the last time that Onic PH met up with or in the grand finals, the last time Onic PH went up against Aura, the strategy that they did, they focused their bans all on JP. They really wanted to shut down JP, but it didn't work because the time when they shut down JP, someone stood up, someone took the limelight, and it was Quelly VJ.
Yep, and this time around, there's gonna be very little chances for them to actually just do that because of the extended hero as well. Despite the 5-ban, I think the meta right now is just shifted to such a great length that they can't do the old things that they used to do. And banning out a single player is somewhat a little bit more difficult. The only way that they'll be completely able to ban out, like for example, the carry role, is if they expended a lot of their bans, plus the enemy does it too. So it's going to be a mind game here on the draft right away. This draft is going to be so important here.
I think for Aura PH, they should just focus on banning out the Roger.
Yeah, first of all,
I wouldn't give the Roger to Onic PH right now. Just seeing how they play with their timings and whatnot, it's really very risky. I mean, Aura PH is probably a team that could contain that Roger, but if you cannot contain it, it's gonna bite you back.
Definitely. Just watch out and make sure you're ready to deal with it if you let it go on the draft, which is very unlikely since for the whole day today, Roger has actually been benched for every team, for every single matchup.
I mean, the Barretts was given twice onto Bren Esports versus Blacklist International. Probably the Barretts will be picked here. I'm seeing Aura or Onic going for that, just being the teams that they are, and they really just want to toy around or experiment with their own drafts, especially with how do I say this, Aura PH creating that Diggy, introducing to us to that Diggy strat, which was actually made into the RG rank games. So clearly, right now, I'm kind of seeing for game number 1, these two teams will have very normal drafts. But by the time when game number 2 comes out, that's when the big guns or the hidden strategies will just surface.
And watch out for those strategies. And then we are not done yet with Aura PH. We are still going to be able to determine whether or not they have actually been able to draft the unbeatable lineup against Onic PH. Did they actually find the mojo?
Because if they lose right now, Rockhart, I just want to say, if they lose right now, then that only means that Onic PH Kryptonite, the Onic PH Kryptonite, is automatically Aura PH.
Exactly. Not really so much on the bans, not so much on the heroes, and that's definitely weighing on the minds of our players here on the side of Onic PH. So definitely, they're gonna be laser focused. Expect them to not breed too much in this game. And just focus on getting the objective that they want, which is to get a series, finally get a series from Aura.
But,
so
yeah, I would just like to say, like in this point in time, Onic PH has been getting better and better.
A lot better.
A lot better, to be honest. I mean, their playstyle is very formidable right now. In terms of how they set up the Roger, I just want to put it as an example. Teams usually use Roger at level 5. When he gets level 5 and he gets the orange buff, what he does is he goes for the dive. But for Onic PH, it's not that. They won't go for the dive. They still want to go for the timings.
Yeah, I'm still looking for more of a Yi Sun-Shin pick here for Onic. I feel like they've been more comfortable putting Wise on the Yi Sun-Shin. Again, this hero has been very much suited or tailor fit for Wise's playstyle. Farm from level 1 up to level 5, level 6, and then just contribute to the fights using your Mountain Shocker. Then afterwards, he's usually pretty good. He's double buffed after 4 minutes, and he's able to help out on the team fight. So those are the things that they have to watch out for. They need to hunt down Wise in this one, and again, it's not going to be the basic way, it's going to be the Wise way. And we're going to see if that's going to be part of the banning phase, the pick and ban phase, because there's a good chance it's also going to happen. That our Coach Arcadia has already thought about that.
And this is going to be a battle of coaches. I really like the setup here. Coach Arcadia is actually a former pro player. Rio is a former pro player as well.
A champion.
A championship former pro player. That can actually still make it back to the MPL, because I heard that he still has, the motivation to get that another championship on his belt. Now, with this, he's sidelined for a bit. He is the coach for Onic PH, and this is going to be very interesting from a perspective from former pro players now turned coaches. How do they deal with each other? Arcadia has been here. Arcadia is really just setting his team up properly. He's been trying to, formulate all these strategies for the side of Aura PH. Well, for Rio has been the ladies, not the ladies man, but the people's man. He actually tries to incorporate all the strategies that comes out from the people or the community, and he tries to incorporate it within their own strategies. Now, he asks help from people, and I think in a way it it's a proper way of growing yourself. You evolve in that way. Getting like, let's say, a couple of opinions left and right, like 5 opinions, you can make something out of it, something better out of it from those 5 opinions, then just incorporate it into your own playstyle.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's something that Rio has grown to be used to for the past how long? For the past season that he's been coaching Aura, right? Sorry, coaching Onic, rather. And from there, I think he might. I'm very confident this guy would still have the skills to be part of a pro team, like as a player. If you remember, he was the unbeatable Gushen of season 3, season 4. This guy finishes games with the Gushen without deaths. That's just how good this guy is on the mage, and he's just very underrated as a player. And watching him translate those skills into something that's gonna be utilized by a team, it's quite amazing. It's quite amazing the kind of coaching and the staff that Onic PH finally had in this season. It's a big refreshing change.
Yeah.
And I would not mind seeing him actually play up on the stage as well.
I mean, Rio is still here. He can still play. He still has plans going that route. And I think he's having fun being the coach here.
Seems to be having a lot of fun actually. So we'll have to wait and see if that's gonna like affect the team. I hope that Rio's finally ready to face the Aura challenge. You know, this is basically Has Rio coached the team fighting against Aura? Not yet, right? I think Rio just came in this season.
Rio came in season 5.
Did he?
Yeah.
And we don't see him a lot.
I was with him when there was a studio. Like, we were in the studio for MPL.
Right,
when
there
we
you
have
go.
our live event, weekly live event.
It wasn't as pronounced way back then.
It wasn't as pronounced.
Yeah, we didn't really announce it that much. I feel like even more teams should have that. Like, right? Only a few teams actually show their coaches, although of course it is on record that they do have coaches. Like, not all teams actually, it's like teams like Execration, like they basically just draft with their own, right? Like with just the 5 of them on the table. I feel like the coaches definitely should have a bigger highlight in the matchup, in the streams, right? They should have more of a voice. And like, I appreciate it more, like coaches like Ducky, like Dale, who really take the front line, who take it upon themselves to really make their voices known.
I think in a way, for coaches, to be honest, this is the first time that we actually have a webcam setup.
Yeah.
Set up in a proper, you know what? Usually you see these webcam setups. It's actually put near them, so you don't really see a good view of the table or something. But right now, the MPL actually provided these boot camps with the webcam, so that we are seeing how they do their strategies when they are sitting down there.
Yep, and again, these things are the kind of things that adds flavor, adds a lot more of a personality to our teams, and it's always appreciated, especially by me, whenever that happens. So, yeah.
Yeah, and clearly, let's see, because I think some of them are having problems right now.
Yeah, I want to check that as well.
We're checking that out.
Yeah.
Clearly just showing up. Let's check how will this pan out. I'm excited for the drafting. I'm excited for the game. And I'm really just excited to see Aura PH versus Onic PH. Onic PH, will they turn the tide around? Or will Aura PH keep it within the status quo?
Yep, looks like we're gonna have another long one. Is it Onic? Is it? Okay, all right, that's gonna be it. We just got the call, and yeah, I think this is the same thing that kind of happened last week, right?
Yeah.
Very funny. So.
And this is actually, I wasn't really expecting this. To be
I wasn't
honest.
expecting it. Yeah.
Wasn't really expecting
Worst
this.
time for it to happen, by the way.
Man, clearly.
In the game where everyone's like really, really wanting to go for the fight.
By the way, this is very important. This is very important for RPH.
Very important game.
Very important, and you really have to keep it in mind that whatever result happens here, it can mean Aura PH getting the first spot or lesser than the first spot.
There you go.
That
Matchup is going to be cool. Matchup is going to be very cool. And for you guys who are following, make sure to follow these guys on their social media as well. Try to ask them what's up.
Yeah, man. This is somewhat of a social media battle. Who is the better TikToker team? These guys made a TikTok with me. These guys actually did a TikTok with me as well. So I'm excited. Who is the better TikToking team?
Not sure what that has to do with anything, but yeah,
I mean, it's all about the swag,
right?
It's all about the swag. It's all about social media presence.
Well, that's not all it's about. It's about competition, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, these are two very good teams. How do you settle it properly? You settle it within MLBB. If you cannot settle it within MLBB, then you just go for a TikTok battle.
So, whoever wins here,
they still have to prove themselves as the better TikToker.
We're gonna watch out on TikTok later.
Yeah,
that's the thing. All right, we'll watch out for that. Make
We'll
sure to
watch
follow
out for
them first. Search them while they're on the break.
Search them and make sure you're following these teams. But for us, we will be taking a 10-minute break, so don't go away. MPL will be right back.
Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
day, everyone. Welcome to Fun Talk. My name is Wolf, your host, and with me, history-making champions, two-time Aura PH, formerly known as Sun Sparks. Welcome. Kamusta naman? Kamusta? Sige, kasi may mga hindi rin siguro nakakilala pa or baka nagulat sila kasi nakaputi na kayo bago na yung jersey. Pakilala nyo naman yung sarili nyo, ano yung role nyo sa team. At
Ako si Christian P. Faura. I joined Chris Rapisha and ako 22 years old. Ako yung tank support ng Aura PH.
Ako naman si Grid Alan Jedrick Obaloy, 21 years old and tank support ng Aura.
My name is Reza Padua. I'm Orange. I'm 22 years old. Role ko 5.
Ako po si KLVJ Hernandez. I joined ko po KLVJ. I'm 15 years old, tas ang role ko po is fighter mage ng Aura.
My name is JP De La Cruz. I joined ko JP. Marksman Assassin ng Aura PH. 21 years old.
Ako nga pala si Ashley Marco Cruz. I joined ko the Wash Road to Fighter. I'm 21 years old.
right. Guys, first time na nagkaroon ng online na tournament, kahit yung mismong playoffs online, naglalaro lang kayo. Describe nyo naman yung feeling, ano yung difference.
Laking challenge kasi wala yung communication, yung pagsasama namin. Iba kasi pag magkakasama kami, kumbaga walang problema sa pag-uusap, tuloy-tuloy yung command. Tapos, nung nagsama-sama kami ng playoffs, bumalik yung excitement namin dahil magkakasama kami. Tapos nung nag-champion kami ng playoffs, parang nakaka-miss lang yung cheering ng crowd. Nawala kasi yung feeling na may sumisigaw.
Anong initial reaction nyo nung Onic PH, JP? Sila ulit yung nakatapat nyo sa Grand Finals.
Ano kasi noong una, nung pagpasok namin ng Grand Finals, inaantay na namin yung kung sino maglalaban sa lower bracket ng finals kung sino papasok sa amin. Tapos nung nalaman namin yung Onic, masaya pa rin kasi si Grid gusto rin makalaban yung Onic PH. So, kumbaga, pinagandaan na rin namin. Tapos, napag-aralan din kasi namin sila kasi waiting na kami. Napapanood namin yung laban nila against Bren ng finals, lower bracket.
Grid, last time nasa losing side sa Grand Finals. This time, nasa winning side. Gusto namin malaman ano yung pakiramdam on both ends.
Siyempre masaya kasi finally natapos ko yung sinisigaw ko ng Season 4. Kasi ng Season 4, nung Game 4, sumisigaw na ako na champion na tayo. Tapos yun, siyempre malungkot nun after ng game nun. Tapos pagdating naman nung Season 5, nung nag-champion, sobrang sarap sa feeling kasi finally natapos ko na yung sinisigaw ko ng Season 4, diba?
And masaya din kasi parang may winning play kang ginawa doon. It's amazing. Natalia play. Can you describe to us ano yung nasa utak mo ng mga moments na yon? Paano mo kinausap yung mga kampi mo about that?
Sa akin kasi nararamdaman ko talaga na kahit anong gawin ko, kahit anong decision na gawin ko sa game, tiwala lang yung pating ko na parang walang mali sa amin kahit na mag-error kami, okay lang. Tapos yun, nung naramdaman ko yung tiwala na yun, nung time na yun, hindi na ako nagsalita eh. Sila nagkakagulo sila sa Lord, tapos sabi ko, it's my time, di ba?
Anong mas masarap na feeling para sa KLVJ? Yung first championship o yung etong most recent one?
Para sa akin yung first championship kasi nung na 2-0 kami, parang tumingin talaga ako sa audience nun na parang ang dami pala namin supporters. Parang sabi ko agad na, tara guys, bawi, pakita natin na kaya natin. Tapos ang sarap din ng feeling ng sinasabitan ng medal sa stage at saka inaangat yung trophy sa stage.
Guys, lahat naman na nandito deserving na mag-champion. Lahat kayo may pinatunayan. Pero isa sa mga tinitingala ng mga viewers natin ngayon, syempre si KLVJ, the king. Pero before MPL Season 5, meron kang pinramis kay Mami. Actually, let's watch this video now.
Ang promise ko, Mami, magbaback-to-back kami, tapos mag-MC tayo nila ate, tapos champion din doon sa ibang bansa.
So, Kel, yung promise mo, natupad mo na. Medyo lang kasi may konting hiccup na. Pero ngayon na back-to-back champion na natupad mo na yung sinabi mo kay Mami, meron ka bang bagong promise?
Hindi man natupad niya sa MEC, pero pangako, champion kami ulit gamit naman yung Aura PH. Sa M2, buong mundo naman yung champion namin.
Captain Reflesha, solid mga players mo for sure. Pero ano yung pwedeng abangan ng viewers?
Feeling ko yung pinaka-abangan nyo lang is yung same enjoyment, excitement ng team namin pagdating sa paglalaro. Siguro abangan nyo na lang sa Aura PH yung same na ginagawa namin, yung excitement, yung saya sa game, makita nyo pa rin. Pero yung improvement namin, ipapakita din namin sa inyo.
Aura PH, your back-to-back champions ng MPL, two-time history makers, at hindi daw sila magbabago para sa MPL Season 6. Kaabang-abang for sure. This has been MPL's Fun Talk. See you in the next one.
Welcome back to the MPL-PH Week 8, Day 3 of the regular season for Season 6. I am Butters, your anchor. Alongside me is Rockhart, my analyst, and welcome back.
Welcome back here. We are still getting ready for Game 1 here of Onic PH versus Aura PH.
So, clearly, right now, this is going to be a stopper knocker. I'm pretty sure about it. But we really had to first fix whatever there is needed to be fixed for them to have a good match. And for this certain setup, for Destined Rivals, we really just wanted to secure how competitive this series is going to be.
This is the big one.
We fixed everything for you guys, so thank you for actually waiting in front of your screens for that 10-minute break. But right now, we are just gonna go at it.
Yep, go straight into the match here. And I'm very excited to look at the draft. Again, the draft is still something that we have to read well for these teams. What are the prepared drafts? Where these planned ahead? Will we see the Hellcurt jungler again? I mean, these are a lot of questions that need to be answered here. And look out for some pretty cool picks for sure for Onic. And I'm definitely looking forward to new stuff. Oh, what happened to Aura here? They jumped.
Oh, they actually...
They jumped to the roof. They jumped to the balcony. A very good adjustment, I would say, for Onic. They was surprising, a little bit surprising for me. But if it works for them, you know what? That's all good.
And it looks good.
It really does look good. I like
The
it.
setup really looks good, to be honest. Yeah, we are just going to have fun with this. And clearly, these people coming out here from the Onic fan base and the Aura fan base, they have their own fan bases, and both fan bases believe that they are the better team.
That's always going to be the case, right?
So, I mean, we are going to have a lot of fun here, especially for the people who actually believe these two teams, and we will head into the draft, and this is going to be fun.
There you go, into the draft. Barats is going to be answered really quickly by Aura PH and Selena. A good respect for the capability of Greed, and that's probably one of the advantages that Onic PH has. They know very well that Greed, they have a high respect for the capabilities of Greed on the Selena, which some teams in the past have failed to recognize. They let go of that Selena, and then they just regret it afterwards. And now this is something that's interesting for Onic. They're not gonna go through that hardship right there.
I mean, clearly, just realizing that Aura PH here banned out the Barats. They don't want to give it out to Onic PH, and this is what you actually want justice for, right?
Exactly.
The Barats ban.
And it's gonna be very interesting here. No more trying, no more trial period for the Barats. His trial card has expired for the MPL. And we're probably gonna see a lot of the classic picks. I'm expecting a lot of classic picks here for Aura PH. Lancelot probably going to be highly prioritized, as well as, of course, Kufra. On the side of Onic, I'm still looking out for the Hellcurt and a lot of the classic wise picks for Yi Sun-shin as well.
Well, it could probably go both ways, to be honest. YSS is actually picked by Aura PH as well.
That's true. That's true. JP's been having a lot of success with that hero as well.
Yeah, and Thams is a hot pick for these two teams, so Aura PH just banned it out. And Cho, I think, is one of the main points of contest as well for these two teams. Like, Jay can play the Cho, Dilar can play the Cho, Yaku can play the Cho. On this side, Kilobash will 100% pick the Cho, or
There you go.
Felicia.
Going in for the Ruby lock-in very early on. That's something that we haven't seen that much today. And when it did arrive, when we did see the Ruby, it really did demolish games. So this is a very, very good pick for Aura PH. And now it's a two-pick setup. Expect the Cho. That's what Onic usually does. They usually pick up a Cho on the two-pick.
Well, it's clearly the thing about Onic PH, whether they go for the Yi Sun-shin right now, they can have their carry that they want, but still the Ling is available for Aura PH. That's going to be Yu Zhong.
Yu Zhong! And, of course, Natalia. Very good pick here. And Jay is known to be the one to use that Natalia, so we're probably not going to see any big tank picks anymore for Onic.
And that is going to be Aura PH with a good setup on the Ruby. They really like the Ruby.
Yep. Ruby is going to be very instrumental in this one. Not to mention we might see, we still have a Lancelot opening. But, Roger, hello, welcome back.
You know what?
After being banned all day.
If Ruby is Little Red Riding Hood, the big bad wolf is Roger.
Roger's the
so
big
this
bad
is
wolf.
accurate in terms of lore.
Yeah, story time.
Story time.
Story time. And Aura PH or Felicia, that's a lot of comfort picks. There you go with the Yi Sun-shin locked in already. No Lancelots for JP. Just that Yi Sun-shin, just that Roger. But Wise will stick with the Yi Sun-shin. And now we're on to the second bans.
This is Wise just putting up a show on that Yi Sun-shin as well. I would put it I would put the Onic PH lineup right now in a way where I would expect Jay to be as aggressive as early as level 1, because he really wants to take down, he really wants to delay this Roger from getting his red buff. So clearly for Onic PH, they will ban out the Cho. They know that the Cho will not ever reach their hands here. And in terms of being aggressive, look at this, Hilda and Roger for the side of Aura PH.
Yeah.
Imagine the amount of pressure that's gonna come out for Onic PH in terms of these two heroes
What
alone.
Yeah, exactly. What really surprised me is the lack of a jawhead here.
Yeah,
For
actually.
for Onic PH and for Aura PH, they usually really like that as well. And they'll be banning out a Rafaela instead. What? Okay. Targeting Oh My Venus right off the bat. Oh My Venus doesn't do jawhead, so that's one thing they got for them. They got going for them. So it's gonna be an Iaknu. I think it's going to be an Iaknu and Venus hero, which
Yeah,
is
for
right
sure.
there because they're on the. It just so happened that they're the second to last and last pick.
Rafaela, though, I think it's a good ban. Like Rafaela giving it to Jay Wise for that Jay Natalia, that Dilar, Yuzhong probably, and that Wise YSS. They would have all the kit. They would YSYSS.
YSS.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna keep saying.
Okay.
YSS.
You do you, man. Okay, but for Wise right now, things are looking kind of scary if they don't control the early game. Like the jumps that are gonna come out for Hilda, the jumps that gonna come out for Roger. This is not going to be an easy time for a Yisun Shin. Although for Onic PH, they can still have these two picks that can actually make things better for YSS.
Yes, exactly. I have to look for those picks right here, right now, as there will be a Valier ban. And that's very much, I think that's the smartest ban I've seen today. It really does. Without the Valier, it's hard to stop the Hilda, hard to stop the Ruby, hard to stop the Roger. So after this, you just need one good long-range damage threat. And Farsa is definitely going to be a high contention for Aura PH. Farsa, either the Farsa or the Chang'e. These, in terms of long-range picks, these are the ones that really make it to the top.
And yeah, now let's.
And one of them will be taken by Onic, apparently.
Well,
no.
Farsa.
Yeah.
A lot of keep away here for the side of Onic. That's for sure.
That's true. Chang'e is going to be a good answer, but it's not the best. It's only a good answer, but for Aura PH, it would have been great if they were the ones who got the Forza. But yeah, they'll have to make do with either Chang'e or.
I think Chang'e is a safe pick here.
Yeah, either that or go for the Kagura. I don't know. I'm not sure which one they're gonna go for because we still don't know the actual trajectory of Aura PH here. Aside from a rampaging Roger, like how else are they gonna reach the backline?
Yeah,
Let's see.
Oh, they got the Kufra.
There you go.
Oh, they're gonna get the Kagura. Okay. So, okay. They had two choices. I was thinking about for the Chang'e because JP actually locked in that Ruby for the side lane. So that means they have this pull capability. But in terms, I think, of the keep away game, the poke game, Onic PH has it unlocked.
Basha? Did I hear Basha? Yeah, there you go. Basha.
Now, Onic PH has that unlocked. Just because they have the Farsa, they have the Yisun Shin, two of the best poke heroes in the meta today.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So what they did is they're gonna give Kilowash that Hilda, and they're gonna get a hard engage hero. They're gonna force fights.
Man, KLVJ gonna be on the Ruby. This is a little different, but it feels just right. It feels right at home. We all thought the Rafflesia was gonna go for the Hilda, but apparently it's a trap. He's gonna go for Championship Kufra. You guys have been ignoring the Kufra pick for a long time, he says, and you don't do that against me, says
You
Rafflesia.
can never leave out this Kufra to Rafflesia, and that means Yisun Shin has a lot of things to think about this game. They have the keep away game, they have the burst potential from Kagura. It's gonna go to Venus, so they're answering a lot of the threats here coming out from Wise and Venus. For Iaknu and Iaknu, Dilar, and Jay, the ball is in their hands. They need to make the lives of Wise and Venus here easy. so that they can just head on to the mid game to the late game phase without hassle, and they can just win the game from there.
Yep, and here we go. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to come true here. As we will see Aura versus Onic PH after a long time fighting off against each other again.
And look at this, the umbrella action that is happening right now. Jay going in, trying to take down the HP of Greed. They're trying to take him down slowly but surely. Dilar here getting mashed by that Hilda.
That's just a Kaluash advantage, right? That's just, it's something we never see almost. We never see a side lane Hilda. It's usually being used very hard to interrupt jungling for the carries because of the abilities, because of the passive with the Hilda on the bush. Really is a very good tool to go for trap, but it looks like the assassinations are going to be here for Jay!
Oh!
Iaklo out of nowhere!
And it's the drive by Onic PH.
What was that?
From uptown to downtown.
Exactly. That was a long way to go for the kill.
But he's a wheel.
He's a wheel. It's not a problem. It's not a problem.
No problem
for
if
him.
you're a wheel.
And with Jay with the drive, Jay was the one who literally drove by though. He literally hit and then ran to the bush and then let Iakno finish it. That was, and it's kind of looked like an alley-oop if you think about it. But you know, I wish there was a replay, slow-mo replay for that. It was really good.
Oh,
now
there is some action happening at the bottom lane. Kilowash here is the target, and he will use that wasn't really the sprint.
Yeah,
though.
no, it wasn't.
That
It
was the movement speed from the brush and
just
the
a normal
movement speed from the first skill.
Yes. Although despite that, Aura PH is only down by 500 gold. Very good first blood, but it doesn't stray away from the fact that this Roger is getting the buffs that he needs. He is getting everything that you would want, like the crab, all the buffs. So Aura PH is still in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, I'm actually just worried for Onic PH whether Aura will make the most out of this when JP just hits level 5. Because when he hits level 5, that is going to be go time like this. And JP right now is itching for a fight 100%.
For sure. Well, it's going to be a question of whether or not JP will go for the fight, or will they just try to farm it up? Like some Roger players tend to do that. They tend to just try to farm up and not force a fight.
Look at this. They're like familiar players. They are familiar to each other. They're like players who just know the small things, intricacies of each other. And here comes Dilar going to the back lines. They get Kagura. Reed is the first one to go down. Kilowash will get the Natalia. That's a support for a support.
Dilar seems to be playing very, very well, and he seems to be on point. Really aggressive, and it's making Aura PH double think or rethink their actions.
I like the play coming out from Iakno. Zoning
Look
out
at this
JP.
guy.
He zoned out JP.
So aggressive.
So that JP couldn't get his purple buff. And right now, they got the turtle, and they have the chance to steal that.
Yeah, and Wise, this is what I'm talking about. Wise just wants to get those experience points from the big minions, and he is doing that over and over again. He's been contributing only with Mountain Chalker for the most part, and he's ahead of levels.
Or a PH, can they actually just turn things around on their side? Wise looking really good right now. 2.4k gold going to his side. He has more gold than that Roger.
Absolutely more gold. That was just amazing to look at. And I'm wondering whether or not we'll be able to to do stuff about this. Look at this. First of all, this season Shin is just starting to look unstoppable with the help of Oh My Venus on the Farsa. So it's gonna be difficult for them to get near it. So Reflecia needs to pull off that championship Kufra moves, man.
Did you see what Natalia did there? He went for a silence on Kufra. Then the charge up wasn't really, in the best place. It got cancelled. So that placement that Kufra set there for like 5 seconds, it was just wasted. And I think at that point on, if there was no Natalia that area, things could have gone south for Onic PH real fast.
Yeah. So somehow
Oh
they're
my
hanging
Venus.
by a thread. Oh my Venus! Oh, will be cancelled with the Wings by Wings. Finally, another kill for Aura PH after a long break there. And of course, Jay still playing around there with Reflecia, charging up that Tyrant's Revenge. Will be missing.
And he is just gonna get away. Dilar here really just trying to help his ally, but look at Iyakno on the other side of the map. They're just mirroring each other right now. Onto the bottom lane, there is a fight happening. Jay is here. Jay is ready. Jay is willing. And look at this. Who will get it? It's going to be the Kagura who's gonna get it. And Reed here has the extra protection. And look at that ultimate coming up from the championship. Kufra, Raflecia just throwing stones. And Kilowash here will take down the Baksha.
Yaknu way too long. And this is the consequence for Wise not joining the fights right away. It's just the Mountain Shocker is not enough of a tool for you to be able to execute kills, actual kills. So if you're not there, you're just missing out. You're making your teammates carry harder for you. Will this be worth it though in the end? We'll have to wait and see because Wise, he's not done with farming as of yet.
And clearly, both of our carries aren't done farming yet. And Creed, they cannot have a hold of Jay.
Very difficult. They're really buying a lot of time here. And I would say that we are in a pretty good spot in terms of, this is completely different from what Aura used to play against here for Onic. Right? They're used to Jay being with solid tank heroes with Kaja, right? With just Cho. Those aren't going to happen here. Jay is on a different wavelength, and I think it's throwing Aura off their usual scent.
It's not really the Aura that we know, to be honest. But Aura is still getting a lot of these fights going on for their side. Just because of the superior early game control that they have. Remember, that is a Roger, a Hilda, and a Kufra. So whatever it is that you're thinking about right now, they really have the control, and they really have an earlier power spike than Onic PH. But if Onic PH can take this to the late game, that is going to be the case for Aura that they need to solve, because it will turn around. And I'm pretty sure that in terms of just scaling, YSS outscales almost every single hero on the side of RPH.
Except for the Roger. Maybe.
Except for the Roger.
Yeah, because the Roger will be able to fight. We've seen very bad outcomes for Yi Sun-shin when he fights 1v1 with the Roger. So the condition is for the Yi Sun-shin not to fight 1v1 straight up, I guess. I'm not sure if we're going to reach that point, obviously, because these guys just want a team fight all the time. Team fighting is the key. And that's been consistent here for these teams. So that's the question, whether or not JP can actually succeed on the Roger or not. To be honest, it's so difficult. It's just so difficult. Once you dive in on the Yi Sun-shin and you get traceless, and you basically just create more distance. After the initial dive on the Lycan Pounce, like that's it. There's no other gap closer for you to be able to sink your claws into Yi Sun-shin. So it's gonna be about timing. That's like something that you used to do back in, I don't know, way back then when you put your phone up hoping for a better signal.
Yeah.
You can really tell the struggle.
The
here.
next time we see Aura PH is finding the right position for
a signal.
better ping.
Oh my gosh.
They'll be on the roof.
Probably on the roof.
But
right.
it was Onyx side who went for the pause.
Really? I thought it was Roger.
Well,
who
it
said
was
P.
It was put.
Was it?
It was put into my attention that it was
Yeah,
Onyx who
that was
actually
a
called for the pause.
Bit odd.
Yeah, and probably something just happened on the side of Onic PH as well. Remember, the boot camps of these two teams are so close to each other.
Very close, yeah.
Very close. We're not gonna say the exact location. Oh, it was Aura. It was Aura who called for the pause.
So definitely they're waiting for their connection probably to normalize. I don't know. I'm not sure. But they seem to be almost ready. Seem to be almost there. And I would think that the I think that the Yisun is definitely something. I'm a little weirded out that when I said that Yisun is gonna do this, he actually did it, because it's a little, when you predict that, that's kind of your enemy can also, when the caster can predict that, I think the enemy can also kind of predict that as well.
Yeah.
Right. So let's go into the game.
You see things in a very different light, but when it actually closes up,
it's kind of weird.
That's kind of weird for us, to be honest. And Jay here is targeting Greed, doesn't have enough damage for it. If he had to execute, he would have gone for that. If he had to execute, he would have gone for it.
Right. So the pattern here is now they are hunting.
Oh!
Oh no!
Oh! Oh!
Ouch!
Oh,
That
okay.
hurts.
Okay, fast fingers.
Look at that. Fingers on Venus. Seriously. How fast was that?
It's all about the
Predator
game
airstrike?
sense. It's all about the game sense for
Right?
Venus.
Exactly.
Venus knew that there were people there, and they were trying to get away. But he was there, Predator airstrike, and that delayed their retreat, and it opened up that certain push onto the top lane. I like that
Absolutely.
play. I like that play.
So because of that, Onic PH finally going to be ahead by 1,000 gold despite being down by 2 kills. Able to go on dive to Venus. There comes the Tyrant's Rage, the one-man Tyrant's Rage, just for the Queen himself.
I think that was a bit of a miscommunication coming out from Aura. If JP went for the Lycan Pounce, that could have been a kill.
Could have been, absolutely. We're within range, and they are going
here
over
comes
two.
another fight onto the backlines. Natalia will go
JP!
down. Iyaknu, JP going down. Look at Wise, they get the buff, and that is going to be the chase down for the side of Onic PH here. And here comes We Are Angry, and KLVJ actually missing the timing for the We Are Angry flicker combination.
No way. That was so unlike them. That was,
He missed the timing
He
there.
missed the timing there. That is so unlike KLVJ. Interesting.
He could have went in. He could have stunned them.
Probably, yeah.
The turret could have turned things around.
I don't know what's happening, man. Yaknu is going to be on the anti-Karas now. It's going to be a lot more difficult to take him down.
And this is what I'm talking about on PH. Clearly, ladies and gentlemen, they are not using their ultimates that much. They are using it when the times that they have to. Look at Dilar. Dilar is only using those black dragon forms whenever there's a fight onto the turtle.
It really is helping out on their side. It's really helping out on their favor here. Now, the timing is off, but I think they can still kind of recover from this one. JP is still 2-on-2 on that Roger. And still looking forward to this guy just getting back on the field. But you have to think about Wise as well. He's now level 14. That's a big difference. Executes are also activated on the side of Onic for Dilar and Jay.
Kilowash here. Oh, going for Jay, and look at the damage out. Slow down.
Slow down there,
Slow down.
Kilowash.
Well, that's the thing about Hilda. Hilda doesn't really have that potential to lock down enemies.
Yeah, except for
I mean, he has
when-
1 mini stun.
Yeah.
That's it.
Except for when you do that and Execute is there. But Execute wasn't used by Kilowash.
And look at this. They go in. Dilar, KLVJ in the middle. And he will go down. Baksha here. His ultimate is just a bane to KLVJ's existence.
Yep, making sure that he can only dive in when he needs to. Iacto's been baiting for a long time now. Wants to go in. There's a pounce, and there is the answer for Oh My Venus.
Look at Wise here. They control the early game. They do not give out a lot of casualties into the early game. They set the tempo for themselves. And RPH, they will have a hard time here. Roger is not really the best comeback hero or comeback marksman to just pick up the items to just go for the comeback.
Yeah, they're just being given such a hard time here.
Yeah.
At this point, it's gonna be very difficult. Endless battle only completed for Roger. He's gonna have. He's only starting to work on the Wind Talker, which will take some time. And while all that's happening, I think Wise should be at 3 to 4 items already. That is a huge difference.
Clearly. And you know what? I just noticed if Onic PH beats Aura PH right now, they're the ones who's gonna meet first in the playoffs.
Is that so?
Yeah. I'm gonna look at the scores right now.
We gotta look at that. We
But
gotta check that out.
someone sent me earlier that it's going to be Blacklist International versus Smart. Not well, Omega.
Omega.
But let's talk about that later as we are having a fight right now. Wise here getting caught out. Rafleisha just throwing him back, and the Lord is taking down the turret onto the top lane.
Yeah, Lord with the last hit. Onic PH with Iaknu as well, going, rolling. All the way, darn night long. So for the meantime, it will be at least just one inhibitor turret going down for Aura PH. That means they did not lose that much in that fight. And Onic are down by 2 people, which means that Aura can definitely do something about this. Mid lane will probably go down.
Rafleisha,
Probably.
will he go for Iaknu? Oh, he actually missed.
No minions.
He actually missed. Oh, look at that. All those dodges, all those dashes being cancelled by this one single bouncing ball.
Interesting. I think Onic is definitely having a hard time. The moment that Wise is not there, or that Venus is not there, Onic doesn't know what they're gonna do. They look like they're just trying to run away and trying to wait for the main guys to actually arrive.
Wise, he's just clearing up and getting his buffs. JP here, I'm not really sure how will he come back from this. If you're JP right now, what do you do, Rockhart? What do you do?
Yeah, we just slow down, I guess. But level 14 already, he's been able to actually catch up on a lot of the experience. And they're very close to the cap now. So they should be fine. Again, the items are something that you need to look out for. You gotta get that Wind Talker completed so you can clear waves more efficiently. And after that,
Demon Hunter Sword. You
Demon
got
Hunter
it.
Sword. There you go for Killua.
Rafleisha here, in the middle of 2 side laners. He uses his flicker to get out, but no avail. That was wasted. That is a wasted resource for RPH.
Yeah, and RPH are gonna have to defend this without their Kufra. Gonna be very difficult here. D-Lar as well, no Black Dragon form, but that will not be needed. Feathered Airstrike to zone everyone out as well.
And now they are forcing things out. Onic here, Yin Yang overturn. He's throwing it to Wise. Traceless has been used. Let us see how will they deal with this. Iaknu here being the tower of power, forcing out everything here for the side of Aura PH. He will go down, but he bought enough time for that Ruby takedown.
So Iaknu is basically the one trying to absorb everything in the middle of the fight, even though there's no one near him. What he's trying to do is he's trying to taunt Aura PH so that Venus can just pull off the Feathered Airstrike. That's basically all he's trying to do right now. And so far, Aura PH is falling for the bait. I mean, they don't have a choice. They need to notice.
Yeah, they are.
They need to focus on Iaknu, or else they will also suffer a lot of damage from the skills of the Baksha.
They are. I do agree with you there, Rockhart. Now, for Onic, clearly they have the vision battle up going for their side. Mountain Shocker, Feathered Airstrike, you have the Black Dragon form, and you have Jay as well. So, are you really just going to, are you really just going to sit there for Aura PH? Because for all they know, they can anticipate every attack that Aura PH is going to do here.
There you go. Flame Shot as well being used by Greed. That means that's another resource that's gone for the next Lord.
I mean, it's probably like 30 seconds, 40 seconds max.
Yep.
So they can actually
There's
just
a big
stall.
possibility for them to go here.
Oh, there is the ultimate, and let's see. We are angry. Will it connect? The Black Dragon form is there. He will go down, and look at the procs there. It's all about the sustain, ladies and gentlemen.
And this is what I'm talking about. Lack of resources means a bad outcome in a big team fight like that. And the flickers are down, the flame shot is down. This is a free Lord once more. And this is the Luminous Lord.
And they are just controlling the game here onto the side of Onic PH. Aura PH looked really good in the early game because they had the Roger, they had the Hilda, they had the Kufra, and they had those 3 heroes that could set the tempo early. But for Onic PH, they just stayed patient. They did not go for those trivial movements, if you ask me. And they just let out a lot of these frustrations. Just come in, even if Aura PH got a pick off or something, what Onic PH will do is they will not try to answer, as they just want to get the gold and they just want to get the XP.
Yep. I think that's the goal there. They don't need the fancy lords. They just want that golden experience. So I think Aura PH just got a little bit too excited in that last exchange.
And Kilowash here will be the target, and look at the damage. Jay and that Natalia and Farsa combination. It's just death. It's just death from all angles. The left, the right, the up, the from top to bottom, and this is going to be the fight that Onic PH will want to win. The Lord is there. This could be it. Dilar here getting caught out, but that wouldn't really matter, as Onic PH will take game number 1.
Wow. Okay, step 1 is there. Dilar feels good about that, as you can see. And I would have to say, this is definitely the start that you want if you're Aura PH. Gotta go for those early wins, and you have to utilize that J Natalia in the early game. Because if that went to the late game, that's basically -1. So it's good that they were able to take advantage of that at least, right?
Okay, just looking at it right now, Onic PH cannot be complacent. Yes, they won game number 1 against Aura PH, but historically speaking, in terms of MPL,
this has happened before.
This has happened before. They won the first game, then Aura PH reversed it around. They turned it around. So they need to be, they need to focus. They need to keep their mindset up. That they need to be, they need to take Aura PH seriously here. If they don't, history might repeat itself. But who knows? It could be Onic just taking the 2-0 right now. It is a possibility.
And this is the exact lineup that went through that, right? They were free. They were 2-0. They were about to win. They were about to finish off the base. Then the big play happened. They celebrated too early, and they're probably not going to do that again. Probably.
Yeah. Probably, but I think we should probably throw it back to our solo analyst, Rob Luna. Rob, what do you have to say?
Mukhang statement nga to yatang mangyayari, mga kaibigan, dahil 1 game away ang Onic PH to break the curse na hindi pa sila nananalo in a series sa Aura PH. But just to give you also an information, isang game lang ang kailangan ng Aura PH for them to be able to reclaim dito yung kanilang spot for the number 1 for Bracket A, dahil isang point lang ang lamang sa kanila ng Execration right now. 25 for Exe and 24 for Onic. And for the head-to-head, definitely, Aura will be the one to win against Execration. Pero atin munang tignan dito ang mga itemizations ng mga teams ng team natin na naglaro, Aura and Onic. You can see here, mga kaibigan, so somehow, it's like on the early to mid game, parang pantay sila, medyo naglilin at gumaganda na ang dating dito for Aura. And suddenly, one team fight na naganap, at doon, nag-outshine sila here by Iyakno, tanking almost everyone for the side dito ng Aura. Look at the itemization dito ni Iyakno. The Antikyras, this dominance of ice, everything is just to counter. At kung iisipin nyo rin dito, mga kaibigan, the only damage dealer na meron for Aura definitely is gonna be JP. And KLVJ somehow was forced na gumawa ng mga like a pseudo tank para sa kanila. Not something you always see after the Hasklod. Other Ruby user would definitely go for an endless battle. Kaso kasi medyo pinapasok na sila dito, and that is all thanks to Dilar. Look at this itemization dito, mga kaibigan. A very, very sustainable Yuzhong, you can see here. He's having the Bloodless Axe, the Queen's Wings, Oracle, and ito, this is just half of the curse helmet. And of course, yeah, everyone needs this one dahil hindi na nga pwede tayong bumili nung like a Raptor Machete for an additional damage during the early game. And that is something you would want to have as well. This Deadly Blade against sa mga katulad na hero dito ni KLVJ, the Ruby, of course, for the sustain on to the late game. Now, let's go ahead and check the post-game stats. Here, mga kaibigan, may kita... Alright. Just give me time na burahin yon. Look at here, mga kaibigan. All of the towers that being used or being destroyed here by Aura is on the side lang dito ni KLVJ. That is something you would see because if you will be having a Roger, most of the time, ito ang nagbabasag. Pero medyo na-choke out dito ng Onic PH. That is thanks to Iacnus Basha zoning out and as well with Oh My Venus doing the zoning role for the team dito ng Onic PH. And this is also giving Wise the time to farm and get all this damage, all these tower pushes. Pero, of course, hindi natin maikakaila Iacno here tanking and absorbing every damage na binabato dito ng Aura PH, specifically from JP. He's actually out sustaining everyone, taking all the damage for the team and giving here for the side of Onic na medyo magkaroon ng free hit dito yung YSS. And of course, that is all thanks dito sa layering ng execute na pinakita ng Yuzhong and the Natalia. Kung makikita nyo, Dilar, he is the one who's going towards the whole team dito ng Aura PH, zoning everyone, going into the backlanes and getting the squishy heroes dito and giving Aura PH na medyo awkward yung kanilang mga position. But let's go ahead and check once again the smart highlights dito, mga kaibigan. And there you go. This is actually the 3-minute of the game. Onic PH is clearly having a lead on the early pero may comeback na pinakita sa atin ang Aura PH. And there you go. So from here, going into the mid-game, Aura PH is the one who's commanding the lead. So suddenly, saan nga ba nakabawi ang Onic PH? And this is what you are seeing right now. The way binubuli dito, zino-zone out dito for the rest of Onic PH, or zino-zone out ng Onic ang Aura dito, eh nahihirapan na sila. Given, yung pinaka-main damage din nila is somehow like a melee and coming from Kilowash and as well with JP. Yes, merong range dito, pero syempre, alam nyo naman, if you're gonna be a Roger, magpapalit-palit yan for the transformation just to juggle its damage. Pero actually dito may konting misplay dito, yung side ng Onic, yung pagpasok doon ni Dilar and unsuccessful na hindi niya napatay yung kanyang pinasok. That was actually greedy if I'm not mistaken. But here, going back, Onic PH clearly here na halos ang lakas ng zoning capability ng kanilang lineup nila dito, and that is all thanks for Dilar zoning, for the Farsa ni Oh My Venus. Basha, very very clutch pick for the side of Onic PH. Yes, hindi siguro inasahan din ng Aura PH na magkakaroon ng side lane Basha, tapos sobrang bilis pa nito rumesponde. But now, of course, the Dilarmy dito, the Yuzhong. Sino nga ba talaga ang tunay na 5 minutes Lothar? Mukhang pinatunayan sa atin dito ni Dilar that he is the one giving us here a 4-0-4 KDA on the Yuzhong. Grabe. This guy, itong dragon dito na pinakita sa atin. Gaya nga ng sabi kanina ng ating mga caster, actually si Wolf, this is the first time he actually saw na priority dito ng Onic PH ang Yuzhong. Pero nakita naman natin kung bakit nga nila yon ginawa. The layering ng kanyang execute. May kita mo, no? Sobrang synchronized dito ng Natalia and as well ng Yuzhong. Kasi kung halos magkasabay sila. Kung sino yung in-execute nung early game ng Natalia, yun din yung nagiging target nung kanilang Yuzhong, and that's gonna be the kill going for Dilar. And of course, yan nga ang ating smart MVP of the game. But before we actually head on to the second match, of course, don't forget to scan the QR code for you to show your support to Onic PH as they are 1 game away to close the deal with Aura PH. Long time rivalry na hindi pa nila ipapanalo, baka ito na ngayon. But for the supporters, of course, ng ating defending champion back-to-back as well, Aura PH, nandito yan. That's gonna be the QR code. Still, this is gonna be a long night. Tingin ko, gaya ng tanong din ni Manjin kanina, baka nga tumawag si Ginoong Valdez at baka rin magbigay, eto na yon, yung giveaway code natin. Make sure to type that one and redeem that for you to be able to win in-game items on Mobile Legends na hatid sa inyo ng MPL. And another one for the bonus giveaway. Yeah, there you go. Mga kaibigan, this is gonna be an epic battle pa. Dahil magkakaroon din tayo ng mga giveaway, not only epic but also here are the mythical raffle draw na hatid sa inyo ng MPL. The QR code nandyan sa inyong harapan. I-ready nyo na lagi ang inyong mga pang-scan or pwede nyo rin i-type yan sa inyong mga browser, bit.ly/MRD-PO. And there There you go, mga kaibigan. Onic Magic nga ba talaga ang magiging name of the game as they are about to block Aura PH getting the number 1 seed on Bracket A. But regardless, 1 game away naman ang Aura PH to be able to reclaim their spot on Bracket A. Kaya nga kaya nila tong kunin on the second match and force a game number 3 against Onic PH. Yan ang malaking tanong ngayong gabi kung kanino ba or sino ba ang kanilang mga magiging kalaban sa playoffs. Of course, babato ko muna kayo sa ating mga maiinit at mga malulupet na casters. Take it away.
That is the thing that really boggles our minds.
That's true.
Will Aura PH secure that 1 win? Just one game win for them to actually stay in the top spot. Now remember, Onic PH is at 3rd slot already of Group B. If they stay in Group A, if they stay in Group A number 2, that means the first team that they meet is going to be Onic PH.
Again.
That means we are going to have new grand finalists.
Probably. Yeah, no, it's 100%.
100%.
If
that happens, one of them is gonna go out.
One of them is gonna go out. So there's no rematch of the grand finals anymore. I'm not sure if that's better news for Aura or if it's not, but either way, that will be the case. And again, we'll be very excited still to see the second match for sure.
To be honest, in anime or in any other show, you don't meet your rivals in the first part of the tournament.
That's right.
You meet them in the semis or you meet them in the finals.
Yeah, you either get beaten down first and then you make a comeback. But in the current
if you
bracket,
get beat, you're out.
You're out. It's a single elimination, so there's no more ability to come back, as they say. So, yeah. I don't know if this was the will of the gods, but we'll have to wait and see, as we will see. Draft again for Onic PH and Aura.
Aura PH banning out the Uranus, Onic PH banning out the Selena and the Esmeralda. They do not want Greed using that Selena.
And that's massive respect. As I said before, this also happened in Game 1. They also banned out that Selena, and it's actually a pretty good deal. It's been working very well for them. Greed on the Kagura just feels a little bit different, right? It's not as proactive as the Selena. And I think Onic PH has watched that game, and they thought, you know what? Yeah, Greed still got it. Let's just stop him. And I like the poses of these guys, by the way.
And look at this. They're like a boy band, to be honest.
Yeah, literally a boy band. Kiluash looks like he's like a ninja.
He looks like you.
Sitting on the fence, you know?
He actually looks like you, to be honest.
Yeah, I kind of sit like that way sometimes as well when I play ML. So, I know what you mean.
You don't have a choice. You just need to accept that you look like Kiluash.
I know.
But Aura PH, they banned out the Yuzhong, and I like the Yuzhong ban.
These are respect bans. All of these are respect
It gave them a problem, and if it gave you a problem, there's no shame in just admitting that it gave you a problem. Just ban it out, and it will give you better chances of winning.
There you go, Roger. No longer going to be the case here. Are we going to see a Lancelot here for Aura PH?
I'm still thinking of an Onic PH YSS. That's still a possibility. But Khalid I think, is going to be the pick for Onic PH right now.
Khalid is absolutely a huge
Khalid or
pickup.
Barretts. Khalid or Barretts.
Are they gonna stick with the Barretts? I don't know. I don't think so.
If Onic
we'll see.
If Onic picks Barretts or Aura picks Barretts, I'm pretty certain that there are people who's gonna, people who look at Barretts in a different light.
Again, it's not always gonna be the same. Different teams handle different characters, different heroes differently. So, I would have more confidence if Onic or Aura actually picked up the Barretts. And since it's not banned out, there's a good possibility that it actually can be picked up.
So clearly we are just gonna look at it in objective objective perspective, something. So let's put this one by one. Okay, they ban out the Roger. They don't want Onic PH to go for the snowball timing setup that they're actually setting up every single time that they want to play. Aura PH though, they got the YSS. They know that there is a huge emphasis into getting YSS this game.
Swapping out.
So they got the
Greets
Natalia.
Natalia this time. And they're really hoping to make it work. And of course, it's a little bit of payback as well. You know, it's kind of payback for what Greed did them. So for what Jay did to them. We'll see. No more YSS. First pick YSS means that they're gonna force Wise into something else. There's a good chance that if Wise doesn't go for a Ling or a Lance here, it's gonna get banned out.
Yeah.
Some teams have been known to do that against them.
Well, it's the only. It's not the only carry that they can pick right now. That's for certain.
Yep.
And they're gonna pick the Barretts. Okay.
Barretts into the Rafaela.
And now for Onic PH, they really have a chance to make it an extended team fight just because they supplement it with their own Rafaela. Now, on the side of our PH, you need burst. You need magic burst. You cannot let Barretts live up until 25 stacks. They get the show. So is this going? Oh, okay.
Okay.
That was affirmation for me that Aura Kilowash will be using it. Just because Greed offered his high five to Kilowash.
Yeah, that's basically it. Right? That's a signal.
Hey, you got, it's like a bro thing to say.
Right, so
hey,
we're
you
good.
got your hero. Hey.
Yeah, and I can go to the restroom or something like that. So
Yeah.
that's why Kilowash stood up. He's fine. He's locked in with the hero.
Yeah, and clearly right now, there are going to be bans on a tank. There are going to be bans on carries.
There you go. It's happening.
They're just gonna take out the wise heroes here.
Lancelot is definitely going to be the next ban here for Aura PH. Now, what will Onic want to do? Will Onic want to force... I don't know. They want to force a bit more of a mage setup here for Aura PH. They want to force banning out the Farsa, banning out the Chang'e, possibly. I'm not sure. Export going to be the one. It's because they do still kind of need one more offlaner.
For Aura, I think Yuzhong is out of the question. That's 100% sure. In terms of the side laners, Hilda isn't being picked up here. No one is going for that Hilda.
Absolutely.
I think both of the teams, or both of these teams, know how to, just make sure that the Hilda is not really gonna go for their side. The Baksha gave them a lot of problems in terms of Ruby. Now for Aura PH, they're setting up for a Ruby pick. Onic PH, I think they got a clue. I think they have a clue on what Aura PH is trying to do right now.
Yeah.
When you take out that Baksha, that means there's a heavy sustained hero that's gonna come out for Aura PH.
And at this point, Onic, they don't have a choice. They're just gonna have to rush that Durance onto Rafaela and pick out a Lancelot, which is what Aura PH is dictating them to do. But will they do it?
They can ban out. They can still ban out the Ruby if they want to.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it
Makes a lot of sense. I know.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to just getting that. And clearly right now, Aura PH, they are going to ban out the Kufra. They don't want the Kufra action, so that means probably a Ruby can come out of this.
A little bit slower, but Ruby is the best pick for this slot. If Aura doesn't get it, Onic is sure to pick it up.
Or another hero might come up. It's going to be the Chang'e first.
Yep, Chang'e, there you go.
They don't give out that much of emphasis into that hero because they know that, well, whatever they choose, there is also a support on the side of Onic PH already.
Yep. And they can't go Farsa anymore, so...
Oh,
it's gonna be the Jawhead.
Okay, so this is going to be the tank. They like it.
They seem to be very happy with the picks.
They're confident. Yeah. They're confident, yes.
But again, Aura PH, they let you go on Lancelot, which means...
This is going to be a tank. This is 100% going to be a tank on the side of Aura.
Wow, they're taking time to think about it.
So it's going to be a side lane. Kill VJ, how do you say this? Side lane kill VJ Natalia or a side lane kill VJ Chango. And that is actually going to be the side that they have chosen.
Okay.
And they pick up the Hilda on the 5th spot.
Not confident about that pick at all. I don't think they had much confidence in that. It's gonna be difficult. Hilda's a bit of a difficult pick against heroes like the Khalid. It's difficult to play Hilda as well when there's a Rafaela. Not to mention there's a Jawhead as well. So I feel like this pick just was a little bit forced. And I don't know. I hope it works out, but unlikely.
I mean, it makes sense if you do ban out the Baksha onto the side here of Onic, then you'd want a high region hero. That means it's going to be Raflesia on that Hilda, and it's going to be Greed Natalia, Chang O Kiel VJ, Cho, and Cho Kilowash and Yisun Shin JP. They have high damage, that's for sure. But in terms of the hard engage that the other team has, they really need to look out for that. They need to choose their fights.
Here we go. We're in the possible last game. Your match point here for week 8, week 8 day 3 of season 6. And we're gonna go into pause again. Pause mode, just a little bit. Maybe they're trying to. I think they're waiting for. No. What? What? What you guys looking at?
They're just looking at their
looking
coach
at the cat
right now. They're just looking at the cam. I think they have they had the sense already that the cam is.
It's gonna be.
They have
looking
the
at
screen
them.
time, yeah.
Yeah, they kind of very aware. I like that they're very aware of that.
They don't know. They don't know about this.
Obviously, they don't.
They don't.
They can't watch the stream because there's a delay, so it's
There's
useless.
a delay, yeah.
Right?
Clear. That's clear as day. Okay, so water has been secured here for Wise. He just got water.
That's fine. That's all fine and good.
And they're just discussing right now what to do.
So I would not be surprised again if we will get into a place where Lancelot is going to have a hard time, because I think Aura PH might have already dictated that with the bans. They could have banned after they banned a Ling, they could have banned the Lance, but they didn't. So that means they expect Wise to be on that hero. So I'm not sure what the implications of that will be, but we should get into the game real soon again. So just and we'll be able to find out.
Kill VJ, JP, Greed, Raflesia, and Kilowash. And we will head on to the game right now. Wise and Venus onto the middle lane. They find out Raflesia. They find Raflesia, and Raflesia just stays near the brush, and he knows that he's gonna get regen, and he is going to go for Oh My Venus here.
There's a throw! Possible throw there. Great dodge from Jay.
Wise
from Greed, by the way.
Wise got hit. Wise got hit by the YSS poke.
Ouch. That's gonna hurt. And here is this is what I'm talking about. It's a little difficult for the early game to play as a Rafaela.
Look at this.
Sorry, there you go.
Raflesia.
What's okay?
Raflesia is there. He used that, and look at this. They actually delay it a bit. Wise here is forced to go out. So clearly, Kilowash is just staying
Greed!
there, and Greed will be caught out. He does have the dash. Can he get away? That's the question.
He's want to give away the kill to Jay.
He does not want to.
Or yeah, there you go. He wants to give it away rather to
Venus.
Venus, not Jay, rather.
Okay, so Dilar here is returning the favor.
What you
Dilar, though, he is hitting a lot of these
What you
heroes. So
doing?
in terms of just getting proper damage onto this Dilar Barats, they are just letting him
And they
use.
reset it.
They reset it, and they even delay the farm here of the YSS.
And so many headaches being brought to them. Whoa! Full hit on smart missiles plus the Hilda, plus the Khalid Desert Tornado means that it's just a bad time.
Yaknu having control of that top lane. It's really good. Wise here. getting the blunt of that, the short end of the stick on that trade. Actually, that was no trade. That was just greed forcing out the HP
Oh
of
boy,
Lancelot. Oh
Venus.
my Venus, it is going to be your time to get the
alive.
move.
What
A
is
lot of
happening
things
here?
are happening here, and RPH, they're just losing control over the game. Look at the gold right now.
2,300 gold.
And Aura, they got the kill. They got the kill on Oh My Venus.
But they answer it
Return
really
kill.
quickly.
Return kill is there. So that's trade. That's perfectly fine for the side of Onic PH. Aura PH, they cannot really give out any of these kills right now.
Yeah.
But they need to fight, and they need to fight for their energy protection or energy shields on the turrets.
And something we keep forgetting as well, like fundamentally, it's difficult to really play as a Natalia against Rafaela because there's always AoE damage on your almost the whole screen. So you can't stay hidden for a long time because you will be scouted right away. So Greed is gonna have a hard time on this Natalia as well.
Look at Barrett's here, Felicia.
Here you go.
Detona's welcome. It gets the stun. And Raflesia here really
kick.
wants to take down Dilar. But they actually turn their heads onto Oh My Venus. Iyakno here going in. And that is going to be the Khalid doing work.
That's a triple.
And 3 people
Oh,
down
no.
for the side of Aura PH.
Yeah, it's only a double, then Jake picks up the other one, but Wise is already working on these turrets. I think they got full bonus. Ooh! I think they got a full bonus on the outer turret energy shields. Let's have a look at that.
This guy, let's talk about Iyakno later. Look at the turn on Oh My Venus. That was a perfect play coming out
Beautiful.
from RPH. That was beautiful. But the thing is, proactiveness aside, I think Onic here really has control over the map. And you can see that they're everywhere that they want to be.
Yep.
They're
and
not even getting zoned out.
That's right. It's 4 minutes in the game. They're already ahead by 5,000 gold. That is difficult to imagine. LVJ, he's on a retreat here. And he's only doing damage to Iyakno, who's going to regenerate it.
Oh, look at that. Oh,
nice dodge, by the way.
Shaken and bacon, but it
Shaken and
wouldn't
bacon.
really matter as the damage is still enough to take him down. Kiloash, though, he really needs to pick up the slack here for his teammates. He needs to make something happen onto the side lanes. Raflesia almost going down. The flicker is there, luckily. But Onic, they have full control over this jungle on the side of Aura PH. Kiloash with a kick. They got Dilar. They got
4v5.
Iyakno rather. They got Iyakno rather.
5v2 rather.
And here comes the ejector grid. He will get caught out, and that is going to be the Thorned Rose. And Dilar onto the bottom lane.
So small.
He suddenly became small. The Barrett is so small.
The Barrett is so small, man. I can't believe my eyes. So, for the meantime, yes, it is.
Can you listen to his attack?
Yeah, it's small face.
I mean, it's at least it's true to the lore. You know,
Yeah.
I'm honest.
There you go with the hunt and the pushback. I wish that would last even longer. I want it to last like 2 seconds so that you can walk in and spit it out to your team.
And Raflesia here. They are pushed back, so that means
6K
Onic
gold
PH, they
lead.
are on a mission for vengeance. They just want to return the favor. They haven't won a series against Aura PH for the longest time in Season 6. This might be the time where everything changes. Onic? Onic Wise?
Nice crossover.
Crossover.
Crossover spin move there from Greed, and Onic is really having a lot of fun in this game. They are 7,000 gold ahead of their
course.
longtime rivals.
Of course, and you know what? Revenge is a dish best served cold.
Absolutely.
And in terms of gold, they are really just in the lead with cold hard cash that they're holding right now.
Exactly.
Oh, my
Items are
goodness.
looking really smooth already for Onic PH. Even if Aura makes a big comeback here, it's going to be difficult for them to catch up in terms of these items.
Oh, Jay, he knows that there's someone in the vicinity.
On the hunt.
So on the hunt, and Greed just casually stealing that crab coin.
Advantages are, of course, they are getting a lot of info for Aura PH, but they're not really be able to utilize it into a fight. So to not, they can't catch any Onic members off guard. I mean, Jay's greed is going to the wrong places here, and they're not able to get pickoffs. They're supposed to get pickoffs with this lineup.
I wouldn't say that it's the wrong positions. I think
going
he's
to the wrong places.
Yeah, he's
Outright.
it's more on the idea that Greed wants to be in the right position when the time comes. So this is
Here's
based
the
on
kick.
chances, though.
And the flicker. Wow.
They cannot.
The swap.
They cannot just bully Iyaknu at this pace.
Ooh.
It's.
Oh.
Remember, this is a blade of despair.
That's a blade of despair.
That's a
man.
blade of despair on Iyaknu. As early as 5 minutes in, you cannot bully this guy anymore.
And the goal just keeps going and going.
Yeah, clearly, you're just having Onic PH right now have a field day in front of the base of Aura PH, and Aura PH can't do anything as their Hilda lineup doesn't really work that much anymore.
And this is the reason why I didn't really like Hilda for this draft in the first place. It's just, there's no way you can go near them with Oh My Venus there. Like, oh my gosh. So,
yeah.
This Rafaela pick
Exactly.
really just gave them so many advantages, I have to say.
I think they were put in a bad spot, to be honest, as well.
Yeah.
They picked the Chang'o quite early. Then after that, they were forced to not they were forced to pick this Hilda rather than the Kufra first, because you know they just really wanted to pick that they really just wanted to pick the Chang'o.
Yeah, here you go. Jay going in hard. Kiluash immediately destroyed there. Not even a chance to get out with the Shunpo Jeet Kundo. Just outright destroyed by the Blade of Despair, Khalid.
Yeah, remember, Cho, a side lane Cho, a fighter Cho, is one of the most fragile HP-based heroes in the game.
Yep, it relies a lot on survivability with the skills.
And it relies a lot on the explosiveness of your damage output. Only fast is just way too good of a passive for a Cho. But then again, that's where the burst potential comes out for the Cho. So if you cannot utilize that to your proper setup, you are really going to have a hard time. Greed here just making the lives of his teammates a bit better by just getting that turret onto the bottom lane. It adds a bit of economy to them.
Yeah, for sure. And Iyaknu kind of in a bad spot, though will be recovering with a quicksand guard. And where are you going? Says Jay there on that jawhead. And that was just basically Greed, like reminding them this is what happened in Season 5, so I hope you guys remember this. Right?
They're just going
for
it.
If you're not aware, this is
Oh my
what's
Venus,
gonna happen.
that's what you were talking about earlier.
Good luck finding.
As long as there's an exclamation mark on Venus, that's an automatic use of his first skill.
Yep.
And that is going to he's going to see where that Natalia is.
Yeah, no more hiding Natalia in plain sight. Can be
Raflesia?
the Raging
Get a call out?
Sandstorm.
Raging Sandstorm?
Throwback for sure. Throwback Thursday. No,
his movement speed isn't enough.
Yep, way too high. Now we are in the Lord area. It's not a Luminous Lord. It's just your normal good old pal. And it's going to be enough, though, to take out that inhibitor turret. Top lane is also pushing. And don't forget, Greed is also at the bottom. If they're not careful, that could go down quickly.
And
Pick up
right
here
now,
for
we are going to have Raflesia going down to the hands of the Lancelot.
Greed is there. Dilar, will he be able to answer? Of course, he will arrive right on time. And Onic, they can smell the victory. They can already taste that sweet, sweet revenge after 4 free seasons of not experiencing a win against the team. Finally get it. If they can finish it off.
They will really just fulfill the the wish of their fan base for them to just take a win off of Aura PH. it hasn't happened since season 4, but right now, slowly but surely, they're creeping up, and they're almost there.
They can taste it, and they go to a pause.
And they creep up.
They're literally creeping up. Oh my gosh.
Let's see what can happen here.
Okay.
A lot of
Just
things.
have to chill. We just have to relax and compose ourselves. And I think we are still in a pretty good place to say that this draft really did suffer a lot. This draft suffered quite an amount when they forced that the Hilda. And we see the classic weaknesses of a Hilda pick, which is, again, very vulnerable to crowd control, as well as, of course, the weakness of the Natalia. So,
and you can see that there is an atmosphere of not really desperation, but
tense.
They're very tense. They're very tense right now for the side of Aura PH.
Yeah, for sure.
But still, you can see them being tense. And in a way, they're just trying to get
sick. Kill me, Jay.
That is well. Let's not laugh of them because
I know, but it's just funny when he does stuff like that on camera.
Yeah.
He can't blame us. He knows
This is a very unfortunate setup for this team.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest, I don't want to see them in such a situation for the playoffs.
Oh, this should not happen in the playoffs.
This should not happen in the playoffs.
Sure.
No matter what happens, they should be fixing this by the time we reach the playoffs. Right now, this could happen. They still have their playoff berth.
Yeah,
but
absolutely. They will have that locked in anyway.
They will have that locked in.
I think this game is a point of pride.
I don't think that way though, because for me, this is your first spot or the second spot, and going up against Onic PH on the first time on the first stage of your playoffs, that is actually quite a big blow to you guys, because you know that you've been facing off with this team in the grand finals, and they know you more than you know yourself, to be honest.
Yeah, of course. There's going to be that thing if they lose out on this for the 0-2, which is something that I think that's what Aura PH wants to avoid. Although at the back of my mind, do I really want to avoid Onic PH if I was Aura? I don't think so. There's just no way I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
So I think they're getting prepped and ready, and I would think that for me, I just don't want to lose out against Onic here, no matter what. No matter what good stuff was gonna happen, or no matter what outcomes I predict. Onic, a loss against Onic is gonna stay on your record. So this is absolutely something that they deserve to be tense about.
And we are going back into the game right now. Things are not looking great for the side of Aura PH. And very unfortunate for the side of Aura PH right now, but they have to live within their the things that are happening to them. But here comes the kick. Yaknu is out, and this is a great move coming out here from the side of RPH. They stop the push, and the tenacity, ladies and gentlemen, of RPH, it's still there.
We have been here before. Split pushing Greed is going to try to catch. Oh, that's a very good read, actually. Try to catch Wise, and Wise already aware that Greed is here somewhere. Hunt is on. And that guesswork, though, how did he guess that was where he's going to be? That was a very good call there.
Well, it was the only buff that was available for a certain moment.
No, I mean the bush where Wise Greed was going to hide in. That was a very good game sense.
It's probably gamer instinct at that point.
Yeah. Very good call. He went straight for the dive into that bush without even confirmation. And that's just confidence for Wise at this point.
And Greed knew that he had to go out of the way. He knew that he needed to go out. Because the thing is, if he got caught at that point on, that will be a straight push onto the bottom lane or onto the mid lane.
For sure. Here we go. And Aura is on the full defensive here. Trying to make sure that they're not caught by surprise, checking those bushes. And Iakno's the one who's most vulnerable here, I think. He needs to lock in Immortality as soon as possible, since he is kind of acting like a big initiator. The guy who always absorbs a lot of the kicks from Kiluash in the beginning of the fight.
Kiluash here in an area where you don't really want to be, but he is Kiluash and he will try to make the big plays. And look at this. They're aiming for this Khalid.
And Iakno knows it.
Oh, there is a throwback here from that ejector. And Raflisha luckily has that flicker. Iakno here, Raging Sandstorm out. And that was almost a kill. And
he goes back!
Oh, look at
What
Greed.
was that?
They get the kill. And right now, Onic really wants blood. They want to get even. They want to take down Greed right here. And he needs to get out of Oh My Venus's way. Remember, that first skill is just going to play with the vision game of Natalia here.
Oof. Another one also being answered really quickly by Onic on the top side, making Kiluash pay for that engagement. And now, it's going to be the lore take.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, I don't think that RPH can contest this. But if they do, this could be the last fight. And I like teams who take risks. Because right now, it's all or nothing. If you do not get this Lord and you do not prolong the game, then that just means that you're just conceding right now.
Holy Baptism going to be locking down that Raflisha. Fighting on the backside, that's wise. He's half HP. He takes down JP though. That's a lot of damage from Aura PH already removed from the battlefield.
And that is, I think that's going to be it.
Should be it.
It should be it. I think that's going to be it. Greed with
Greed
the cut.
though, he's not done. He's not going to let this
cut.
happen.
Greed with the cut. But
Top
there's
lane,
still
though.
minions there.
They just need to take care of the minions and they should be able to close it out
And
with the finish.
there it is,
And
the push.
The last push.
Aura PH will give this series to Onic PH in a 2-0 fashion, and they cannot believe it.
Not believe it.
And they're just happy right now.
Victory finally for Onic PH against Aura. After 3 seasons of losses against these guys.
Retribution, vengeance, revenge.
We are back full circle.
Then again, you can also call this redemption.
This is absolutely redemption.
This is redemption
for all
for
of the days,
Onic PH.
For all of the hurt that Aura PH has given to Onic PH. This is a small reprieve. This is a small consolation, right? To all of the past stuff, all the past losses that Onic has faced against their destined rivals, Aura PH.
Man, oh man, and I'm actually excited to whatever the look of the playoffs is gonna be. If I were to pick, I think that it's going to be Onic versus Aura for the very first round. It's going to be second place versus the third of the other group, right? And Onic is a third.
Yep.
Oh, so
it's gonna be hot.
Let's see. Let's see. Try to see what will happen.
We'll have a look at the brackets. I think they already locked it in.
And let's see. I'll check right now.
Aura versus Onic and Execration versus Cignal is locked in.
It's locked in place. This is going to be the setup. It's Aura PH versus Onic on the playoffs.
That's right. That's it. Ladies and gents, we have our playoff bracket completed. And of course, that will be something for all of you guys to watch out for. Later on, we'll definitely be giving you more details on that. The moment that we complete the announcement. So that's basically it.
That is basically it for us. This has been 8 weeks of the regular season, 3 days each, maximum. Well, it's a maximum of what? How many games per day?
Maximum of maybe 12.
No, maximum.
Sorry, 9 games per day.
We have 9 series today. We have 9 series today.
9 series?
Yeah, we have 9 series. For this week.
For this week.
We have 9 series for this week. It's maximum of 8 per week. And this, it's been an honor serving you guys and casting these games for you for the regular season. But that is it for us, ladies and gentlemen. I am your anchor, Butters, and I am with my analyst, Rockhart. And if you want to follow our social media pages, then just
Check
grab
it out.
that.
Follow us on TikTok.
The-
We'll
yeah.
continue the conversation there because for the most part, that's just where we interact.
Yeah.
So
The handle is there at OpaButters, at RockHeartGG for all our social media pages. But right now, that is it for us for the regular season. We will see you in the playoffs. Rob Luna, take it away.
Is a statement for this team, at least getting all of those losses nung mga previous na season. Ngayon pinapatunayan ng Onic PH that they are gonna be doing something different ngayong MPL Season 6. And of course, mga kaibigan, kung papansinin nyo, no, but bago natin yan masyadong itakel kung ano yung mga mangyayari sa playoffs, atin munang tignan ang mga item build na ginawa dito ng ating mga teams. Let's go specifically for Aura PH, or rather Onic PH dito. Dilar, the item here, the Sky Guardian helmet, is not something you definitely see sa mga heroes natin, or at least yung mga ginagamit. This is not normal because ang pinaka ano nito ay, by the way, this is also the item for the defense na may pinaka mataas on the terms of the stats. That's, if I'm not mistaken, that's 1,550. And what is the Sky Guardian actually does for the Barrats? Basically, nagbibigay siya ng 1.5% HP regeneration na tumataas up until 3.5. Dumadagdag yan whenever the Barrats will have a kill or an assist. Pero not only that, not only for the regeneration, kasi ang first skill din kasi ng Barrats is actually dependent on how big the HP of the Barrats. So meaning to say, sustainable plus, this is actually the first time na nagkaroon ng panalo ng Barrats here on the MPL, and this is also the first time I think na nagkaroon, or rather na ginamitan ng Festival of Blood as the emblem, the fighter emblem dito. Yung mga ibang gumamit kasi I think that was the Avarice, and the other one was the Concussive Blast. So I guess this might be the recipe nga yata talaga na pinakita sa atin ni Dilar kung paano ang tamang paggamit ng isang Barrats. But everything else here, mga kaibigan, you just have to notice here the itemization of Onic PH is just leaning towards on the physical defense, not really relying on the damage na binibigay dito ni KLVJ. Why? Basically, kung makikita nyo on the team fights, KLVJ is just using his Meteor Shower most of the time on just clearing the waves. That's one main reason as well kung bakit hindi na rin masyadong nag-itemize dito ang Onic PH for the magic defense. Siguro hindi pa nila na-feel na kailangan nila, and they just leaning towards sa mga damage na ibabato sa kanila dito ni JP. Nonetheless dito, mga kaibigan, physical damage, of course, with greed as well. But now, let's go ahead and check the post-game stats. Here, for this game, mga kaibigan, definitely wise here. Everything from doing the tower pushes, giving as well the damage. Pero may pinakamalaki talaga. Kung papansinin mo dito, all throughout, dito sa nangyari sa laban nito ng Aura PH versus Onic was definitely Dilar, and as well with Oh My Venus. Why did I say Oh My Venus? Basically, yung first skill dito ng Rafaela is the one who's giving a hard time for greed. Yes, if you are not using the Rafaela, whenever he used the first skill, the Light of Retribution, and nare-reveal niya dito, even yung mga nakatago sa bushes or yung mga envy, and that is actually gonna be hard or giving a headache para sa isang Natalia. Kasi mas kailangan mo na lagi ka din, di ba, na nakatago. And syempre, wag din natin kalimutan on how Jay fully utilized the crowd control dito ng isang Jawhead. Has been almost looking for, lagi niyang nakahanap dito kung saan pumupwesto dito ang Natalia ni Greed, and also spotting out kung saan ang nagiging ikot dito for the whole Aura PH. Now, let's check once again here the smart highlight for this match. So basically, the game number 2 dito for the side of Onic PH is much better compared to what they had during game number 1. This is definitely more one-sided, and it's all thanks to the Barrats. Why? Dahil yung Barrats yung nagbibigay ng sakit ng ulo for JP, specifically on the early game, na hindi niya masecure yung kanyang mga buff dahil doon sa pag-i-invade na ginagawa ng isang Barrats. And that is clearly one of the reasons kung bakit din talaga nakapag-farm ng maiga dito si Wise, giving enough damage for the whole Aura PH. Look at this, and even Iyakno, we're not even mentioning the Khalid pa, na sobrang dominant din on its own right dun sa mismong lane niya. Hindi rin basta matibag dito si Iyakno. Look at the score dito niya. He actually has the highest score. Kumbaga, Wise here is just doing the tower pushes, but the damage and the killing itself, Iyakno is the one who is doing it, and it's all thanks to the zoning capability, none other than that Dilar, Omay, Venus, and Jay, providing everyone a very good synchronization and chemistry for the whole team. This is the team na sobrang ganda ng communication right now. Of course, our MVP, none other than, of course, this is Wise with a 604 KDA. Guys, wow. Etong build ngayon ng Onic PH, sobrang nakakatakot. This is something you have to note. But basically, ang binigay din sa atin ng laban na to is that itong dalawang team din na to ang mismong maglalaban on round 1 natin on the playoff. So, safe to say, wala tayong grand finals ng Onic versus Aura PH. But, yeah, I think we'll also be having an interview with someone from Onic PH. We're just waiting it for now. Pero sa inyo, sa mga nanonood sa inyong mga bahay, of course, ano ba sa tingin nyo ang tunay na nangyari doon? That was the first time na nakita nga natin na yung Barats is nanalo. Speaking of the Barat, nandito na yata ang ating kakausapin. It's gonna be Dilar from Onic PH. Ayun, no?
Hello po.
Grabe. Pwede ko ba? Ayun, kala ko hindi ko matatanggal. Hello din sa'yo, Dilar. Long time no see.
Hello
Medyo
po.
ang tagal na nating hindi nagkita. Humaba na ng ganyan yung buhok mo. Kamusta naman?
Kaya nga po, hindi man 2 months na hindi nakapagpagupit.
Dalawang buwan. Tingin ko, wag mo muna. Baka maano yung kakakuha nyo lang ng panalo sa Aura. Tingin ko, wag mo muna hanggang playoffs eh. But, kidding aside, Dilar, ito ang unang beses nyo nanalo ng series for Aura PH at pinatunayan mo na ikaw nga yata yung tunay na 5 minutes Lotar gaya ng sinabi mo doon. Bigyan mo naman kami ng konting insight kasi basically ikaw din yung may pinakauna na nagpanalo ng pinakabagong hero natin dito sa Mobile Legends, which is the Barats. Bigyan mo naman kami ng konting insight about the game.
About po dun sa Barats, sa rank game po kasi talaga hindi talaga na-open yung Barats kaya mahirap po talaga batakin eh. Sa mga scrim naman po madalang lang rin po. Kaya siguro confidence lang na lang po talaga sa sarili. Tapos, kung paano mo ma-maximize yung hero talaga, dapat alam mo yun.
At kitang-kita naman namin kung paano mo siya min-maximize. And of course, yung Sky Guardian helmet, gamit na gamit para sa iyo. I mean, ramdam na ramdam natin. So basically, pwede mo rin sa akin sabihin na hindi ganon kapraktisado mo yung Barats, pero pinakita mo sa amin kung paano siya gamitin.
Opo. Bali, yun nga po. Maximizing lang po ng hero. Ayun naman po importante. Kung paano ka makakatulong sa teammate mo.
I see. Proper communication, syempre, for the side of the team of Onic PH. Pero syempre, Dilar, alam mo naman siguro kung sino na rin yung magiging kalaban nyo on the playoffs.
Opo.
Oo, at
Excited
sila din.
po.
Oo, sila din ulit. Okay. So, syempre, ang ganda ng pinakita nyo dito for 2-0 against Aura PH. Ano pa ba ang pwede naming abangan? Lalo na natanggal nyo na yung curse nyo against Aura PH at wala na tayong mapapanood na grand final sa inyong dalawa. Ano pa ba ang paano pala kayo maghahanda? May higit isang linggo bago magsimula yung natin yung playoffs natin. Paano maghahanda ang isang Dilar and for the whole family ng Onic PH?
Para sa akin talaga hindi pa ako kontento sa laro namin kanina eh. Hindi pa yun yung tunay na laban eh. Sa playoffs pa yung tunay na laban talaga. Yan. Mas papakitaan pa namin sila ng Tsaka masasabi ko, kabahan na sila.
Yon ang gusto ko. Ayan ang iniintay ko sa iyo talaga, Dilar. Yan yung mga gusto ko, mga sinasabi mo sa akin pagka nag-i-interview tayo ng live sa MPL Arena. Confidence dito. But by the way, Dilar, gusto ko lang din babihin, medyo ang sa balita ko kila Wolf, ang lakas daw ng ng dating ng mga Dilarmy. Baka gusto mo naman silang pasalamatan dito, yung Dilarmy and of course, yung mga lahat ng sumusuporta sa Onic PH.
Shoutout nga pala sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Onic PH, especially yung Blarmy. Yan, shoutout sa inyo. Sa Cebuana Luwilian, sa mga sponsor namin, Mountain Dew, sa GoGo Express. Yan, shoutout sa inyo. Shoutout sa family ko. Uwi na ako dyan bukas. Ayun yung muna. Tapos, shoutout sa girlfriend ko, kay Londos Valles.
Yon.
Tapos, shoutout sa mga manager ko. Yan. Shoutout din sa Aura, sa mga sumusuporta din sa Aura. Masasabi ko lang sa Aura, sa outside the game, tropa-tropa, pero pag laro talaga, balagbaga na.
Yon. Gusto ko yung
Balagbagan
word
na
na yan.
talaga.
Pagdating sa game, balagbagan. Ganun naman talaga tayo dito sa MPL. Magkakaibigan tayo outside, but syempre, this is still a tournament. Papakita natin kung sino talaga yung malakas. By the way, maraming salamat, Dilar. We will be seeing you once again pagdating ng playoffs. And of course, ayun na nga, mga kaibigan, yan, inyong natunghayan. The confidence na pinakita, Onic Magic nga talaga yata ang nangyari ngayong araw na to. Wow! Of course, here are the QR code for the Onic PH sa mga sa mga sumusuporta. Yan, diretso kayo sa mismong link na yan papunta sa kanilang Facebook fan page. And of course, for Aura PH, nandito din siya yung QR code nating lahat. Yan. Then, of course, wow, that was a very exciting day. Mga kaibigan, this is a very exciting day. Pero before that, meron pa tayong mga giveaway codes. Baka hindi nyo pa siya natatype or whatsoever. Nandyan din siya sa inyong harapan. Kopyahin nyo na yan. Kunin nyo na, screenshot nyo na kung hindi nyo pa nagagawa. Lagay nyo na, i-redeem nyo na yan. So for you to be able to win in-game items natin sa inyo ng MPL. Those were like the magic dust, yung mga ganyan, mga even skins, I think, pwede nyo rin makuha dyan. And here is the bonus giveaway code. Yan, mga kaibigan. And before that, meron din tayong isa pa na sana, ito pinakamahalaga para sa akin. You have to QR code this one dahil you could be able to join the mythical raffle draw natin. Or rather, type it on your browsers, bit.ly/MRD-PO. Ayun na. Ayun na mga kaibigan. So, eto na. Papakita ko muna, before I actually head out, pakita ko muna sa inyo ang standings natin ngayon. So, as you can see, Group A, Execration did retain their #1 spot on Group A, followed by Aura, Blacklist, and NXP. For the Group B, syempre hindi na to nabago regardless of win or lose ngayong araw na to. Bren Esports, Omega, Onic, and Cignal Ultra. So this only states, mga kaibigan, that Execration will be the one to go against Cignal. Aura at Onic ang susunod na maglalaban muli sa playoffs. Blacklist will be going against Omega. And of course, yung pinakauna nating na nail in the coffin na laban talaga is NXP Solid versus Bren Esports. Eto na, nandyan na lahat mga kaibigan. Those were the teams na maglalaban for the round #1. Ito, pakita ko na sa inyo the proper bracket na papasok ng ating playoffs. There you go. So basically, ito yung, by the way guys, our playoffs is gonna be on a best of 5 format. Meaning to say, once na matalo ka on round 1, definitely your run on the MPL will be the end. So this is a knockout round regardless hanggang papuntang grand finals. The only time na maglalaro ka ng 2 beses if you lose is pag nakapasok ka na ng round #2 just for you to battle for the 3rd. So pick your bets na ngayon mga kaibigan. Sino sa mga teams na to ang sa tingin nyo na magtatagpo-tagpo sa grand finals? And gaya ng sabi ko kanina, Aura and Onic, hindi na natin sila ulit makikita for the grand finals for the 3rd time around. And of course, grabe yung match. Actually, nakakagulat how this day turned sa atin, for us casters, and of course sa inyo who would actually expect na ganito maiikot yung ating bracket. But needless to say, magtatapat-tapat din naman talaga silang lahat. And yun na, mga kaibigan, this is the final day of the regular season. We have at least 1 week or more because ang magsisimula ang ating playoffs on October 22. That will run for 4 days up until October 25. At ako nga po pala ang inyong naging solo analyst for the final day ng regular season. My name is Rob Luna. Before I head out, papasalamatan ko muna ang ating mga sponsors. That's gonna be our official telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the Giga Life app and choose free games. Our official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more. Our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette Mac 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Our partner in esports, Paymaya. Get 50 pesos credits for PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Our partner in Esports, TikTok Live, use hashtag Mobile Legends for you to be able to watch legendary videos and as well win premium skins. Our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. And of course, this event is powered by Moonton. And yun nga mga kaibigan, what a very long day. 4 series, nag-unfold na lahat. Nakita nyo na yung mga maglalaban sa atin sa playoffs. Once again, my name is Rob Luna. Follow me on all socials at Rob Luna YT. At syempre, magkita-kita po tayong muli pagdating ng playoff. That's October 22 to 25. And syempre, bago ang lahat, iwan ko muna sa inyo ang Realme Top 5 plays of the series.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako. When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together.